he was just a passenger from that point on.
Yeah, unfortunately did lose the rear end twice within the start of that accident. That pushed him wide onto the grass, and it's so dry and dusty that there was no coming back from it. Went through the Armco barrier, which was the reason why we ended up having to red flag top qualifying when it was due to start, wait 2 hours, and then restart it in a slightly truncated form at 4 o'clock local time rather than the 2 o'clock when it should have happened. And unfortunately, the car written off, although Laurens Vanthoor will be sore this morning. He was cleared by the medics, but it does leave us one Porsche down, and Porsche being slightly given a little bit of a bop change overnight just to slow them down a little bit, but it's only a tiny amount. I think 10 kilos added to that car, which I don't know how much of a difference that really makes.
I've heard 5 kilos.
Oh, is it 5?
Yeah, 5 kilos. I'm not sure 5 kilos will make a massive difference to any kind of tyre wear. 5 kilos, maybe not. You've got to get really to beyond 40. I know the engineers will probably disagree with me, as the engineers are sharpening razor blades pretty much. I may as well mention, you've mentioned balance of performance changes. The Mercedes has had 5 kilograms taken off their overall weight. BMW have lost 10 kilograms. Porsche, as we've said, they've gained 5 kilograms. Ford have lost 10 kilograms. And the Aston, and I think this is quite significant as well, they've been allowed more boost from that turbocharged engine. So we'll have to wait and see how this race pans out. And it's going to be about, I think, Johnny, about 4 hours before we can really see those changes coming into play.
Maybe so. Remember, a modern-day GT3 car can do slightly more than an hour, generally speaking. This will be the shortest stint because we're doing a full formation lap as well, so I'm expecting 7 laps on the opening stint for the key players as a maximum. Might not be that all teams keep it out there for 7 laps. They might think, well, pit lane's relatively quiet, dive in after 5 or 6 laps, and in doing that you're able to spend less time in the pits because all of the pit stops for the SP9s will actually be timed rather than doing them as fast as you can in a Formula 1 type pit stop, and it all depends on how long your stint has been. So if you do a 5-lap stint, your pit stop can be shorter than a 7 or 8 lap stint leading into it. We'll lead you along those fairly complex rules as we reach that point in the afternoon. A mention then of the top qualifying, because there were some stories to emerge from that. So I've talked about Kevin Estra's excellent 8:12.741, bearing in mind that was done on full tanks as well, as is dictated in the regulations in top qualifying. Second fastest, the 45 Realize Kondo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. Now, Rinaldi were running the Fricadelli Ferrari that took victory 2 years ago here. That's also on Yokohama tyres, as opposed to the Michelins that a lot of the front-running or front-starting cars are doing. So the Manthey car, the Mercedes that sits in 3rd position, which is going to be started by Mauro Engel, number 14, is on Michelin's. Falcon Motorsport Porsche's obviously on Falcon tyres, but the 33 car that will start from 4th position, Ben, wasn't without its dramas in warm-up today, because was that on a first lap of the Nordschleife that it had to pull over and stop?
Yes, and we didn't get to the bottom of why. It is out there on the grid. I can see in 4th position, but the Falcon tyres, Porsches, both the 33 and the 44, have had their issues in qualifying practices over the last couple of days. It's a kind of a brand new lineup driver-wise over from the last few years that we've expected to see, and but it doesn't seem like the drivers are the ones having the issues. The car, again, it's out there and it's fixed, but I'm a bit concerned about the reliability of that Falcon Porsche.
I'm concerned about the reliability of everyone here this weekend. It's so hot. We're going to see quite a different race than what we've seen in the past few years. Attrition's going to be a factor. Tyre wear's going to be a factor. How you drive initially on those tyres, how you bring them in. It's going to be very, very easy to overheat them on this very hot track. So we've got an ambient of 26, so the track temperature should be about, if it's 26, it's usually about 38 to 40. The sun's beating down, it's going to get hotter. Those tyres are going to be absolutely wonderful to drive on. But if you overdrive on those tyres, you're going to lose them before you need to come into the pits.
Lamborghini fans might be asking, where is the 27 car that actually finished 5th fastest in top qualifying yesterday afternoon? Well, that car was caught when the red flags came out during the incident for Laurens Vanthoor, caught going through something like 8 or 9 red flag marshal posts. So the flag was being waved. The session was stopped as soon as Vanthoor had his moment, had his huge crash at Arenberg. And the Lamborghini of Mirko Bortolotti was further around the track, but just did not abate. And it was only until there was one of the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martins going slowly, but he then overtook the Aston Martin, and only then did he get off the throttle.
Yeah, the footage we saw when he came up upon that Aston Martin, I thought that was the first red flag. I thought that was when the red flag came out, and we kind of forgive Mirko for focusing on the car ahead of him and not seeing the red flag. However, what we hadn't seen was him passing about 9 red flags?
Something like that.
Yeah, I mean, a driver like Mirko Bortolotti has completely surprised me, and unfortunately for him, you know what, Johnny? Fortunately for him, he's being allowed to race.
Yeah,
because we've seen drivers sent home for similar offences.
I would suggest he's dangling by a thread in terms of his Nordschleife permit currently. It's suspended, so a ban and having that permit taken from him could be to happen if he makes any sort of hiccup in this race. Now, Dacia Logan fans will be very concerned that the 300 car has not moved from its starting position. I think the engine's cut out, so they're now trying to bump start this car on the main straight. Say they, this isn't the team, these are grid marshals that are all mucking in to try and get the Dacia Logan going, so that it can take its race start in Startgruppe 3.
Listen to the crowd.
It's superb, isn't it? I think it's now going. Yeah.
I hope so.
That reception.
That's a Bradley favourite as well.
And it didn't qualify in last position. Its time was just shy of 11 minutes long, which was 2 minutes and 45 seconds slower than our pole position car.
It's just attention seeking there, isn't it? It's got a crowd, the whole crowd behind it as he gets to it. I hope that's not how it sounded.
No,
it sounded like he was on about 2.5 cylinders there.
But that's Oliver Krieser and Gregor Stark and Martin Kafka, who must go down as some of the bravest drivers in this race, because the speed differential, particularly down the Dottinger Hohe or Klostertal-Kesselchen, if you're an SP9 GT3 car, turn the corner and there's the Logan sitting on the racing line, you will have to have very quick reactions indeed.
The scenes that we're seeing of the cars coming past all the crowd on the edge of the circuit, on the white line of the circuit, I don't believe that happens anywhere else in the world.
I don't think it can do.
Completely unique.
No, it doesn't.
Incredible.
Through the Hudson back there, the crowd lining, literally standing on the track. The drivers are briefed. The drivers know what they're to expect, especially if they've been here before. And it is a unique feature, isn't it, of this race? And what is also phenomenal to witness is that once the cars have gone through, everyone just clears off and goes back to where they're going to sit for the start of this race.
Well, Joe, if you've ever been down watching these cars from behind the barrier, which I've been very lucky to do, not behind in the crowd areas, but actually just behind the barrier, but where only normally marshals and photographers can go, you soon realise that that's not really where you want to spend a lot of your time.
No.
You're only happy behind the crowd barriers, because it is incredibly scary, knowing that there's just that little metal guardrail between you and usually a bank behind you, so you can't exactly run away. Such as the confines of this circuit, the barrier's usually only a couple of metres away from the white line of the circuit.
Yeah, absolutely. Hard-working marshals as well, who are going to position themselves in those areas of responsibility as well, Ben, just where you're saying you don't really want to be. Well, they're going to put themselves out there, working in shifts, teams on every marshal's post, taking it in a shift rota to get them through the 24-hour race. But big thank you to all the marshals, the girls and boys from around the world, dressed in orange usually. I know we always thank them, but they wouldn't want to be anywhere else, would they? They love it. They love it, or else if you didn't love it, you wouldn't do it. So, yeah, round of applause to them.
Yeah, top effort from everybody involved. It was interesting to be on the top of the Dorint Hotel earlier in the day to witness the change around from a Grand Prix race to then a full session that sees the Nordschleife and the Grand Prix Strecke in use, and the ability to actually switch from one mode of the Nürburgring to the next within about 10 to 15 minutes, and it's so well practiced, but great to witness that in person. Some excellent DTM cars of old racing here in their sprint races, but all in support of the main event.
They weren't that old, Johnny, because I commentated on some of them.
I
just means you're old. Just means he's old.
No.
Sorry.
Means you're old, mate. I would keep quiet on that one,
What are we talking, 10 years?
Yeah, I guess so. Stefan Muka won in the Muka Motorsport Mercedes, and that's with the Class 1 engine. Oh no, the Dacia's going into the pits.
I thought that engine sounded a little bit iffy. Hopefully it's just a spark plug or a coil pack or something, and they can get that out. That's actually got the Renault Megane RS engine in it, out of a Renault Megane RS that was lying around, because that engine looks like it's got a few miles on it, just visually. And thankfully it's got, it's gone to the pits. It'll get some mechanical remedy to it, and they're not bothered about being last. They just want that car out there and taking part in this race. And if they have to start from the pit lane, well, so be it.
Have they lost a lap if they start from the pit lane when the cars come past? They haven't lost a lap, have they?
No, and they wouldn't be permitted to join at the back of Group 1 anyway, unless it's imitated an SP9 car. The SP9 Dacia Logan. There's something for the future.
The grid's in 3 groups, isn't it, Johnny? So
yes.
they'll come out after Group 3 has gone through.
Exactly, which is where it was sort of due to start anyway. 2 from the back, 3 from the back, so it's not a great deal of time lost. That's the beauty of the lap beginning on the start-finish straight of the Grand Prix track, in that if you do notice a problem, think that something's up with your car, then you can dive in the back door via the Hyundai Curva, which is the hairpin. You then lose the lap, though, so you lose those first 2 sectors that you've just done, and it's like you're beginning that lap again, heading down into the Yokohama S.
We see the SP9 cars through the carousel. The last few of Group 3 have only just got onto the Nordschleife. That is the distance, just the sheer amount of cars, but then also the gaps between Groups 1 and 2, 2 and 3. And Johnny, you were explaining in qualifying, they do a very clever thing whereby you don't get punished for starting in Group 3 versus Group 1. The timing kind of adjusts.
Yes, so the race begins at 4 o'clock for those in Group 1. That's fine, but of course, when you're 4 minutes back in Group 3, you're losing time quite significantly. So they time it so that your race begins as your group crosses the line. And that's the reason why, for the opening lap or so, the timing's a little bit all over the place, because it has some of the BMW 240i's leading outright. It's not until we get onto probably the Hatzenbach and the first sector's completed there that we then get a proper order and an idea of who's then leading that first lap. And of course, it could chop and change through the various sectors. The position changes and how the Nürburgring 24-hour timing works, you'll only get a positional change and one name going above another at the start-finish line, but we can call them through the sector splits and work out whether there's been a change of order, let's say, by the time they get to the carousel. I've never quite got to grips with how the sectors have worked out here, because we have some that are as few as 10 seconds, others that are like 2.5 minutes long. It's got to be where it's convenient to have the necessary timing loops, I suppose. Dottinger is split into 2 sectors, Sector 8 and Sector 9, and the interval between the 2 at the kink, the left-hand kink at Antonius Bucher.
I think Sector 4, that's the 10-second one you mentioned. I think that's just to time people across the Flugplatz. Purely to see how fast people are...
and the approach to it.
Yeah, and the approach to Flugplatz. Although, a 10-second Sector 4... Just get rid of Sector 4, just add it to Sector 3.
And in NLS, we only get 5 sectors. It's only during the 24 hours that there are 9, but clearly those timing loops are still in place. They're just not made public. I'm not sure we finished the point about the 27 Lamborghini. So, yes, Mirko Bortolotti lucky to be able to race today, and because of his indiscretion in those red flags, the 27 car has been put right to the back of that first starting group into 27th place, so it matches the race number. I fancy that car's going to make quite a bit of ground on the opening lap. It's going to be started by Danny Juncadella, who was actually quickest in warm-up earlier this morning. Other starting drivers I can give you: Thomas Preining in the 911 Grello car. It's his flat 6 you can hear in the background now. Then David Perel, the South African, in the 45 Ferrari that Thomas Neubauer qualified with the 8:13.9. Maro Engels in the number 14 Mercedes from the inside of the second row, alongside Sven Muller in the 33 Falcon Motorsports Porsche. Markus Winkelhock in the number 1 Scherer Sport PHX Audi has Marco Mappelli in the Lamborghini from Abt Sportsline. So 28 was fine and did get its starting position of 6th place, whereas the sister Abt Lambo is right at the back in 27th. We've got the 48 Porsche, that is the entry from Black Falcon, and will be started by Italian racer Gabriele Piana. Then we got Adam Christodoulou, who did have a lap deleted. We were talking about Christodoulou speeding in the pit lane, and we were concerned that he might have his top qualifying time stripped. It was only the fastest time in the normal qualifying session that was taken away from him, and top qualifying wasn't included in that. So they hang on to an 8th place start in Mercedes number 17. We got Mattia Drudi, fresh from a pole position last weekend at Le Mans in Aston Martin number 34. That's the Aston on Michelin tyres, even though all the other Valkenhorst Vantages are on Pirellis. And the 44 Porsche, also a Falcon, is going to be started by Tim Heinemann on the outside of row 10. Row 5, should I say, in 10th place.
Row 6 is where you see a Pro-Am car and an Am car, and I think that is where we're going to see a little split. Those first 5 rows are going to pull slightly away from the 6th row. We did see in top qualifying car 30, which is the Valkenhorst Aston Martin, it's full of bronze drivers, so it was never going to participate very strongly, but it got through thanks to an NLS qualifying session, and therefore was permitted to run top qualifying. They actually moved out of the way of the Ferrari, if you remember, to allow the Ferrari not to be impeded, and it ran some 10 odd seconds slower. An 8:38, in fact, was their time in top qualifying. So what's that? 26 seconds slower than this man, Kevin Estre. That's really going to be a cork in the bottle. That row number 6, because there are lots of faster cars then behind them that didn't get through into top qualifying, but perhaps have the pace. And certainly if you look one row back with the 37 Aston of Bachmann, Palette and Bastien, and then the Ford Mustang, the first of the Ford Mustangs, the number 64, their time, an 8:14 and an 8:15, is 10 seconds a lap faster than the row ahead of them.
Also, I wonder how far the BMW is going to get, because that's had a bit of a weight break in the latest revision of balance of performance. And BMW number 98, that's the only Beamer in SP9, and we'll have Augusto Farfus plugged in for the opening stint. So he starts on the inside of row 9. The 64 Mustang, there are 3 fantastically presented Ford Mustangs from the Haupt racing team here this year. Arjun Maini doing the opening stint from 14th on the grid. But the instruction now being sent to all of the cars as they head up the hill from Antonius Bucher into Tiergarten to get 2 abreast in readiness for this rolling start. It's the 53rd edition of the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring in beautiful conditions, if anything a little too hot. And how are these opening set of tyres going to fare then over a 6 or 7 lap stint for Thomas Preining and David Perel alongside him? Porsche we certainly expected to be there or thereabouts on the front row. The Ferrari's a bit of a surprise entity from Realized Kondo Racing. Can it mix it then with the other big German manufacturers? There's only one way to find out, as one of the Mustangs already dives into pit lane, but we are underway for the 2025 running of the 24 hours of the Nürburgring, and it is a good getaway from the lights going out for Thomas Preining. Further back, 4 and maybe 5 abreast of all of these SP9 cars, just being kicked up as well by the number 48 Porsche of Black Falcon. And this is the pinch point. Are they all going to be able to get around the tyre stack into turn 2 at the Yokohama S, as the Porsche, the Grello colours of 911, wriggles free? Down the inside there was nearly the Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou, Christodoulou in its two-tone pink, trying to force Marco Mappelli out of the way in the 28 Lamborghini. But there has been a change for second position. Bilstein Mercedes, Maro Engel up to second place already, boys.
Yeah, they've been keeping their powder dry, Mercedes, and I think they're going to see a lot quicker lap times from those cars and a lot more race performance from the Mercedes. Engel knew that his mission was to get onto the tail of that Grello Porsche of Preining, and he has done that. Mission statement completed. The rest of the field through the Vidal chicane, and for the first time we're about to through the Schumacher S, we're about to complete the first lap of this race on the Grand Prix track and about to go on to the Nordschleife for the very first time. How long will it be before we get inside of traffic? I think by about lap 2 usually, isn't it? And then forevermore we are going to be pressured into making those moves past the slower classes.
Looks as though it's actually the 5th position Lamborghini of Marco Mappelli that is just a little bit slower than Sven Muller in the Volker Motorsports Porsche ahead. So the gap between those two, but then behind the Lamborghini is just a big, long queue of cars. And the first one directly is Christodoulou. And the Grand Prix circuit offers lots of opportunities for overtaking in SB9. But once you get onto the Nürburgring, you really need to have a big pace advantage to be able to make a move stick.
So, take a breath. The leading pack, those 27 cars in start Group 1, are heading onto the Hatsan back and for Hocheichen and Flugplatz. But whilst all that is unfolding at a different part of the racetrack, this is the second start group. A couple of minutes behind. Remember, their race time only begins as the red lights are extinguished and they go across the control line. But it's Tobias Muller in the 948 Porsche. All of these Porsches at the front end of Group 2 are from what's known as Cup 2. They're Porsche Carrera Cup cars running on a Michelin-controlled tyre, and the 948 is the 48 Loesch Motorsport by Black Falcon car. But Patrick Grutter is going to have to say in this as well, as Alexander Hart in the 900 and the 918 entry for Nick Zalewski. So down towards the Yokohama S they go. Nick Zalewski in the blue and white colours of Mühlner Motorsport, and that, I reckon is Nick squeezing into second position already. In amongst all of these though, the SP10 cars, which by any other name are the GT4s from the SRO style of racing. GT4 not an FIA category strictly speaking, but does run regularly in the Stefan Rattel organisation championships. Manuel Lauk is in a TCR car, so they all get a chance to start in the second group as well. But unsurprisingly, it's the Cup 2 Porsches at the head of the order, and Tobias Muller leading them into the Goodyear hairpin.
It always looks a chaos, doesn't it, the opening lap of any motor race, but from the driver's perspective, all you've got to focus on is a car alongside you, in front of you and behind, so it's a little bit less frenetic than it looks from where we sit, as this, what looks like a Cup class, a Cup 2 class, a 992 class I should say, is what this class looks like. And I think, as ever, the sort of racing that we cover all over Europe and the world indeed, the 992 class for me is one of the, if not the most competitive classes that we look at, and we'll keep an eye on just how this one progresses.
60 cars in Group 2, so an absolutely full amount leaving the grid there, and there's a similar amount coming in Group 3 as well. Tom Coronel starting the Max Cruz Racing Cup 2 car, the 927. He also is driving in an alternative fuel car for Max Cruz, but don't get that confused because that car is also in that lead group in the 644, but it's being driven by one of the other drivers. So you have Philip Hamprecht also in the RPM going through shot, the bright green machine that is Tracy Crone's team. And they didn't get very much practice in, but it's great to see them out there. They've also got a second car they're running, which is 778. But no problem so far for our leading competitors. And we still have green flag running all the way around the Nordschleife.
So just to refresh what I was talking about, Nick Zalewski, he is part of that team in 918, but it's actually Tim Scheerbart who's wasted no time at all in getting into second place. Scheerbart is a regular podium finisher, and if not a winner in the Cup 2 division for Belgian squad Mühlner Motorsport. So Scheerbart's going to be pushing Tobias Muller all the way on this opening lap within Cup 2, but also involved Dominic Fugel in the 644 alternatively fueled Max Cruiser Racing Porsche. But let's find another sheet which gives us the full list in starter group 3.
A sheet, Johnny, that has been headed up by a Subaru WRX and a Golf GTI TCR. That's your front row. Look at the second row. We've got a Volkswagen Beetle RSR. There it is, the white car there. And alongside it, the BMW M240i, the Racing Cup. That's in a class of its own. Here we go then, Group 3, about to take their green flag.
And there's an argument to say that actually the Subaru Technica Motorsport WRX is actually in the class of its own as well, because it did an 8.56 in qualifying. Compare that to Oleg Kvitka's car, which was about, well, 40 seconds slower. But it is put into Group 3, and it will start to edge away into a significant lead. The challenge now for Carlo Van Dam in the Japanese car is, can he actually get the tail enders in Group 2 by about 2 or 3 laps in?
A bit of contact in the midfield as it got very, very crowded into that first chicane. A couple of BMWs couldn't identify them exactly, but hopefully not too much damage caused. It was quite a hit, but they continue on their way.
On board with one of 2 Toyota Yaris GR machines built in Japan, brought over to be run here at the Nürburgring 24 hours for the president of the Toyota Motor Company, known on our timing screens as Morizo. His son, Mr. Toyoda's son, is also part of that team. He's got 2 Super GT Toyota Works drivers alongside them as well. They have 2 cars. They are the only 2 in that category, and they're all the same drivers. So 2 opportunities for all the drivers. If one goes, then they've still got another one to play with, but they are racing each other.
So again, a driver change for the 88 Subaru. It's actually Sasaki who's been put in for the opening stint within that. 3-2-1, still trying to identify the opening driver in the Goroyan RT by Sharkey Racing VW Golf, which is the leading or the pole sitter in SP3T. But already, after nearly a full lap of the 25.3 kilometre Nordschleife and the Grand Prix track, the race leaders heading back towards our viewpoint and the start-finish line. So Thomas Preining left us as the race leader, with Mauro Engel trying to hunt him down, and we'll get a new order as they cross. But it's going to be interesting to monitor not only the progress of the 27 Lamborghini of Danny Juncadella, who started 27th, remember, but also this car, Augusto Farfus, in the BMW of Rover Racing. But Thomas Preining will lead the opening lap of the ADAC Ravenol 24 hours of the Nürburgring. We've already had 8.5 minutes, of course, of the race, so long it takes to do the opening stanza. And the BMW trying and outbrake the 48 Porsche into the Yokohama S. No opportunity to get alongside. So Farfus playing the patient game.
133 cars have taken the start. We had 141 on the entry list. We dropped down to 140 early doors, but only ever saw 136 in practice, and 133 have started. So we know about the 16. That was confirmed by the team, but a couple of other cars unable to take the start.
Across the line in 10th place, then the 98, that's the only BMW in the SP9 class that's holding the flag for the BMW mark, the Rover Racing car. Farfus, we were in car with him for a short while there through the Tiergarten, weren't we? It'll be interesting to see what progress that car will make over the course of this race, and it'll be quite a fairy tale if that car can get up there and into contention. It's a big ask, because all those cars ahead of it, the BMWs, the Mercedes, the Porsches, of course, it's going to be a big ask for BMW to get in amongst those Porsches and Mercedes, I think.
But what I will say, as a huge positive, it started 17th and it's now 10th. So Farfus has overtaken 7 cars on the opening lap. He only needs to do that a couple more times and he'll be leading the whole race.
It's going to get harder as he gets through the field, though, Johnny. That's my point, yeah.
Yes, agreed. So the gap's 3.5 seconds, Preining back to Mauro Engel. That's Manthey, Grello, Porsche, back to Bilstein, Mercedes, number 14. The Ferrari still hanging on to 3rd position in the hands of South African David Perel. And then it's the 33 of Sven Muller plugged in for the opening stint. There are clearly problems for one of the Ford Mustangs. The 65 Now, I didn't get to the bottom of which of the Mustangs pitted at the start of the first racing lap, but one of those HRT American cars has already made a pit stop. I'm just wondering whether I can work that out. Was it? Yeah, it was the 65 car with David Schumacher at the wheel. It's now rejoined, but it is that 65 where we're getting messages to say, check your transponder, there might be a glitch.
I'm afraid one of the Toyota Yaris's, as we spoke about, already in the pits as well. So one of two of those identical cars already with issues on board. Quite sure exactly what we were seeing on that replay.
It might have been the BMW just scuffing the wall as you exit Sabine Schmidt's curve. That's where the racetrack travels over one of the public internal roads. So you're going over a bridge, but it's where the pit lane of the sort of the old Formula One pits feed in. That's where you get onto the Hatzenbach if you're doing a tourist lap on a weekday here at the Nürburgring Nordschleife. So that's metal railing, Armco barrier, and either the 48 or the 98, the 48 Porsche or the 98 BMW, just tagged it as it was heading on to the Hatzenbach properly.
Oh, and a car pulling off.
347,
Driver's
I reckon
left,
that is.
the number 347. It looks like he might have had a slide off. Whether he's contacted the barrier, the smoke coming from the back of the car, looks like he's hit the barrier with what looks like the right-hand side of the car, so he may have ricocheted left and right. I'm just presuming that from what I can see from the car, but that car now be limping around, and it's a big spin. It's actually a spin, and the left-hand side of the car hitting the tyre barriers, not too harshly, I've got to say. They're quite firm, those tyre barriers up against Armco, and you will damage your car. However, smoke coming from the right wheel arch of the car, so I'm not sure what caused that spin. Maybe a problem with it. Limping back to the pits now, though, so it won't have to be recovered under its own steam. It's got a long way to go, though, Johnny.
That's the section of track that is known as, and I love saying this, Kittelbacher Hoor. And Kittelbacher Hoor leads into Flugplatz, the right-hander. But the car was already facing the wrong way and heading towards the barrier on driver's left of Flugplatz. So Andreas Gulden has got a long, long way to go in the Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Porsche. This is the only SP Pro car, Joe, and it looks like it's not going to get much further.
No, he's just gone through Arenberg, and he was just about to descend down the foxhole, smoke billowing out of the car now. It looks like it might be over for that car, Johnny. There's a lot of smoke there. He's pulled it into a bit of a gap in the barriers, and that'll help, getting some help to him. The driver's staying in the car at the moment, but I'm not sure what it is that's causing that smoke, whether it is indeed just tyre smoke. We'll have to wait and see. But that car now off to driver's right out of Arenberg, very fast part of the track as you descend through the foxhole, so that will have to be recovered.
So yellow flags out at that point of the circuit. That means through that sector you must not travel more than 120 kilometers an hour. If there is a code 60, that is 60 kilometers an hour. Every single car is tracked by GPS, so the GPS system knows where the car is on track and knows where the yellow flags are on track. And so this is why we are seeing so many more penalties for speeding under yellow flag conditions and breaking the speed limit in code 60s, because previously we didn't have the technology to monitor it so accurately. You cannot protest a decision about speeding through a 60 or a 120 because it is deemed to be factual straight away. Yeah. Anybody not paying any attention to those rules, instant penalty, and so easy to do. Bortolotti talking about the fact he didn't expect a red flag, so wasn't looking for one, and that is why he went through 9 of them flat out.
I mean, to say you didn't expect a red flag, you know, you have to. It has to be a possibility in any session, even if it is single lap, as it turned out for every individual car. There were still 17 cars, 16 cars in that session. I was keeping this factoid back about the Ring Racing Porsche, but we might not get another chance to mention it. But they are the Toyo Tyres development team. They're running a GT3 spec Toyo tyre for a future test. So we might in future years get Toyo tyres in the top class. But they haven't opted for a GT3 car since the performance gap with their tyres wouldn't have justified the effort. And they couldn't use a 911 Cup car because the wider tyres don't fit that type of car. So they're running instead in GT3 Cup with an MR Manthey Racing kit, and that's why they're in SP Pro, but might not be for much longer, because that looked very much like the car maybe heading into retirement. You can, I suppose, get the car back to the garage via the internal roads on a flatbed, do a bit of work, and then as far as I know, the regulations allow you to rejoin. It's not like Le Mans, where if you park it somewhere out in the country, you are out for good.
And we do see recovery trucks that do go outside of the circuit, and you'll see them, cars being recovered on the roadside and make their way back to the paddock via the on the back of a truck. I mean, you're going to lose a lot of time. That car, did you mention that car is the only car in the SP Pro class? It's racing itself for a class win, but that doesn't alter the effect or the fact that it will be it's the challenge of getting through this 24-hour race that car will want to be will want to complete the distance for. And already, Johnny, we're into traffic.
I think you did say towards the end of lap 2, and that's precisely where we are, because, of course, remember, Group 3 began their race 4 minutes or so behind Thomas Preining. So Preining able to deal with that little batch of slower category traffic even before Tiergarten. So it's a good place to find those cars on the dead straight Dottinger Hoor, although bear in mind the Antonius Bucher is a fair left-hand kick, still taken flat in a car like SP9 with their aero that they're so dependent on.
If you consider, Johnny, that those cars that were now being seen lapped, some of which were being lapped before they completed one racing lap. That was on their out lap. And already they're going to have to be they're looking in their mirrors constantly now with the faster GT3 spec SP9 cars coming at the closing speeds on some of these classes. The difference between the classes is phenomenal. You have to certainly have your wits about you.
And that's what makes it so hard in these early laps, because they haven't had a chance. The slower cars haven't had a chance to establish gaps between them. They're still running in huge bunches, and that makes it even harder for the GT3 cars to carve their way through, because sometimes there isn't a hole to slot into. And Preining, for the moment, doing the early lappery on the Grand Prix circuit, which is just so much easier than when you get into the Nordschleife, where there is constantly left, right, left, and almost a single line that you need to follow.
And it's fine when the cars are within single file, but Preining's about to encounter some cars that are two abreast on the Grand Prix track, and they'll have to sort themselves out heading for the Vidal chicane. So this is a chance now for Maro Engel, who somehow has lost about 6 seconds. Despite that tweak of the balance of performance, it's not showing for the pole-sitting Porsche, much faster than the second-place Mercedes. But if there is a yellow flag zone here and there, remember, yellow flags, the first waved yellow flag, single waved yellow flag, means just no overtaking. It doesn't necessarily mean slow down. As now dive bombing the Lamborghini of Marco Mappelli, and there's more than a touch there from Adam Christodoulou, absolutely elbowing the Lamborghini out of its way, and I think sensibly letting the Lamborghini back through again to take its racing line. Otherwise, Adam Christodoulou could have been on the wrong side of a steward's decision there.
Well, as well as the steward's decision, Johnny, you really are risking the car there. You're risking, Mappelli will not be happy with that. Adam squeezing up the inside there and risking knocking his tracking out of anything if he'd hit him hard enough. Thankfully, I think Mappelli saw him, and there was a bit of movement there to the right, and Mappelli went off track. Adam Christodoulou, though, allowing the Lamborghini back in front of him, and he'll have another go. Clearly, the Mercedes, Adam Christodoulou is feeling that Mercedes is a lot quicker than the Abt Sportsline Lambo and wants to get by him as quickly as possible. And when you consider that in just 2 laps of racing, we've got a 6.5 second gap from Preining at the front of this field, and Maro Engel 3 seconds, or just under 3 seconds to the Ferrari. So things beginning to space out already.
Double wave yellows down to 120 kilometers an hour, not a code 60. There is now the code 60, down to 60 kilometers an hour. At that little line, you can see the 2 white dashes which mark where you must go at 60 kilometers an hour, and everyone is going to be going at 60 kilometers an hour, whether you are an SP9 car or whether you're one of the very slowest. There hasn't been a huge amount of progress made on the removal of this car. It's got itself in a nice little hole, but presumably they don't want to put it in that hole. They actually want to put it on a flatbed.
The other thing is, and I should have mentioned this at the time, if you're tuning into the Nürburgring 24 hours for the first time, you might be wondering, on Hatzenbach, why on earth is there an HGV driving along the racetrack as Thomas Preining goes around the outside at almost racing speed? We haven't got a truck race going on as well within this. That is how cars on the Nordschleife are recovered, and the marshals very carefully wave white flags as a slower vehicle, an intervention vehicle, easy for me to say, is making its way to the exit of Arenberg to pick up that car of Andreas Gulden. So they'll be waiting for the ADAC bright yellow truck. And here it comes, in fact. So through Schwedenkreuz, single yellow flag initially, then double waved yellows, then the code 60, and every time there's a lorry on the racetrack, there's then also a pursuing vehicle with the blue lights on its roof as the Bulldog Racing Mini goes by safely on the left-hand side.
And I just want to say the competitors are allowed to overtake the truck. They're just not allowed to overtake each other as yellow flag conditions prevail.
And it is all very clearly written out and explained in the driving brief with notes. This is how they do the NLS as well. So this is not unusual for any driver out there. It's not a surprise. And if you are a bit squeamish when it comes to motor racing, perhaps this isn't for you. Because there are moments where you go, whoa! And they will happen all the way through this 24 hours. And with every racing driver you ever speak about, I was reminded a few moments ago of Rob Huff and the stories that he tells of his experiences on the 24-hour race. Coming over a brow of a hill, and there is a recovery vehicle right in front of you, and you've either missed the yellow flag or you weren't expecting it to be there, but at any given moment, there could be that kind of thing happening.
It's the most challenging endurance race I've ever come across. Because it's going to get dark soon, guys. There's no floodlights out there.
Not soon.
Well, not soon, actually. It's the longest day of the year, of course. It will get dark eventually, and thankfully, for just a very relatively short space of time. And thankfully, we are running this race at this time of year, at the time of the longest day in June. As Preining comes up onto the rear end of the Volkswagen Beetle. Wish you had a few more of those Beetles. Through the right-hander and on the rise towards the carousel. Preining seems to be on a mission. You can see the way his decisiveness comes into play, and that's what a driver like Thomas Preining goes about this race, very decisively. There's no hesitancy. He makes his decisions and he just gets through. Yes, he's got a very powerful Porsche to be able to do that. The Manthey Grello car is absolutely in the flow, and you can just see that being delayed very, very briefly, and even timing that run up to that slower traffic. As he gets to the less slower traffic, he's got to be even on it even more, and getting into that rhythm of timing to get by the car in front is just phenomenal to watch.
We're going to have a code 60 on the Dottinger Ho as well. Just at the kink, we have car 488, which is a BMW 128 Ti from the VT2 category. Two Italians listed as driving that car, parked up. And so it's covered. It was covered by yellow flags. It's now going to be covered by a code 60 on that part of the racetrack. A massive deceleration then on the Dottinger Ho from terminal velocity down to 60 Ks. I think there is also a third code 60 zone out on circuit. I think it was the 74 that has stopped on track as well.
What about the scrap for second and third and fourth positions? Maro Engel, I thought, had managed to shake David Perel, but in fact, the realised Kondo Racing Ferrari's back with the Bilstein Mercedes, and also on their tail, Sven Muller in the Falcon Tyre, Falcon Motorsport, Porsche. So it's Sven Muller doing the opening stint. He's sharing with Alessio Picariello, Nico Menzel and Julian Andlauer, who have been certainly part of getting that car to its starting position. Remember, though, on two separate occasions, the 33 has had pretty huge mechanical dramas. There was a binding brake when they were attempting to take part in the initial top qualifying session, which was red flagged. But then in warm-up this morning, the car had to come back to the paddock area on a flatbed. But we're talking about a huge margin. We'll get the exact time between the first and the second placed fight at the end of this lap, but it's about maybe half of the Dottinger Ho, perhaps a third of the Dottinger Ho, And at the start of this lap, it was timed at something like 10 seconds.
Johnny, that other Code 60, which has now been cleared, was for Aris Balanian, who is driving the Valkenhorst Motorsport SP10 car, so the GT4 Aston Martin Vantage. He stopped, got going again.
What number is that, Ben?
74.
Right.
Got going again, is now in pits, having taken an extra 4 minutes than you would expect to get back to pit lane.
Here's the chance for Mauro Engel. The gap was huge, but he closed up in the yellow flag area. Remember, that's not speed limited, and there wasn't a car between Engel's Mercedes and Grello, so he could get much later on the brakes, and he's closed the gap to maybe about a couple of seconds when we get back to racing speed. Needed to be careful not to overspeed in the Code 60, so they're now going at what should be precisely the same speed. But the battle's on again now at the end of lap 3, chaps. We might have thought it was going in one direction, very much in the favour of Grello, but at the end of this lap, the top 4 positions might be covered by, let's say, 6 or 7 seconds. Preining will burst out of Hohenrhein, back onto the Grand Prix track, and actually more alive to the green flag coming out of the Code 60 there was Mauro Engel, and he's got the jump on David Perel. Perel in turn far more with his hands full of Sven Muller's Falcon Motorsport Porsche, and the top 4 as they hit the control line separated by 5 seconds now, when the lead margin for Preining only a few moments ago was about 14 seconds.
Well, that gap between first and second, Johnny, you gauged that absolutely perfectly. 2.8 seconds across the line from 6.5 seconds, and still we've got Christodoulou being delayed by the Mapelli Lamborghini. It's clear that the Mercedes has the legs of the Lamborghini, however, not quite the legs to get past it. They're onto the Grand Prix circuit now, as Christodoulou will have to use all of that textbook he's got built up over the years here. Former winner, of course, of this race. Marco Mapelli is not exactly what you would call a slouch of a driver, though, and he's aware that just how forceful Christodoulou may be. Mapelli, I wouldn't say he's driving defensively, but he's not going to make things easy for Christodoulou to get by.
They're on the Grand Prix circuit then, and remember, Christodoulou's already had a lap ago, heading into the fairly tight left-hander, which then leads into Ad Van Bogen, and then down the hill into the Vidal chicane. Was there a hint of a touch coming out of Galgenkopf as an Aston Martin drew level with the #1 Scherer Sport car? It's Augusto Farfus in behind. So yeah, that was Marcus Winkelhock being overtaken by Mattia Drudi, the absolute pro car in Valkenhorst Motorsport stable.
That extra boost that it's been given in the balance of performance changes just before we have to then slam on the anchors for the slow zone. But that boost coming into play there as he punched onto the Dottinger Hohe and managed to get by the Audi. He'll hang on to that because everything is closed up through the slow zone and towards the Tiergarten before they can open things back up.
Glorious sound of the 6.2 litre V8 of the Mercedes of Mauro Engel, and the gaps for third and fourth just starting to open up a little bit now. This is the approach to Kiddelbacher Hohe, as mentioned. Hoch-Eichen is the last bit of Hansenbach, which is a right and a left, and then you go downhill over another public road before climbing back up towards Flugplatz. Schwedenkreuz in the background, and they're now all greeted by green flags.
Yeah, and not too much traffic at the moment also for the 911. The big next group of Group 2 cars is a certain way up the road, so he's got some clear track to play with to get his head down and start re-extending that gap to Mauro Engel. I was just marvelling at the 24 hours app that I'm sure is public to everybody else.
Oh yeah,
but has a tracker on it, so you can track your favourite car, and it also shows you all the various yellow flag zones and code 60s. But it is an absolutely brilliant app. I just clicked on the 911, and not only did it track that car, but it also showed the onboard, because on YouTube you can follow all types of different onboard cameras, their live streams alongside our English stream and the German stream, as well as the 918 takes a trip on the wrong direction, but gets recovered again on the Grand Prix loop of the circuit. 918 is one of the Cup 2 cars with... actually, that was the one that was in second.
It was.
Yeah.
Tim Shearbar had a really good start and was tracking Tobias Muller in the early stages. So 948 and 918, but I reckon maybe there's been a little mistake there. We'll try and check the sector time for Shearbart through that first bit of the Grand Prix track. He lost about 10 seconds with that loop, and I'm guessing has lost positions as well, although Michele Di Martino, he's lost a place to the 900 car, so the Black Falcon car driven by Hart has squeaked into second position. But Carrera Cup, Joe, is a winning category, wherever you go around the world. Obviously, the Mobil 1 Super Cup that supports a lot of the Grand Prix through the year. There was, normally a very good race around the streets of Monaco. Unfortunately, this year it ended up with a track blockage after one corner. But to then take these cars that are designed for 30 or 40-minute races into a 24-hour race, you've got to adapt a little bit, but they generally are, very reliable cars.
And there's a reason why they're so popular. They're such a robust car. They're bordering on bulletproof completely, and they're a great car for a customer to run and privateers to run. And of course, with the backup of Porsche customer services, which are at pretty much every track that you'll be racing on, whether it is a national Porsche Carrera Cup Series from America all the way across to the Far East in Japan and Australia, or another endurance series that they, whether it be the Brick Car Series in the UK or the International 24H Series, these cars are very, very popular, and that's the reason, Johnny. They're so robust and they're so, I'm going to say, relatively cheap. The parts are readily available with that backup from Porsche, and that's why we see a lot of these cars forming classes in the various endurance races which we cover.
The spec slightly changes as well over the years, so it leaves you with a lot of cars that cannot race in Carrera Cup at the top level, but are still very good race cars. And so it's always nice to have classes and spaces to be able to race cars that are no longer fitting into those one-make series, but are still very good race cars. And I think that's another reason why the Porsches have become more and more successful in endurance racing, because endurance racing is a great way to go racing. Certainly, if you're a gentleman driver that own a car, endurance racing is better than going sprint racing and damaging every panel.
And one of the biggest reasons for that, Ben, is you can get another, depending on the length of the race, you get another 2 or 3 drivers in to share the cost of the going racing. So it kind of works for everybody, and it's all about seat time. It's not necessarily about a class win, it's all about seat time for a lot of these amateur drivers. You mentioned, Ben, that this is their hobby, this is their weekend off, this is what they do with their weekends off. Monday morning they'll be back in the office doing whatever they do, or back at the workshop, or back at the factory, whatever they do. So it's quite important.
Couple of moments ago, a big squirm for one of the mid-category BMWs, which has gone right over the grass at Adenauer Forest and then caused a problem for the Mini as it rejoins. This is where the clearing happens after the dive down into the Fuchsrohre, or the foxhole, after Arenberg. Your vision is totally compromised, glued to the apex, and then all of a sudden you reach Adenauer Force, where there's a big campsite on the left, and thankfully a little bit of sanctuary of some runoff if you make a mistake. So no harm, no foul for that BMW. A little bit of time lost, but keeps all the panels straight on the car.
Was it a 325i?
It looked a little bit like one, yeah.
Yeah, so that's the 101 machine that's running directly ahead of the only Mini that we've got in the entry list by Bulldog Racing. They're battling over 127th position right now. Very, very important for anybody. Drivers, entirely so. And you've got to remember that, is it 9 or 10 classes that we've got here? Everybody is focusing on that. If they are in the 925 category class, that's all that matters to them. Everyone else is either a chicane or an inconvenience in passing you. They are looking only at their 7 or 8 other competitors. Ferrari.
David Perel trying to make a move on Maro Engel, but Engel keeps the car in the middle of the racetrack, doesn't allow that Ferrari alongside on the exit of the corner. This is quite telling for me. We were suggesting that Mercedes might be hiding their pace on Thursday and Friday. They had already put their 3 cars entered into this year's race into top qualifying before we even arrived here this week. So they didn't need to show all their cards. But it's concerning for me that, again, Thomas Preining is able to stretch his legs in the lead of the race.
2 different types of tyre here. We've got Michelin versus Yokohama with Falcon just behind. How well will these tyres last across a full stint? How will they cope with this 27-degree air temperature and certainly more like 30, 40 degrees track temperature at certain parts? Don't forget that when we talk about track temperature, it's usually a single point and it's a single type of tarmac. There is a lot of different types of tarmac across the Nordschleife, and there's 25 kilometres worth of points, so it varies. But wherever that sensor is what we can give you as information. And I think that's going to be a big story until we get into the night about getting your tyres to the end of the stint. We even heard in qualifying how by the end of the qualifying lap, the cars were getting a bit greasy, a bit slurry, because the tyres were not at their absolute peak. And we've got 3 different tyres there battling over 2nd, 3rd and 4th, which will be working in a very different way.
To answer your question, Ben, that we have 19 classes.
19
So the
classes.
SP9 class has a Pro class and a Pro-Am class. So if we count them, we have 19 classes that we're going to be updating you on the hour across the 24.
Danny Yucadea getting a good run on the number 8 Jutta Racing Audi. This was down the Dottinger Hoor a couple of moments ago, and the Spaniard, remember, from the back of the grid, trying to work his way towards the sharp end of the top qualifying cars, ideally. So this was a move being made for 16th position, down the inside of Pierre Caffer, who's the real pro driver in that otherwise Pro-Am entry from the Lithuanian squad. And Yucadea gets the move done at Tiergarten.
Caffer doesn't really have to concern himself too much. He's in the Pro-Am class, and he's 3rd in Pro-Am. So whether it's where the Jutta Racing entry is focusing, are they focusing on SP9 overall, or are they focusing on that AM? They've got their 3rd in Pro-Am out of I think 7 entries. Let me just 3, 4, 5, 6, 7 entries. So 7 entries in Pro-Am, and they're 3rd. So they're on the Pro-Am podium, aren't they?
Well, they are at the moment, but of course they've only used their pro driver to this point, so there are other drivers to cycle through the number 8. It depends how the other Pro-Am teams are cutting the cake.
It kind of balances itself out, doesn't it?
It should do.
What is that whistle that we're hearing from the Lamborghini? Each time it comes past one of our cameras, there's a high-pitched whistly squeal, almost like you hear it from trucks sometimes, don't you, when they go past on the motorway. It's not happening from the Mercedes, but there's a very, very high squeal from the Lamborghini that is sitting in 5th position.
Does it happen on the Audi is the next question, because it's the same engine essentially in the Lambo
But
and
I
the
don't know if
Audi.
it's an aero or engine noise. Could be an aero noise that maybe something's not quite, and creating a vortex that makes that squeal. I presume that's where you get the squeal from the trucks.
Yeah,
it is.
I'm pretty sure both the 27 and the 28 cars have been doing that this week, though, so
Okay.
it's maybe an Huracan type thing. I mean, Huracan is named after a weather force, isn't
Yes,
it?
yeah.
So
Yeah.
it's generating the noise to go with it. Oh, down the inside of this run to the base of the circuit, the lowest point at Breitscheid. We're at Versifen currently. And then Breitscheid, that you just see the buildings of the town or village emerging. This is a second entry point where the orange painted Armco is for the tourist laps, and now heading up through Exmüller with Bergwerk, that famous corner for all the wrong reasons, away in the distance.
Yeah, it's such a stretch up here as well. You've got to keep it flat through the sweeping left before heavy on the brakes for a while, and then through Bergwerk. You've then got that run down towards, well, Klostertal, which leads onto the carousel area.
A big thanks to my friend Tom Hornsby in the media centre, who I didn't know he spoke German, but is translating from German TV that the Dacia has a cylinder out. So it's got 4 of them and only 3 of them are working, which is why it sounded so rubbish as it left the grid. Thank you very much. All information is very welcome in the commentary box here. We've got a lot. We've got timing screens, we've got X up, we've got the live ticker up, we've got our app showing where cars are around circuit, but...
and we'll try not to miss anything,
yeah, with
honestly.
133 cars, we will try not to miss anything, but there is the possibility now.
The question is, are they going to fix the Dacia?
Well, it's not out on circuit yet.
Yeah.
But I guess they're still trying.
Depends what's causing the cylinder to go off. If it's a big hole in the piston, then that's not really conducive to a quick fix.
True.
If at all.
It hasn't strictly started the race so far, but 133 cars have at least done some laps.
The 64 has come into the pits and come back out again, so we've already seen the 65 Ford Mustang from HRT in the pits, and on that last lap, in and out for the 64. Doesn't seem like it was more than a routine stop, perhaps?
Well, you can probably weave it into a bit of strategy. It's far too... Well, there's a car in the fence there on the run up the hill. This is Klostertal, Kesselchen sort of area, and that will have been a big lose for a Porsche Cayman. No overtaking permitted until now for Tim Heinemann, who can continue the ascent towards the base of the Caracciola carousel.
It's car 448, Johnny.
Yeah, so tmracing.org with Benedict Hopfer and Fabio Sacchi in the V5 class. But as you say, it's facing the wrong direction.
And was my estimation of its location just about right as well?
Yeah, right. It's exactly through Klostertal.
Yes, we should point out that Johnny doesn't have the live tracking in front of him, so any IDs is purely from his expertise.
Yeah, we're not being clever.
I'm just
Joe
sad.
and I are not being clever.
I'm just sad, and I've just done a lot of NLS races over the last few years. You don't learn this track knowingly. It just drip feeds in slowly and surely. I'm sure many drivers will say that as well. The app you're talking about, because I'm sure many people will be intrigued, you have to have an Apple device. It doesn't work yet on Android machinery. It's called GPS Alga,
That's
I believe.
right.
Is that right?
Yeah.
And it's free.
So not an easy one to search for. If you search for 24 hours app.
Well, there is an ADAC 24H app.
Okay.
But I'm not sure that includes the very snazzy tracker that we have.
I've had it for years.
There. But yeah, no, it's existed for years, and they're slowly getting better and better.
It's a massive tool for doing this job.
This would be excellent if it could be available via Android devices as well as your iPad and your iPhone.
Get yourself an iPad.
Yeah, I know, okay. Leave that with me.
Beetle into the garage as well recently, I'm afraid. So two of our most remarkable of machines, both having early issues. The Dacia Logan with a cylinder out, and now hearing that the VW Beetle, having just done 2 laps, is now in the pits.
That will be a massive shame. My two fan favourites.
Yep.
Yeah.
Oh, it's because they're the most odd.
Yeah, exactly.
How about the games being played between Marco Mappelli and Adam Christodoulou? Christodoulou trying to get the toe on the whistling Lamborghini, but Mappelli steering to the left, steering to the right in an effort to shake that bright pink car. You could be forgiven for thinking that might be Spike the Dragon at an away day, the PJ Hyatt car that had such a great run at Le Mans last weekend, but it's nothing to do with that. Those colours look fabulous on the Mercedes AMG from Get Speed this year, but also they've revamped the Bilstein livery as well. Now then, early stops for Audi number 1 and the Augusto Farfus number 98 BMW, and several others all coming in at the end of this lap as well.
Yeah, we've got the Ferrari in, that's the number 45 Realised Condor car. The Christodoulou's in the Mercedes, the Aston Martin in for Valkenhurst, Chira Sports Audi. Number 1 in, the 98 Farfus BMW you mentioned, that's in. And then the Falcon Motorsports Porsche 911 car 44 in as well. 5 laps completed and into the pits for the first time.
Regulations state this is the first time you are allowed to refuel on lap 5. So the Ford HRT that came in, the 64, 1 lap earlier, that would have been an unscheduled stop and will not have been allowed to take fuel. So this is really interesting to see. Quite early on, a full stint would not be this quick, but quite a few of them already coming in and getting fuel.
The biggest one we can pick out from this going forward, when it all gets a bit foggy and misty, not literally out there hopefully this year, but the Mappelli Lamborghini and the Christodoulou Mercedes were on track battling. Now, Christodoulou was pitted early. Mapelli has stayed out. We'll see if he can get out, and as the Lamborghini pits, we'll see if he can make that change of place through the pit stop phases because of the different time in the pits that we're about to see.
Well, I think Rinaldi are thinking we're losing too much time behind Mauro Engel, and Adam Christodoulou, who's in a Mercedes, much like Engel, is thinking, I can't get by this Lamborghini after several attempts at doing it. There was even contact at one point. Can they jump those cars whilst in the pit lane? So a phrase that I'm not particularly a fan of, but this is known as the undercut.
Yes, I wasn't going to say that.
Sorry.
I almost said it, and I didn't want to.
Yeah.
The other thing it does, it puts these cars on a different part of the racetrack, and therefore they will be subject potentially to different things than our leading cars, whether that be an advantage because a yellow flag zone gets cleared, or whether it be a disadvantage that a code 60 gets put in front of them. It just offers up opportunities whereby sitting behind your rival on exactly the same piece of track doesn't really.
It also is setting the rhythm from this point, because it will be highly unusual now for cars not to do 8-lap stints from this point on. You can do an 8-lap stint on every tank of fuel, as far as I know, regardless of the balance of performance. And unless, again, you find yourself in traffic and the team have identified a little pocket of space somewhere else virtually going around the lap, we might see the occasional 7-lap stint. But it's generally going to be 8 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps until you get to 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
71.8 litres, I think, was what we saw in that fuel rig there. I'm not quite sure which car that was associated to. It certainly wasn't 71 euros.
That's for sure. The Hankook team, the 55 Porsche, running on Hankook tyres, needless to say, they've been a little bit concerned about their tyre performance in these hotter temperatures. And the problem for those guys is there's no other car on Hankook rubber in the rest of the SP9 class, so they don't have a yardstick elsewhere to either draw data from a sister car or at least compare and contrast with another manufacturer.
With the qualifying rounds, or the NLS rounds, I should say, we haven't had weather conditions that we can use data from, though, because much earlier in the year, this is probably the hottest we've been on track at the Nürburgring this year, is it, John?
Yes, yeah, I reckon so. And the other races, well, we had qualifier races in the middle of May, one on a Saturday afternoon starting at 5 through till 9 p.m, so just up to sunset, but that was wet, and it was wet throughout. We then had a dry Sunday race, the second of the qualifiers, as at the 35 Aston Martin has clearly clanged the barrier pretty significantly, because that would have been pristine for the opening lap, I'm sure. And where precisely did this happen then? Whoa! Flansgarten. Oh dear, and that's huge. It's gone into the tyre barrier, not Armco, but heading just before Ice Curver, I think that is. But that's Flansgarten where the cars take off, and the car just hasn't slowed enough.
And that's not just... That didn't sound... We didn't see it, but that did not sound like a glance. No. That sounded like a hit, and we're seeing the team now having a pretty stealthy inspection of underneath those wheel arches. The car hit square, which helps, and you can see scuff marks from the left-hand front corner all the way back to the left-hand rear corner, so it did go in square and ran along that tyre barrier. Thankfully, the tyre barrier has one of those conveyor belt covers that extend the whole length of that tyre barrier, so you can actually run down them without sort of engaging into the tyres and burying yourself into the tyre wall. So I think he's been very lucky to get away with that.
Some confusion was there between three Porsches, maybe one trying to get in the pit lane, or they were just edging their way to the right-hand side, having come out of Hohenheim and back onto the Grand Prix track, but they very nearly tripped over one another heading over the control line there. But that was a significant off for Anders Buchart, the Norwegian racer, in the Pro-Am entry from Valkenhorst Motorsport, or Trinity Solutions, as they are in some of the entry lists. Now Thomas Preining having to deal with a bit more slower traffic, but he has the rare thing of a clear road in front. So this is in the latter portion of the lap. He's in the long sector 7 now, with Brunchen just around the next corner. Massive amount of rigs that have been built out of scaffolding generally over on the left-hand side, which extend from that huge Brunchen campsite that you can see. Look at the crowd there. It's absolutely huge. It's as good as it is in the Mercedes arena on the Grand Prix track.
None of those structures are permanent, by the way, everybody. They've all been brought into the areas, and you can't get a vehicle into those areas so that you can drive a flatbed in and offload all of that wood and that scaffolding. That's been carried in by hand through the access gates. And I think even more incredible than them actually constructing it is the deconstruction that will take place, and they'll start deconstructing from tomorrow morning. And some people, again, just using this as a festival-like get-together. And there's a motor race going on in the periphery.
Well, making use of the bank holiday observed by some of Germany on Thursday, and as long as you can get Friday off work, it's a 4-day away trip for so many of these, a lot of Germans, but a lot of other fans from all the way around Europe, I hope worldwide as well, as the reputation of this race just continues to build.
What we do know from the entry list is there's so much love for this race from Japan and Korea. Massive structures, massive support from Toyota Gazoo Racing, particularly, whether it be their 2 cars that we saw last night in the drift show, or Mr. Toyota himself racing in this race with his son. We've got other cars that are entered that are sort of Toyota Gazoo Racing Works cars, plenty of Toyota Gazoo Racing paid Works drivers, and that, I am sure, will create an exodus of people from Japan wanting to tick this one off the list. They are massive motorsport fans. If ever you've had the luck of going to a race in Japan, they love their motorsport and are so passionate, especially about world motorsport. And it's great to have particularly half the Super GT grid here.
Yeah, indeed, and long may that continue, so long as there's no calendar clashes. The Grutter-driven SRS Team Zorg Rennsport Cup 2 Porsche was off the road at Hatzenbach a couple of seconds ago. The class is still led by Tobias Muller's 48 Loesch Motorsport car, and it's now Tim Scheerbart back into second position in the blue and white of Mullner Motorsport.
Into the pits from 3rd and 4th places, firstly the number 14, the Maro Engel Mercedes, into the pits, quickly followed by the number 28, the Mapelli Abt Sportsline Lamborghini, in for its first pit stop. Significantly though, the 2 cars that are leading this race, the Manthey Porsche with Thomas Preining at the wheel, and now the Muller Falcon Motorsports Porsche, they have stayed out. The 911 and 33 continue in 1st and 2nd.
There's time actually to get a bit of washing of the car that I noticed they were doing. There's a load of foam across the splitter, and then one guy just given the job of cleaning that car even after a relatively short stint.
And that's not just for aesthetics, Johnny, that's for the flies and the sort of detritus that splitter will pick up, and it will disturb the airflow across it and stop the splitter working to its maximum. So we're cleaning the flies off. We talked a lot about this at Le Mans last weekend, and there is an enormous amount of flies, completely different to previous years, and it's caused by the swallows being laid back from Africa.
Interestingly though, we haven't had that subject here this weekend. Not in the same way that
Le Mans
was
France,
just remarkable. How far are we? How long was the drive for you guys over
about
to here?
1,000 k's, isn't it?
Is it 1,000 k's?
Isn't it, Johnny? 700?
It's about 700, I think. It took about 7.5 hours.
It doesn't seem.
But we do have breaks, don't we, Joe?
The flies haven't come here.
Yeah, but
We'll stop for a coffee, we'll stop for a bit of lunch. You know, it's not a mad rush.
I was talking
Stop
about
for
the
a very-
distance rather than the time.
all right, okay, the time. The swallows have arrived, though.
Oh, I see. What
Started
now?
eating
In the
the
last
bugs.
week?
Well, yeah, they were about 3 weeks late.
Yeah, so
So they're catching up. They're dining out.
I'm still
They're
not
gorging themselves.
either way, they're not at the Nürburgring this weekend. They decided, or the Swallows, maybe the Swallows are at the Nürburgring this weekend, and that's why the flies are not here. But they weren't at Le Mans, and the flies are a big thing, but they don't seem to be a big problem here. 95 litres going into, what were we looking at, the Lamborghini or was it Mercedes? Mercedes.
Yeah, the number 14.
So the rumble of the 6.2-litre V8 firing back into life. Remember that there are going to be segments of pit stops where nothing's being done at all, and that's because the time is ticking down. Your time from pit in to pit out. Careful not to go underneath, otherwise you'll have to serve a penalty. And you've got to be spot on the regulations, knowing precisely how many laps you've just done as to how long your pit stop's going to take.
So where does Mapelli come out in relation to, who is he racing before? Christodoulou. Christodoulou's well up the road, isn't he?
He's 10th. I'm not sure where he is on the... Hang on. I'll have a look on the tracker.
There is no sign of Christodoulou. And of course, the pit stop would have had to be longer on this lap because he did one lap more.
Christodoulou just coming out of the Goodyear hairpin.
Right.
On the Grand Prix track.
Yeah, and the Lamborghini heading down towards that point now.
Yes, so he's done the, as Johnny said, the undercut.
But primarily because the pit stop had to be longer for the Lamborghini than for the Mercedes.
I believe so.
Because they had to put more fuel in because they'd done more laps.
Yeah, which is I think where the Mercedes team were thinking. There's no doubt in my mind that the Get Speed team had that in their mind when they saw how tricky and how difficult it was for Adam to try and get by that Lambo.
This is going to shuffle. If that's the regs and that's the kind of the way it's working out, then that is going to shuffle David Perel into the lead of this race, I think. Yes, he will have to come into the pits the first, but he is the first of our pit stoppers at the moment in 9th position in a Ferrari. All 8 cars ahead have to stop, and moreover, they have to stop for longer than Perel pitted. So I think we're going to have Perel leading Christodoulou once we've got these top 8 cars in the pits.
And then it's a question of whether the quicker cars, the Porsches, are able to pass those that little bit of better strategy in the early stages. What I should mention is that if this rhythm continues for 23 odd hours, once we get into the final 70 minutes of the race, the pit stop time is then governed by how many minutes there are to go until the checkered flag. So it's not about the stint you've just done in the final hour and 10 minutes, it's about how long there is to go. And there's an old rule that many people abide by, which is actually going long, even though you lose places in the early hours, going long every single time is generally the way to do it, because your final stint is shorter than some that pitted after only 5 laps in the opening hour. But we're going to have to stick with this, you know, for basically a day to realise whether that was a good decision from Ferrari and from who else pitted early, the Mercedes of Christodoulou, and how this all unwinds. But of course, nothing kind of fits a mould around here. You're going to have stints that are interrupted by traffic, by yellows, by code 60s, and it's all very well having a plan. It never really works like that.
And the thing you missed off that list, Johnny, performance factors between the cars. And we know, look how quick and look how competitive that Manthey car is.
Oh, look who's getting ready.
Look who's getting ready for that very car that we're talking about. Thomas Prenning at the wheel of the car. Are they going to give it to that superstar that is Kevin Estre? Just off the back of what is perhaps one of the most outstanding first opening stints I've ever seen at Le Mans. The number 6 Porsche 963 started at the back of the hypercar field, and then pretty much Kevin Estre had that car through the hypercar field, and by the time we went into the first pit stops, he had led for a little bit, I think. My memory serves.
We haven't seen that many driver changes from our SP9 category cars during their first stops. Farfus is still in the Rover BMW, Engel still in the Mercedes, Drudy's still there, Christodoulou, Perel, Mapelli, Juncadella. In fact, who started the 44, Johnny? Do you remember? Was that Dennis Marshall?
Let me just check.
No,
that
was
was Tim Heinemann.
Okay, so the 44 have changed drivers, but I think in the top 10 or so, they're the only ones to do so.
Yeah, so interesting that Grello are thinking that's a good move as well. It might be that they just want to get all 4 drivers through as early as possible in the race. Remember Patrick Pilet, we learned midweek that he would be joining well, he thought 2 separate Porsche outfits, the 911 and the 16 car, but the 16 no longer, it was never in the race. It tried to qualify, and after a big crash for Laurens Vanthoor, has since been withdrawn. So at least Patrick Pilet can focus on one car and one car alone. The half yellow, half green of Grello, with so many fans wearing the appropriate T-shirts. I think there's almost a dedicated merchandise store behind us in the main Nürburgring building, where you can get all your fan pieces for this very famous Porsche. So Thomas Preining, the platinum Austrian, he's 26 years old and is always nearly a feature in some of the big 24-hour GT3 races. So he's competed in the Dubai 24 hours back in January. He was part of the Proton lineup at the Daytona 24 as well, and has raced with Pure Racing of Lithuania in the past, now being brought into the lineup at Grello, the Manthey car. And a totally clear road behind and in front of Thomas Preining. He'll be very, very happy with that opening stint, I would suggest.
Yeah, still staying out of the pits, or is he? No, he peels off to the right. I was going to say that's a pretty big one, considering we had an opening lap, a parade lap as well. So there's Kevin Estre getting ready now, just limbering up, doing a few stretches. Step back from the barriers, everybody. Estre's about to take over from Preining, who I've got to say, round of applause to Thomas, because that was a cracking first stint. You could see from his, I'm going to use the term body language, you know what I mean, everybody. The car's body language was, I'm coming through. And he sighed through that slower traffic like they weren't even there. It cost him very little time, disadvantaged very little in that opening stint there. And now we're going to see, you know what, isn't this ominous for everyone else that Thomas Preining comes in from the lead of the race, 12-second gap into the first pit stops, and who do we bolt in? Kevin Estre. I know.
But Ben's point is an interesting one. Where's Grello going to rejoin, and will it be behind anybody? Because if the Ferrari has, the Ferrari team, Rinaldi, who have a recent experience of winning this race, if they played their cars right, might be that they're able to jump the Porsche, not necessarily be staying ahead of it during the stint, though.
I'm trying to work out pit stop time on our timing screens as to how long they were in versus their rivals. Is it even showing me in there? It's not, is it? It's counting down.
Yes. So is that the time? That's the time that the car's been in the pits?
Or is it a prescribed time that it needs to do?
Yeah, so the amount of time after the 7 laps, probably yes.
So the Ferrari did a 1:16 pit stop, if this is correct. And they all did 1:16s in that early, the first pit stop phase, the first of the laps.
Well, on our timing screen, the top 7 cars should all now have times ticking down.
Correct.
To indicate the end of their pit stop. So we now know that Grello needs to leave in the next 60 seconds. Well, not in the next 60 seconds, not before 60 seconds is up, in actual fact.
So where is the Ferrari then of David Perel?
45 is on the dotting floor now. He is timed as in 9th position, but he's at Antonius Bucher, somewhere in the final of 9 sectors, and will be heading across the line at any moment. All the other cars...
Here he comes.
All the other cars ahead of him have already pitted.
He's crossing the line now, the Ferrari.
Yeah, so 45 into the race lead. And that is after all the cars will have made their stops. Engine refires for Sven Muller's number 33. I didn't spot whether Volker Motorsport were doing a driver change as well. And considering they've done one driver change in their 44 car, they might be switching pilots in this as well. But there's confirmation. David Perel now leads the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring by 11 seconds over Adam Christodoulou, and that is the value of pitting earlier than those that go to the 7 lap marker.
Yeah, so let's put that into context. Those that pitted on lap 5 had a pit stop of 1:16. Those that pitted on lap 6 a pit stop of 1:26. Those that pitted just now on lap 7 a pit stop of 1:36. So they're giving away 10 seconds per pit stop because they need to put more fuel into the car. This will all shake out, by the way. It's not suddenly advantage Ferrari, advantage Christodoulou, because they're going to have to come and pit.
Well, everyone's going to do 8 laps now.
Yeah, but
So we are going to see...
when we get to the end of the race...
Oh, yeah, don't even think about it, Ben. It's far too mind-boggling.
But it's not necessarily. It's an offset rather than an advantage.
Absolutely not. And if you consider now, Estra coming out of the pits in 8th place, Mapelli coming out behind him, or Mapelli comes up behind him, Picariello in the Porsche, the Falcon car, 33, in 10th spot. So all of those cars have jumped into the lead and ahead of Estra, I should say.
You might be wondering why there is this minimum pit stop time that each car has to serve. Well, that is to ensure that each of the fuel pumps are consistent, and it's very tricky to do that through fuel flow meters and whatnot. We're talking about pistol grip fuelers, not the kind of plug-in ones that we might have seen at Le Mans or you do in Formula One. So it's like going down to your local supermarket, putting the trigger in, pulling for fuel, and is the fueler at, say, garage 4 the same speed as garage 17? So instead, the most fair way of doing it is to time each pit stop, and obviously if you've only done a 5-lap stint, you need less fuel to go in compared to a 7 or 8-lap stint. So with every lap that you do, slightly longer the pit stop has to be, but that should theoretically even itself up when we're in the final hour.
The later you pit, the shorter the minimum pit stop time is.
No, the later you pit, the longer that you have to spend time in the pits.
Is that at the end of the race?
End of the race, it's different, correct. So in the final 70 minutes, it's with an hour and 10 minutes to go, everything swings to a reference point of the end of the race, no longer the stint you've just done. So the closer you can pit to the end of the race on the checkered flag, the quicker the pit stop can be. In fact, if some drivers come in, let's say with 2 laps to go, you can almost do the pit stop as quick as you can physically do it.
Right.
Because you're not going to take as long as, or rather it will take probably slightly longer than the minimum pit stop time if you've only got a lap or 2 until 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon.
Yeah.
It's probably better that we deal with those closing stints, the closing pit stops, when we're actually on top of them at 3 o'clock tomorrow. Meantime, we can now enjoy a slightly more consistent cycle through the pit stop, unless, as I say, you're bogged down in traffic, and it might be that, again, the Ferrari has now the 11 Schnitzelarm GT3 Mercedes is off. Pretty sure that's the Schnitzelarm car, which was put to the back of the field because of an indiscretion. So this is the SR Motorsport Pro-Am car with Fitcher at the wheel, so Yanis Fitcher, and that's the gravel trap on the Grand Prix circuit. Now, is that the downhill run before you get to the Goodyear hairpin? Might be the big gravel trap in that left and right sweep just before the Goodyear hairpin. If not, it's on the uphill section of the Grand Prix Strecke.
I've just been given some information from Snowy, who'll be joining the broadcast when we go for a break in just over 90 minutes or so. But he's given me a chart here. So if this is towards the end of the race. 60 minutes before the end of the race, you pit stop. Your pit stop time is 188 seconds. If you pit stop, that is time as well, isn't it?
Yeah, it's done every single minute.
So if you pit stop with a minute to go to the end, your pit stop time is 28 seconds.
There you go.
That's not good.
No, which bit's not good?
No, sorry, what I'm saying on track, yeah.
The 11 Schnitzelarm cars mentioned in the gravel trap. This is on the Grand Prix Strecke. Schnitzelalm are a restaurant in Hinterland, and they have a couple of cars here running on the Goodyear tyres, the number 11 car. There aren't that many GT3s that are doing that. Pretty sure the number 8, yes, the Jutta Racing Audi runs on the Goodyears, as does the Renazzo Motorsport Lamborghini Huracan number 786.
News on the 2 fan favourite cars. Dacia Logan actually was 2 cylinders that were not working.
No. I did say 2.5, didn't I?
Yes, you did. Overheating, they think, or the reason it's not working well is because of the heat. The Volkswagen has also been back out onto circuit, although I believe it has been pushed back in to the pits again. Their exhaust rubbers are melting. And therefore, they were already replaced in warm-up this morning. And that is why they're losing power to the engine, because, of course, the exhaust then rattling and moving around, the seal between exhaust and engine not working as well, and they are chasing that problem.
The Manthey Grello portion, now driven by Kevin Estra, is down in 8th place because of these other, not out-of-sequence stops, but just rolling the dice a little bit with cars stopping after 5 and 6 laps rather than the more conventional 7 for an opening stint. Now the number 1 Audi trying to find its way by a back marker and might in turn be passed by the Bilstein Mercedes number 17, which sorry, not the 14 car, which still has Maro Engel at the wheel, the yellow and black car. But race leader is David Perel from Adam Christodoulou. So Ferrari ahead of Mercedes, and a terrific effort so far from Mattia Drudi, now running 3rd in the Michelin-shod Aston Martin from Valkenhorst Motorsport. Bearing in mind, Drudi started the race in 9th position. Let's just check that. Yeah, inside of the 5th row. So already into those top 3 positions for the Italian.
You know how he said that the Toyota Gazoo rookie racing boys had 2 identical Toyota Yaris's entered with the same drivers?
Yeah.
I think they are actually only using one of them.
Yeah, I think you're only allowed to. Yeah.
No, they could use both.
I'm not sure you're allowed with the same drivers.
Exactly the same drivers.
Yeah.
You can drive 2 cars.
You can drive 2 cars,
yeah,
but I'm not sure the same 4.
Okay.
Because then all your 4 drivers will be on call for 2 cars, and the rest times wouldn't be adequate.
Well, either way, the second car.
I've never seen that done.
Yeah.
Is what I'm going to say. And there was another team in there with 2 cars liveried exactly the same, and I think in the preliminary track days that we had on the Nordschleife, the test car was being used, but it didn't have any race numbers, so that was the giveaway for that one.
Well, both cars were entered into the 24 hours,
right,
even though they're identical and had identical driver lineups, but only one has started the race. So I believe that if that one fails, they could use the other one.
Yeah, that's a good point.
I mean, they're both entered, they're both qualified.
But it would be hours down.
Yeah, exactly.
It would start again. It would start from scratch.
Yeah.
So is that effectively a non-starter then, the car that hasn't started?
No, it has been out. Because
it has been out.
I think it's done a lap of the Grand Prix track and then gone into the pits, and we haven't seen it again.
Yeah, agreed.
So 382, Ishiura did that, 1 lap of the Grand Prix circuit, and then parked the Toyota GR Yaris. Now, whether that is because of a problem or it was always part of the plan, so start both cars, get some photographs taken, and then use it as a backup from that point onwards. We'll just have to wait and see.
I think we've covered most cars that haven't really shown us very much. It does leave us 133 starting the race, 2 in the pits and a couple out on circuit under tow trucks.
Yeah.
Or on tow trucks, actually, not under tow trucks. That'd be weird.
Thankfully not.
Yeah.
But that was the 347 Toyo Tyres Porsche, the experimental car from Toyo Tyres development team. And I was right about the location of the Schnitzelalm number 11 Mercedes. It is on the run down in that big gravel trap to driver's right. So it's gone across one of the link roads, or one of the roads that's used in an alternative iteration of the Nürburgring Grand Prix track, and has ended up quite deep in the gravel trap there, far away from the edge of the racetrack. So the SR Motorsport car by Schnitzelalm, which was being driven by Yanis Fincher, dropping down the order now as more and more cars pour their way over the start-finish line and now start to pick up the pace coming out of the Goodyear Cara, clear as they are of that code 60.
Joe, we missed the first hour. We are now an hour and 15 into this race.
Yeah, are we doing a
So we should probably do a class rundown, Joe.
We should. It would be rude not to. We're going to try and keep you up to date with our class leaders on the hour. So I'm sorry, I do apologise. Our overall leader,
quite a lot going on, in fairness.
We have indeed. Yeah, SP9 Pro is being led by the number 911, the Manthey car. SP9 being led by the, I think this is out of date actually, when I look.
Oh yeah.
Yes.
Need to press a reset. I don't know quite what's going on with the
Okay,
system.
I'll come back to you guys.
Oh, there's a wheel.
We'll do that bit again.
Did we see the wheel off?
I didn't spot there was a wheel off.
No, that's joined. That's joined the drama. Had they just come out the pits? Is that is that continuing our story from Le Mans of wheels falling off cars in the heat?
Let's just have
Well,
a
that
look.
car had just come out the pits, hadn't it?
Well, that's the question that Ben was just asking. I'll just work it out from the sector times. Yes, I think that's right. Yeah, because it hasn't been through the first sector of its next lap, but its final sector took it 3 minutes, so that indicates that it's been into the pit. Yes.
Oh, so it's a very, very simple. The car wheels not being bolted on correctly, and a couple of corners is all it takes to part company with the car, which is a very unfortunate way to end your race, really.
Unless, as I say, this rule, or rather this race, is a little bit more lenient in rejoining. So if they can get the car back on a lorry and find another wheel for it, feed it through the garage, they might have to get extra dispensation possibly. But unlike at Le Mans, where it absolutely rules you out, you could continue. How about the gaggle of cars down towards Arenberg, in which the #1 Christopher Haase-driven Audi is now caught. It's trying to stick on the tail of Mattia Drudi's Aston Martin, which is a car ahead, down into the foxhole. This is the last point on the circuit where you want to be finding about 10 of the middle order cars all grouped together.
Very, very aware, though, the cars that were being lapped. Very aware of what was coming up behind them and just keeping to the right through the foxhole. Very tricky, because you kind of straight line that sort of slight S that you go down the hill and then you bottom out at the bottom of the hill, and it very steep rise into a very tight braking area through a left and then a right. Very easy to trip over the slower classes there in a GT3 spec car. But the #1 Christopher Haase, very experienced driver here, and just closes the gap up to the back of that Aston around that, just skinches past that little Porsche Cayman.
Yeah, and the problem is I think they've got quite a fast car ahead of them that is needing to be lapped, but seems to be perhaps an SP9 car as well, and that's proving difficult for Drudy to get past. Then you've got Haase, and Engel is right on the tail of the Audi R8 as well in that purple Mercedes. So it's a nice little gaggle of cars. I wonder if Augusto Farfus will join the party soon, because in the Rover Racing, the only Rover Racing BMW, at the last timing point, he wasn't far behind them either.
This is a great battle. We're seeing the battle for second, third and fourth here. Haase in the Audi.
Is that
He's currently running fourth.
Yes.
Yeah, that's Christodoulou in
Okay, so
second place.
they massively caught Christodoulou then through the traffic.
Yeah, that extra turbo boost that the Aston's been given overnight for the balance of performance really is coming into play then. That's the best sort of performance we're seeing this car right up in the front and holding its ground against the more nimble Shearer Sport Audi R8. Chasing down Christodoulou, just about 6.5 seconds ahead of these is the Pirelli Ferrari. The Realized Condor Racing Ferrari currently leading by 6.6 seconds last time by. But as we now go into that slow zone, and that's at Klostertal, if I remember. Yep, through Klostertal, that's the fast sweeps up towards the area of the carousel.
Why is it there, though?
I'm not sure. I haven't been able to establish that. I've been looking. We've got intervention vehicles. Maybe they are writing some. I can't see anything sort of apparent, but that's closed them right up. Look at that.
Totally so, and they're behind a non-SP9
barriers.
car. They're doing the barrier repairs after the Cayman lost it and slammed into the right-hand side barriers. We caught sight of the Cayman stranded. Now that car's been recovered. Where's the green flag, though? Because Christodoulou needs to absolutely get on it. There we go. Oh, there's collision. Surely the Audi ran into the back of the Aston Martin there, and fully on the grass is Mauro Engel. So he did get one position in the Bilstein Mercedes, but I reckon there was a hit there as Haase picked up the pace, and Drudy just did not.
Drudy didn't react, and they were all going about 57 kilometres an hour behind what I think was a GT4 car. So they were actually being bunched up because that slower classed car wasn't doing 60. They were all losing the gaps that they had established, and Christodoulou reacting well, but Drudy not at all, and now damage presumably to the Audi 2.
Drudy was clearly looking at his dashboard there, because Christodoulou went The Aston Martin didn't react at all.
Here we go. Here's
and I'm
a
not sure
replay.
what was going on there. So Christodoulou in the purple car just ahead of the Aston there. Just he goes and he clears the slower class car. Slower class car goes to the left. Christodoulou goes to they're just coming up into the intervention. We're not quite at the green flag.
Where's the green, though? Did Christodoulou jump the green, and was Drudy trying to wait until the marshal post where the green flags?
We're going to find out, Johnny. We're going to find out in a moment.
So they're all caught behind a middle category car. You can't actually see
Green
it.
there.
Green
There's
flag.
the green.
Oh, and there, just didn't react. And I think the reason he didn't react was because the Porsche came and got in the way. Somehow the Porsche came and got in the way.
I think Drudy was in two minds as to whether he could overtake the Cayman or not, and clearly Christodoulou knew that he could.
All of the sections for these marshals are marked with white lines on the ground. There, green light, go.
And
Engel reacted okay, but
Engel was absolutely sharp.
just Drudy didn't react.
And Christopher Haase, thrown under the bus, or thrown under a Porsche Cayman almost, just got absolutely boxed in.
He went for a gap that just wasn't there. And I'm not even sure he knew there was a Cayman there, because it's very tricky to work out three cars in front from the visibility that they've got. So the Audi bang into the Aston Martin, then it tries to escape. There's no way through there, and he's lost a position to Maro Engel, all in one fell swoop.
Is there any regulation to kind of punish Drudy for not reacting there?
I don't think so.
Because he's held other guys up.
Yeah, but I don't think so. No, because you're almost punishing a driver for going too slowly. Well, it's then the job of the car behind to find a way past.
Yeah, and it just
Haase's
wasn't.
preempting the car in front from picking up the pace, and when it doesn't, you need a plan B. Well, here is the plan B, perhaps, for Christopher Haase, because now he's using the toe and a little bit of side draft on the Bilstein Mercedes of Maro Engel. Wheel arches almost touching there, and we're venturing towards 270 kilometres per hour, and Antonius Bucher, the left-hand kink, under the bridge.
Did you see the side draft come into play there, Johnny, for the Mercedes? They're using each other's side draft to stay with one another, absolutely side by side, through the kink and on towards the Tiergarten now. The Audi's going to have the line. Oh, and the Mercedes stays off the brakes. The Audi a little bit cautious there, understandably, at this early stage. But the Mercedes hands on to that position as they cross the line. Pirelli in the Ferrari, 9 laps completed. Christodoulou will come through in second. And then we've got Drudy in third, Engel in fourth. Haase has to stay behind the Mercedes.
Drudy's going to have a damaged diffuser on that Aston Martin. Remember, that diffuser does stick out beyond the rear bumper. So the first thing you make contact with is not the rear bumper, it is the diffuser. And there was certain contact between the Audi and the Aston Martin, and surely that's not something you want to carry through into the future hours of this race.
Massive gain in the background for Kevin Estre, again before the speed limited bit of the track, the Grand Prix track, to deal with the recovery of the number 11 Schnitzelar Mercedes, but he's now right on the boot lid of Augusto Farfus. Yellow flags mean no overtaking, but they don't say you can't close the gap. And the BMW's caught behind one of the middle order BMWs, funnily enough, unable to overtake, whereas Estre right down on the back of the road racing car.
There's a difference between a yellow flag zone and a slow zone. A slow zone, everybody has to slow down. And it's a gradual, it's 120 down to 60. You come through the 120s, everybody backs off. So the gaps should remain exactly the same. However, with a yellow flag area, yes, you have to be cautious, but you can just sneak a little gain and go a little bit quicker, just slightly quicker than the car in front.
Double wave yellows, you have to do 120 here.
Right, okay.
So that's a rule specific to here that doesn't necessarily apply in other forms of racing. But I think the main problem is slower class cars not doing 120 or 60.
Yes.
And maybe not even having the systems to be able to just press a button and go, click 120, click 60.
No, they haven't. They're going off the revs and what gear they're in, aren't they?
Yeah, they're doing with their foot, and they're not quite there. And that costs you 3 or 4 kilometres an hour under a 60, costs you a huge amount of track time.
But how many times, Ben, have you been to a karting centre and the yellow light has come on and you've raised your hand to acknowledge it, but you've kept your right foot in just to gain on your mates? I mean, I'm not suggesting that's what these pro drivers are doing, but you are going to gain as much of an advantage whenever you can.
But attacking into those zones is somewhere where you can really make up time. Talk to any professional racing driver, and they will say you can make up so much time in the pits by attacking to the pit stop, the pit limiter line. And it's exactly the same with these code 60 and 120 zones. Attack to that point, hard braking, and hopefully not overspeed, and then do the speed through it, and then get on it straight away. And it's so close. And for, what is it, third position here in SP9 and overall.
We're about 5 minutes away from 90 minutes of this race completed, and we are seeing what is turning out to be a phenomenal race. Well, I can tell you, everybody, it's going to be like this to the flag, so buckle up, settle in. We're going to get this sort of racing as we see these front runners making their way through the slower traffic. Behind those two cars there, the Mercedes and the Audi, we've got Kevin Estre coming and Augusta Farfus, who's just in front of him. What a fairy tale that would be. The only BMW M4 GT3 in the race, which is quite bizarre here at the Nürburgring to see BMW only being represented by the one team. But what a fairy tale that would be if that car made its way to the front, and it's not far off with that sixth place for the number 98.
What I love about motor racing is the different ways that you can go 24-hour racing, because you think back 7 days ago, Le Mans is its own special beast, of course, but so different from this style because of the jeopardy involved in every single lap. And there was contact there for Kevin Estre into the back of Augusto Farfus, saying, come on, son, hurry up, we've got to get going here to catch the race leader, David Perel, in the Ferrari. So the hustle there from Farfus. Then to the outside of a possibly Max Cruiser Golf was the Mattia Drudi-driven Aston Martin. And Adana Force, now Christopher Haas's Audi, gets his nose pinched by one of the BMWs.
We've talked about just how strong the Manthey Porsche is with that Grello Porsche. It looks unbeatable. However, if anything's going to beat it, it's the Nürburgring 24 hours that's going to beat it, because it's going to be so hard for these drivers to pick their way through and make clean moves, especially in the heat of battle.
Again, Grello trying to find an inside line at Breitscheid as they head to that low part of the circuit, and now the really fast stuff. Well, after Bergwerk, we will get there. Mattia Drudi going through that right-hander now, just ahead of Christopher Haas's number 1 Scherer Sport PHX Audi. Perel, we're not seeing a huge amount of, 9 seconds up the road, and leading the way then ahead of Christodoulou in the bright purple and pink Mercedes, number 17. You cannot tear your eyes away from this at the moment, but I'm going to attempt to, because I'm delighted to say that Dorian Boccolacci's just joined us in the commentary box. Pleasure to actually meet you. I don't think we've ever spoken before, but from Falcon Motorsports. We were enjoying actually a bit of Falcon Motorsport hospitality not long ago at the top of the Dorint. I don't think Ben and I should have been there.
No, should have said that on air.
Oops.
We're not going to be allowed up there again.
Well, I think that was actually the rule. You can stay here for a bit, but you can't come back in the race. It's been a very good year for you so far. Well, it's been a very good year across the piece for Porsche within NLS racing.
Yeah, of course. For me, it's the first season with Falcon, first season in GT3 here. So I did all the NLS races to prepare this big event. Directly a podium with a P2 and the NLS 2 with the first victory. So yeah, it was working very well. And 24 hours, the preparation race, the qualifying, it was very difficult for me because it was the first time under the wet. And yeah, so much aquaplaning during the race, but today is not the case.
No.
Good weather.
Dorian, this is your first year at the Nordschleife as well?
No,
a bit of experience from before.
I did like few years ago a few races in Cayman and also with Porsche Carrera Cup, Porsche Cup. So Cup, yeah, it was quite different than the GT3. The level is so high in GT3, but the Cup is going fast on the straight, so you can take a good moment on the Nordschleife. But for sure, it's few years already, and yeah, when you're coming back here, it's so special, so long, and there is always something to learn in this track.
Was this a circuit that was on your radar growing up? Because of course you did the karting single-seater series. You share on your social media the times where you and Charles Leclerc shared a podium and stuff like that. So GT racing is a relatively new direction for you. Was this for me, this was a race that you never went anywhere near because it was too scary.
No, honestly, when I started my go-kart career and then single-seater, for sure the goal was to be a F1 driver. But after I changed and I went to Porsche Carrera Cup, I did 3 years in Porsche Carrera Cup because, you know, at some point you want to live of your passion, and my passion is, of course, motorsport. Anytime you put me a steering wheel in the hand, I'm very happy.
Including karting.
Including karting, everything. I try everything. I did some rally cross, some track testing also, and I try also to do many things on my channel, and for sure GT, the level is so high, and there is so many great races like this one. This one is like huge, and I saw so many people around the track. It's very special, and for sure I will enjoy the first like real 24 hours for me, because when I did it, it was during the COVID, and no one was outside, so it was too different. And when I try, you know, in the night station the other day, and I saw all the lights, all the fans around, it was completely different.
Do you feel a big responsibility for driving one of the two instantly recognisable Falcon cars? There's so many fans here supporting you guys. They're an event sponsor as well, aren't they? The name Falcon's on all the wheel arches, regardless of what tyres they're running. And like Grello, Falcon have a big backing as well.
Yeah, for sure. But at the end, we are racing driver, and the pressure, we always have it, because we want to perform, and you are always good as your last race, so for sure we want to perform. And since the beginning of my career in go-kart and also in single-seater, and in GT, it's always the same, and we deal with this pressure. Sometimes when we feel it's a bit too high, we know how to cool down a bit, and when you are too cool, you know how to put some pressure on it. So yeah, I think also this race is very long. First thing is important to set, you know, to be well in the car, feel everything, feel how the race is, and then for sure when we need to push, we need to push. So.
When did you know you were going to be doing the 24 hours? Because the thing I've noticed about Falcon is they've been experimenting a little bit with their driver lineups, and in the NLS it tends to be 2 drivers per car.
So we knew quite. Red flag.
Yeah, I think we've got a red flag because there is no power in the garages and the pits.
Oh, no way.
There's an interesting reason to have a red flag.
Isn't it just?
And it hasn't come up on our timing screens. Because maybe timing don't have any power either. I don't know if we're going out to air. Maybe we're not.
Maybe we're not
talking to
we're having a lovely conversation, even if we're not. But I mean, something's powering our desk, yes. So we'll carry on talking for the time being. But yeah, okay, no power then. I sensed a bit of panic, but one of the lower order BMWs was in, so that was the crew dealing with that. But now clearly the message has got through that if you can't work out where your car is around the racetrack, where it is in the stint, and crucially if the pumps don't work to fill cars with fuel, we've got to stop proceedings, which is most bizarre, Dorian. It's a good job you came
It's very
up here.
bizarre. There is every time something new in this track, huh?
It's totally. I don't think I've ever seen this before.
Yeah.
You might be here for the next hour or so whilst we fill full time. No, I'm joking.
I'm trying to think of there was a Formula One session. Was it not here? Free practice 1 years ago that didn't happen because there was no power in the garages?
Yeah, okay.
It has happened before. Mm-hmm. That's going into my memory bank a long way.
You'll need to look that up. You need to look that up.
Yeah.
So there was I'm looking back at your CV. Was there a sort of methodology or a kind of a key change in your career when you got to FIA Formula 2 with Campos, I'm thinking, in 2019?
Yeah, exactly.
And then you're like, there's 20 seats in Formula 1. They're so difficult to prize an opening in that championship. And lots of drivers who've had a career of, say, 20, 30 years, some of them in GT, say there are many more opportunities. They're not as high profile, but many more opportunities with a roof over your head.
For sure. There is so many brands also in this category, so many racing driver. Endurance races already, you need like 3 or 4 drivers per car. So this gives a lot of opportunity, and as soon as you show a good pace, doing some good results, there is a way to be professional driver, and it's why I choose GT cars, especially of that, you know, because I knew that there is so many great drivers in this category.
But another thing you're a master at is social media. Why is that important for your career in motorsport, or is it something you're just doing for fun and happen to have 500,000 subscribers?
No, for sure. When I was in Formula 2, I always like to do like some funny videos, but I was quite conservative. But when I stayed to GT, I wanted, to show a bit around around me, my friends, family, and all the people who don't know so much motorsport. I wanted to learn them with short videos. I started with TikTok with like 1 minute of video and learning every time a new thing in motorsport, and this helped a lot of people who don't understand, who don't know motorsport, and a lot of French people follow me now because of that, because I learn like simple thing for us, because we are clearly in motorsport family since years, but for them they don't know how to collect the information, or they just don't go for the information. But I give them from the TikTok, from Reels in Instagram, and now I start also on my YouTube channel some vlogs. So every time I'm on the racing on a race, I'm doing a vlog, and I show.
I know.
Yeah.
They're like half an hour long.
Yeah, exactly.
It's a huge amount of
half, or even sometimes close from 1 hour.
Wow.
So for sure, I will do it for the 24 hours. And I will put also this red flag. Why there is this red flag in the vlog?
Well, also, I'm not sure that the drivers necessarily know what they should be doing here, because there was a real indecision from David Perel. Should I be coming into the pit lane via the Hyundai Curva or staying out onto Hatzenbach? Then Christodoulou in his mirrors went for pit road and then backed out of it, and they were zigzagging for a while before both of them eventually go to the Nordschleife. I think you've got to do a full in-lap, surely, at much reduced speed to then access the pit lane properly.
This is going to ruin our race record that we were going for.
The distance record.
162 we were trying to beat. Good conditions, nice and warm, no rain, no fog. Didn't think we were going to have a power cut.
No, now it's finished, I think, for the record.
I mean, is it heat related that the power has suddenly shut off? We can speculate on that for possibly the next few hours. Let's hope not. Let's hope it is re-established as quickly as possible. Having come from a race last weekend that you might have heard about, I noticed that that is yet to be on the CV, the Le Mans 24 hours, but it must be a big target for you.
For sure. I think is for me, because I'm French and it's in France, one of my biggest targets to win Le Mans one day. I never did it, but I drove in the Carrera Cup there. I did, before the race for the... Like 2 years ago, I did the Carrera Cup there.
So was that the year you won Porsche Carrera Cup France?
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, and it was part of a round of that championship.
Yeah, exactly. And I drove on this track. Actually, I have the record in Porsche Carrera Cup on this track, like 3 minutes and 57 something.
Okay.
So it's a great lap with the Porsche. And for sure, I loved a race there. And one day I hope to win it. My target is 2028 to win.
Okay.
Yeah, so let's
win,
see.
not just to appear there, to actually
I put high ambitions, exactly, and then we see, but for sure I'm focusing on that also.
And a few more NLS races after this on the plan, perhaps?
For the moment, I don't know. This season, I have a contract with Porsche Motorsport Asia Pacific, so I'm doing all the races in Asia. I still have 3 races in Japan, maybe 2 in China, also in Malaysia. Next week, I'm in Super GT 300 in Malaysia.
Oh, cool.
So yeah, a lot of racing there, a lot of traveling. So I don't know yet, but for sure, if Falcon are doing one and they want me to be a part of the team for the end of the season, for sure, if I found a few time, I will come.
Yeah, it certainly adds to the colour of the vlogs, travelling to Lombok, and
exactly.
We were both in Lombok and Bali together and enjoying everything around the racetrack. Yes, we're going to a racetrack, but we're also going to Bali for a holiday.
Yeah, of course. You are doing so much plane. And when you arrive at destination, for sure you are racing. But at some point, if you have time, you can discover, the good places. And this is good in Asia. There is so much good places to discover. And I also like the mentality of the teams and all the track and different track, different conditions, and it's very humid, very hot. So I'm used to the hot weather. So for me, it's not too bad today.
And you're going to be racing in Fuji. You doing Suzuka as well?
Suzuka, maybe.
Yeah,
There
it's a
is
maybe,
there is
isn't it?
chances to make Suzuka.
Yeah, it's a shame that that's not on the GT World Challenge Asia.
No,
this
it's not.
year.
It's not. It's
Yeah.
not. We have Okayama.
Okay, which you debuted in last year.
Exactly, and we did a general podium on my debut there in the
First time at the track.
Exactly.
Never seen it before.
And
dodgy conditions.
Yeah.
Were you were slicks on a wet track?
slicks on the wet track, then the wet on the wet track, then it was very a mess. But at the end we survived, and actually I was very on it, you know. I was pushing a lot, and I think it's the race for me who give me the possibility to have this contract this season in Asia, you know.
Yeah.
The power's back, I'm told. No information as to when we might see a green flag again, but that is encouraging that they've managed to find the problem. Sometimes it's just
How do we restart?
behind the safety car.
Yeah, we
I
do
would
have
think.
safety cars.
Yeah,
Okay.
by singles. Well, they might even. Will they split them into 3 groups again? I'm trying to remember when we attempted a restart last year after the fog, and there was an attempt to do a restart after 5 safety car laps, which it took an absolute age, and then in the end the fog just lingered for so long on the Grand Prix track, they called it a day. But they're doing some resets, I think, on the fuel rigs. It's also a chance under a red flag to just check the condition of the car as well. We had warm-up to go by, Dorian. This is Dorian Boccolacci, by the way, if you're just joining us from the Falcon Motorsport crew. This very late adjustment to balance of performance, which kind of annoys us a little bit that it's so late, and I'm not sure when the news fed through that each of the Porsches was going to be 5 kilos heavier. But to be honest, the way that Thomas Preining was able to stretch a lead in the Grello car from the Mercedes, which we all thought were sort of hiding their performance, it doesn't seem to have affected the 911s that much. Would you agree with your cars?
Yeah, for sure. I saw that they have a really good pace, and after is a different team, different drivers, and
But the same cars. The problem with your cars is they've all been bogged down in traffic, can't break free. But
Yeah.
I just feel if one of them can get in front of a Mercedes, let's say, then maybe the 33, which is slightly better placed, might be able to get away.
Maybe, yeah, for sure. After, I don't know from the team if the driver is really like blocking or if he's pushing, so. But the race is long, and maybe they are managing also the tires in front because it's very warm outside, and if you are pushing, like if it's cold, maybe the tire doesn't stay, like this with a high performance. So for sure with this condition, it's really important to manage everything, and the car also.
We've also been trying to judge certain bits of this racetrack have been resurfaced. I don't know whether they've been resurfaced since NLS races earlier in the year, but are you sensing that certain bits of it are very grippy for this race?
So I discovered the GT3 with the resurfaced track.
Okay.
So for sure, it feels that in this portion it gives much more grip, especially ice corner.
Ice curve.
Ice curve, yeah.
After Flamscar?
Yeah, exactly.
Okay.
And for sure in this place you feel the grip also in wet conditions. And I can feel that maybe in the past with the old one, for sure it was more slippery. So for sure this also can change.
Are you enjoying it?
Yeah. Of course, I enjoy. I really want to drive because since we arrived, I did only 5 laps.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. So it's not.
Everybody has to do a minimum of 2, I think.
Yeah, exactly.
You haven't done a lot more than that.
No. I did only 2, only 5, like 3 going to the night, and 2 in qualifying 1. So it's not so much at the end. And also, what is difficult when it's your first season here, is that you don't have so many, try in each corners because you have only 5 laps, so 5 times in the same corner. But sometimes you have like code 60, yellow flag, traffic, and you are doing only maybe 2 or 3 times the corner flat out. So to try different things is quite difficult,
Should just clarify quickly on the red flag situation that the power is back for one. The tower didn't lose power, so race control on that, they were okay. It's only in the garages where the power has been lost, and therefore the fueling rigs have needed to be reset, which is what we saw on air. What is slightly concerning is the first 9 cars are still out on track touring round, whereas everybody else has mostly got to the pit lane now. But of course, at, what is it, 80 kilometers an hour under red flags?
Yeah, exactly. So
it's
it's
a
very long.
lap.
It's a long lap, and for sure I can see that the Falcon, the two cars, are still on track also. So for sure they will take so much time to come back to the pit.
Did you have a puncture in warm-up this morning? That was the other car, right?
It was the other car, yeah.
I don't think there's been a concern about 44 through the days leading into this, whereas we were a bit bothered about 33 with the binding brake that they had and a locked wheel.
Yeah.
I was thinking, you know, is this going to affect other Porsches? But it just seems like all the bad luck's gone to your teammates in 33.
Yeah, but it's better to have
anything,
it's better to have it before the 24 hours than during, and maybe they use all the bad luck before and now they can go on it.
It's a good way of working.
I want to talk to you about Falcon tyres quickly, because over in Asia you're racing on Pirellis, you're racing in the same car, it's a GT3 car, it's a Porsche, but here you've got Falcon tyres. How big a difference is that? I mean, they're black and round to me, but do they feel very different?
It feels a bit different, but also the car is different. You know, the setup of the car it's way different because it's on the Nordschleife. You know, it's a bit higher, and this can change also. And when we are doing driving on the Nordschleife, even if it's the same car, like in the GP track, it feels different on the Nordschleife. You know, completely different because you take the curbs. It's very fast. You are going on the limit, but not like on the GP track, because on the GP track you just go a bit wider, you come back, it's fine. Here, if you are going a bit wider, we saw yesterday on qualifying, two-wheel on the grass and it's over, you know, the barrier is stopping you. So yeah, the limit is a bit different, but for sure the tire is behaving very well, and after we adapt quite very well also to everything, because in my career I try so many different cars, so many like single-seater, karting, GT, and at the end we adapt quite quickly.
But the idea of 5 different manufacturers of tyre in GT3, yes, okay, we're here in this situation which is very, very unique in the world, but even then your Michelin, your Pirelli, your Falcon will feel a very different thing underneath you.
Yeah, for sure, but it's good to have a great relay like this with different brand, and you know, it's also the first time for me to race against other brand like tire manufacturers, because I always race like in single seater and in GT or in Porsche Carrera Cup, always with the same brand of tires, so you only focus on the setup of the car but not so much on the tires. And here is quite a big topic, you know, to focus also on the tires and on the setup.
And you're getting lots of different tires across the year?
Yeah, we try different tires, and we feel which one is the best with the temperature also. So it's also, everything is new for me, so I try to learn as much as possible with all my teammates. They are in the team, some of them, they are in the team since few years, and you know, they know how it's working.
And this, talking about teammates, this situation very different to what you have in Asia, because in Asia you're the team leader and you have a very good amateur driver alongside you, but he's leaning on you, whereas here, almost perhaps less experienced, you're looking up at the other guys?
Yeah, of course. I'm always humble, and I try to find the best thing as possible and to learn the fastest way as possible, because for sure when you have like driver like Sven Müller, who is in the team since years, he can learn you many things. Also Nico Menzel, he's living like 10 minutes from here, and he can learn me a lot of things as soon as I have some question. And I think it's important, you know, to do step by step and to learn step by step also, because this track is so difficult that all the information you can get before driving, it's always helpful.
We don't want to keep you, but thank you so much for coming to have a chat with
Thanks
us.
Thanks a lot.
Thanks for filling the red flag.
Well, yeah,
it's
your
perfect.
timing is perfect. But we can feel a bit isolated over here. We don't get the chance to actually speak to drivers in race an awful lot. So thank you.
Thanks a lot.
It's a bit of an
Bye-bye.
effort to come over, so we do thank you for that as well.
See you in Fuji.
See you.
Yeah, indeed. Dorian Boccolacci of the Falcon Motorsport crew, car number 44. He's only done 5 laps so far, and very much hoping for some much more significant racing stints once the race restarts. And if you are just joining us, we're under a red flag because of a complete drop of power, which was serving the fuel pumps and other things in pit lane. So I think a lot of screens went down in the various garages. Highly unusual way, of course, of actually putting these teams together they tend to spread out the SP9 cars up and down pit road, but you are sharing garages with lower order category cars, so it means that I can get into this social media lark as well. Let me know where you post that, Dorian. No, hardly anybody knows what I look like, but they will do now. Yeah, very busy in the garages where the SP9s are having to share that garage floor space. And if we get a chance to speak to Dorian at a later date, it'll be interesting to find out how much of a culture change that has been. You know, when you come from a Formula 2 team where the team are entirely focused around your car, your driver, you get a big area under an awning a lot of the time, and now you're one car of sometimes 5 or 6 in the same garage space.
Exactly, and he's come from pretty high level of karting, so he's been doing that sort of level of everything focused upon you. I mean, there's no endurance racing in single seaters, is there, Johnny?
So I've heard, Joe.
It's not even worth attempting it.
It's no, at all.
At all. So yes, and then, all right, sharing a car with another 2 or 3 drivers is a massive culture shock, because those drivers go, so how's the car? And in the world of single seaters, you go, it's all right, might be, you know. But you've got to share, you've got to, you know, compromise perhaps how you sit, how you drive the car. You always set up the car for your slowest driver. I know if you've got 4 pro drivers, you're going to optimize everything. But then you come to the Nürburgring, and it's bad enough having to share a car with 4 people, but having then to share with another 4 teams, another 2 or 3 teams, is even more of a culture shock.
Just going back to Dorian quickly, an incredibly talented karter, racing and beating the likes of Charles Leclerc and George Russell, Max Verstappen in that generation of kart races. Only difference is he had the most epic bouffon of hair.
Like, did that slow him down?
I mean, I don't know how he got it under a helmet, because it was just enormous.
Was it really?
Absolutely enormous. And as he's grown up and into his 20s, obviously he's managed to tame it, because he's now very much a professional-looking racing driver who appeared on my radar at the end of last year. It would have been September, late August, early September. Came over to Okayama in Japan to race alongside a gentleman driver. And a weekend where it was greasy, sort of that annoying wet, but not really wet. He was the star of the weekend across all of the pro drivers that are there, and absolutely flat out 2 to 3 seconds faster than all the other Porsche guys, and the big star of the weekend. And Porsche instantly picking him up and becoming a worked Asia-Pacific Porsche driver because those still exist. I mean, Marcus Winkelhock, who is in the entry list here, he is an Audi Sport Asia-Pacific work driver. So it means that any team over there, they want to use him, and as we've just heard, he's going to be racing in Malaysia next weekend. They want a professional racing driver. They go to Porsche Asia and say, who can we have? And here we go, Dorian Broccolacci.
Yeah,
exactly.
Well, the Le Mans race he referred to 2 years ago, which was a round of the Porsche Carrera Cup France, managed to finish second in that behind Marvin Klein, but 1.2 seconds behind. I do remember that being an absolutely stonking race. Alessandro Giretti filled the podium, and then Mathis Jobert, who's on the conveyor belt within Genesis to get maybe a hypercar drive in the future, sharing the LMP2 car with Jamie Chadwick. And as it was this year, Andre Lotra, but his normal teammate in the European Le Mans Series, Matisse, is Danny Juncadella, who's driving a Lamborghini this weekend. But that gives you some kind of idea of how talented Broccolacci was a couple of years ago in Porsches around Le Mans.
Well, he's got the right name as well, hasn't he? I mean, as a racing driver, a name like Broccolacci.
You sound like a superstar.
You sound like you're doing 150 even when you sat in a chair. I just want to say the last 5 remaining cars have made it back to the pits, and with sort of a team manager's head on, I'd be thinking, the 5 cars, if that was one of mine, hang on a second, everybody's had a chance well ahead of us to service their cars. I want to equalise that time before we restart this race. The power's back on, we've heard. Hang on a second, let me get my cars sorted to the extent that the other guys have. And I mean, all right, there's not much to do. It's not like we're going to change brakes or anything at this stage, but we are going to have a massive clean out of all of those ductings, making sure there's no debris in there, stopping the cooling, stopping the airflow.
And what about the Aston Martin? Remember, that's
with the diffuser.
Pretty badly damaged. Are they able to switch it out in this red flag period? is it that simple and get that car back to 100%?
It is. That rear deck will be a bolt-on, bolt-off job, and that car has been in the pits for ages now in comparison to, I think it was it the number 1 Audi that was the first of the stragglers? I think so, in 5th place.
Well, no, it was a top 9, because the top 9 have now, on our timing screens, been registered to have been done an extra lap.
But the top 4, yes, so they have,
So,
so
all
what's the top
those
9?
And I don't know, now race control or timing will need to readjust that as well, won't they?
Yes.
They're going to have to
take that lap away for sure. Otherwise, everyone else that's done an extra one will be in a much better position. Does this give a bit of more of a chance, a bit of life back to the Dacia as well? The Dacia Logan.
Well, it's losing less time.
Yeah, I mean, it's not as if we kind of wipe what we've done already and start completely afresh. The clock is still ticking, so the number of laps you can complete in a 24-hour period will still establish who is going to win this race. But yeah, they will have to correct those first few cars. It was that moment of indecisiveness, as I said, coming out of the Vidal chicane. David Perel genuinely didn't know what to do in his Ferrari. He was the leader, and as Christodoulou jinked to his right without overtaking, it looked like he was going to go in the pit lane. So Perel reacted, and then Christodoulou went, "Oh no, I don't think I'm supposed to be going here." So then verged towards Hatzenbach, and in the end, what did we say it was? 9 cars all did an extra lap.
The 2019 Nürburgring 24-hour practice session was delayed due to a power outage, but that was after a thunderstorm. We did have a power outage delay a practice session at the Monaco Grand Prix. I'm not trusting Google AI even. It does say that a free practice session in Formula 1 at the Nürburgring was also delayed due to a power outage, but I can't find the source of that information. So it has happened before, and it's very unusual. And it's just classic, isn't it? It's just a classic Nürburgring 24-hour thing to happen.
Here we were.
It's snowing in the middle of August.
We were talking about the weather not being a factor at all, so the likelihood of a red flag is very remote. It's going to be an extreme incident, perhaps, to do that. Even at the Nürburgring, we still have slow zones while they replace massive areas of barrier and the like. For it to throw this at us, just want to get back to the Dacia. We talked about that car, the engine's gone, so it's lost 2 cylinders. It's a Renault Megane RS engine, and I can assure you, everybody, that Renault Megane RS engine hasn't come off the shelf of a Renault dealership. That's come out of a donor RS Megane, probably a bent one, and we've been able to take it out of there from a second-hand dealer, and then we'll bolt it into that. So we have no idea of the mileage. We haven't been told otherwise, but it certainly didn't have any. It did not look like a pristine new engine. It was a very weathered Megane RS motor in the front of that Dacia.
Be careful if you have an RS Megane in the car parks around the Nürburgring. That is something I've seen at the Silverstone 24 Hours, where road cars parked in the paddock have been stripped apart.
Cannibalised.
Yeah, I can't remember what car it was, but I do know that whatever that particular story, it's like a half story, so it's not really very good, but they took the gearbox, I think it was, off that road car, put it on the race car, used it, and then fitted it back onto the road car to allow the donor to drive back home.
Without him knowing a thing?
No, hopefully permission was granted.
Yeah, you would hope so. No, I think generally, at a lot of racing events, you've got race fans that want to lend a hand, and if they've got the right equipment in the car park, yeah, you can have that for the afternoon or for a full day, as long as I get it back. So there is hope now for some of the cars that we've lost in the early stages to at least not be still hemorrhaging laps. A question mark as to how things will be restarted, so much so that our Vega timing system has now gone into a kind of standby screen whilst they sort out the numbers of laps that everyone has legally completed. 34 pro lineup in Valkenhorst Motorsports Aston Martin, Christian Krognes, David Pittard, Nicky Thiem and Mattia Drudy on the Michelin tyres. They're just looking at, the mechanics are looking into the engine bay of that. Because that's the other thing, the race engines are very happy to be used in excess, and they're getting the constant airflow going around a racetrack. Obviously there's the moments where they come in for a pit stop and the engine is shut off, but for a prolonged period of time, you're then going to have quite a lot of heat soak from some engines that have been working phenomenally hard, of different specification, different alignments as well. And this will be a genuine concern as to then when the engines are fired back into life, whether they can cope with that. They aren't designed to do the 24 hours ideally in one go, but they're all endurance cars, so we shouldn't neglect the fact that they have been designed, certainly SP9 cars, been designed purely for this type of racing. An unusual situation then, 2 hours in, just short of 2 hours in, to be under a red flag because of a power failure. And a minute to 6, we will be able to reflect on what the first couple of hours has been able to give us. It's been a fabulous race to this point. The 53rd edition of the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring, then beginning at 4 o'clock under beautifully clear blue skies. Huge crowd assembled in all of the grandstands that surround the Grand Prix Strecke and on the pit walk as well. Difficult to identify where the cars are in amongst the fans that have descended upon the Nürburgring for 4 days, hopefully. Thursday being the Corpus Christi bank holiday, observed in some portions of Germany, though not all. And this race either close to Ascension Day or this particular holiday in June. Kevin Estre, lots of photographs being taken as he has been the latest winner of the Glickenhaus Trophy to sit on pole position after a delayed top qualifying session yesterday. The reason for that, a massive accident for Lawrence Vanthoor at Arenberg. Well, started at Schwedenkreuz for the number 16 Porsche and continued into the Arenberg gravel trap where he nearly went right through the Armco, actually split the layers, but thankfully was fit and well afterwards. The car, though, withdrawn from the meeting a matter of hours afterwards, just too much damage to be repaired in time. The now traditional green flag formation lap with so many people on the right-hand side of the racetrack at Hatson back. The flares were being fired, the air horns blaring, and also a huge collection of people at the turning point at the Caracciolo Carousel. This was the first big incident then for Andreas Gulden in his Toyo tyres with Ring Racing Porsche, the only SP Pro car in the lineup, and losing it at Kittelbacher Hohe, which is a high-speed approach to the Flugplatz right-hander, and it would limp around eventually to the exit of Arenberg, but the straight line speed of the BMW helped along by the number 48 Porsche, and that drafting effect down the Dottinger Höhe, an absolutely great place to do it on the lap, moments before the control line. So if you've been sitting behind an opponent for kilometre after kilometre, you do get eventually some relief as you reach sector 8 and an opportunity to use that toe and whistle by the car. But Joe Bradley, in the early stages, it was all about Thomas Preining and the 911 car disappearing up the road.
It was actually very great, wasn't it? We had some cracking racing, and then we even had some pit stop strategy that turned it on its head, put the Manthey Porsche down in the middle, and then it enabled us to chat about how that pit stop strategy was going to flip-flop all the way to the very end of this race. But literally, wheel-to-wheel racing on the Nürburgring, seeing cars struggle to get by the slower class cars, and it kind of reminded us that's not a straightforward run to the flag. There is going to be a massive element of jeopardy in this race. So it doesn't matter that you've got an outright performance advantage. It's how you choose to pick those moments, when to overtake the slower cars, and indeed the cars that are just as quick as you. It's anything can happen, even a power cut to bring the red flag out.
So it's proved.
Who would have thought?
The third place fight was absolutely tremendous, and actually the queue in behind one of the slower Caymans to then come past some barrier repairs. Who would get on the loud pedal first? Well, it was Alan Christodoulou in the purple AMG, but Mattia Drudi sitting in third just didn't start to speed away from the scene. The Audi of Chris Haase slammed into the back of the Audi, and then arriving on the scene, Maro Engel. He nearly got by the Aston as well as the Audi. In the end, just one place gained with two wheels on the grass. And it are these little episodes that we're going to get probably every hour, Ben Constanduras, between now and the end of this race. Conditions perfect, but you just don't know what's around the next corner.
Any damage picked up during those first hour and a half of racing, hopefully now under this red flag, which is not Parc Fermé governed, will be able to be fixed. Anything little and niggly, such as the diffuser on the back of that Aston Martin, damaged by the contact with the Audi. And then this was the darkness. We kind of we were listening and enjoying chatting to Dorian Boccolacci and kind of overlooked the fact that the laptops with batteries were okay, but everything else was not. And that has led, of course, to a red flag because none of the systems have been able to work for any of the teams. And most importantly, neither have the fueling systems in pit lane. Timing tower and the tower at race control with power still, and we wait to go back to green.
So still waiting for official word on precisely when the green flag will come out. I'm scrolling through screens, but we don't yet have the main page of timing in front of us. That is still the holding screen, Ben.
Interestingly, my online timing system, which takes from the online timing system that is directly fed to the website of the ADAC RAVENOL 24h Nürburgring, has reset from 11 laps for some cars, 10 laps for most of our leading cars, back to 9. So it has reverted to the lap before the red flag, which would make sense under the regulations, and it has brought those top 9 cars that had done 2 extra laps, has now brought them back onto the same lap. It hasn't reordered them. I'm not sure the timing screens could reorder them, but at least we've been reset to 9 laps completed, and presumably now we are just awaiting. Actually, there isn't any power left in that garage, is there? It doesn't look like there's much light.
It looks pretty dark. There's lighting on the ceiling light.
Yeah,
the fluorescent tubes were on, weren't they? High up in the roof.
Okay, so that's okay then.
24 cars on the lead lap still, I note. And what this gives us is a complete restart. Excellent wheel-to-wheel, nose restart, rubbing my hands.
If you enjoyed it at 4 o'clock, then we're going to revisit that, and it could be even closer this time. Remember that all the cars can be fueled during this red flag as well, so it's not as if we have to worry about the strategy anymore. Everybody starts from square one again, but with fewer hours to go.
So that puts Ferrari and Ferrari, Pirelli, Christodoulou, Mercedes, who were at a disadvantage because they were at an advantage because they were at the head of the field, but a disadvantage because they pitted early. They have effectively gained massively from this red flag because they are now legitimate leaders of our race.
Agreed, yes.
You know how we've had a few red flags over the past few years and stoppages for whatever, for legitimate reasons, of course, the weather, etc. Back in 1973, this race was first run in 1970. In 1973, it was won by Niki Lauda, would you believe? I didn't know that. And Hans-Peter Joystein. And the race was held with 2 8-hour heats. It stopped at midnight, had an 8-hour break, and came back at 8 a.m. and ran for 8 hours.
Okay.
Maybe we should do that.
That isn't a 24-hour race.
No, it isn't.
That's a 16-hour race.
It is.
In the spirit of Creventic.
Yes, it is, and I really like the idea.
Yeah, so do I.
Midnight dinner.
We've always enjoyed that, haven't we?
Yeah,
A 24-hour race where you just stop at about, I don't know, 6, 7 o'clock in the evening.
Very civilised.
Go to the nearest pizzeria, nice evening meal, couple of beers, nice sleep.
You can definitely do like a 12 on a Friday and 12 on a Saturday.
Yeah.
That's possible.
Yeah.
With the sleep in the middle.
Yeah.
Or just do a bit of the race on the Friday, come back for a few hours Saturday, finish it off on Sunday. Everyone gets a trophy, and then you all go home.
Yeah, I know.
Well, you said 19
slightly less
classes. 19 classes, maybe 3 cars per class, 3 drivers per car. So that's 9 drivers per class. There's over 100 trophies to be won here out of about 400 trophies, 400 driver entries in total. So a quarter of the field do get a prize.
Yeah.
And it's you on the podium ceremony, by the way, Joe. We've not broken that to you yet, but yeah, there's about 75 podiums.
I have to brush up on my German then, won't I? Yeah.
It's the perfect opportunity for everybody in the stands and all the hospitalities and all the commercial people to go and enjoy the hospitality.
Go and grab a sausage or a schnitzel, whatever, a Wiener schnitzel or a is it a Schweiner schnitzel? Is that the
I
pork?
don't know.
That's
I don't know what you're saying anymore.
Schweiner schnitzel is a pork.
And Wiener schnitzel is veal.
It's veal.
Yes.
Veal being a young cow. I believe in the
calf,
UK,
yeah.
you no longer do veal.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, just everything is veal, but you just call it beef.
I'm not sure about that.
No,
Ben.
I think that's legit.
Really?
Yeah. Just because it's not very nice. Veal is not a very nice philosophy. But in the rest of Europe,
No.
I still think veal.
No.
You can have a bratwurst or a bockwurst.
Yes.
What's a bockwurst?
The bockwurst is slightly spicier, I think.
No, that's the currywurst.
Well, if you
yes.
put curry sauce over it, you can get those down in the paddock area, actually.
Yeah, there is.
Frites and mayo as well, even though we're not in Belgium. Very popular.
Not far.
True.
This
Short drive.
a bratwurst with frites and meal is perhaps the. I'm making myself
Is that,
hungry.
is that like the
I'm
meal?
making myself
Only
hungry.
it's only 5:10.
That's like the
10 past
meal
6.
deal.
It's 10:06.
6. It's not
dinner
really.
time.
No, it's not dinner time.
Well, you're French.
Is it dinner one time for you, Joe?
I had breakfast.
Joe
at
did a
lunchtime.
two-stop strategy last night for dinner.
I did. I had 2 dinners last night. Well, that was your fault. You dragged us to a pizzeria. And I did it to be sociable, Ben.
Completely.
You couldn't have eaten by yourself.
No.
Bockwurst seasoned with salt, white pepper, paprika.
Oh, he's right.
Okay.
See? And a variety of herbs as well. Whereas the bratwurst is a bit more of a traditional, like rustic sausage, and you have it in often a baguette that's too small for the sausage.
Always sticks out the end, doesn't it?
You've got, and you eat the end of the sausage
There
first.
we go.
don't you?
Look. I don't know if
There
the
it
director's
is.
listening.
See? That is. See? Now, whether that was a bratwurst or a bratwurst, we couldn't tell from
Tough to
here.
tell from
We'd have to
distance.
taste it.
No way that the director's listening to the English feed, surely.
It seems to be.
Are the English and the German feed both talking about dinner?
Sausages.
It's a good time to do it.
We haven't had any in our
6.
crew catering this week. Or schnitzels.
I do love the land of sausage. There's so many various sausage and sausage meats and meat. What they called meatloafs of all sorts. There they are.
Like a bat out of hell.
Yeah.
We are in the land of sausage rather than the land of schnitzel here.
Are we?
Because
It's
the
part
land
of
of, I
Germany.
think the land of schnitzel is closer to the Austrian border.
Okay.
And therefore Munich and that sort of thing. We also do very different types of beer or different ways of drinking beer. If you go to Cologne, you have 25 centilitre glasses rather than if you go to Munich you have litres.
So you order 4. Everybody orders 4 for a pint kind of thing.
Well, I mean, it doesn't. On a day like today, it wouldn't go very long.
No, it wouldn't. That's a mouthful, some of my friends.
Yeah. I'd love to give you an update on what's going on, but from what I can find online, we don't have a huge amount of information. We do now.
Okay.
The penultimate lap of the leader and the respective penultimate laps of class leaders will be used for the new starting grid. And the restart will take place behind the leading car being safety car, I think, rather than the leader of the race.
So do they mean the penultimate lap time?
The penultimate lap of the leader and the respective penultimate laps of the class leaders.
Okay, so they're just talking about winding the timing system
That's
back
what that means,
a
yeah.
lap, rather than, I thought for a moment they were talking about the race lap, as in the lap that they did as the penultimate effort. That would determine a new grid, which would be a crazy way of doing it. Although, having said that, lots of reordering has taken place to put the Easterland racing team Audi now on effectively pole position alongside Matteo Cairoli's dynamic GT54 Porsche.
That's what has to be done, Johnny. It's you go back to the lap before the red flag.
No, I know.
Crossed the line.
But the message that Ben just read out was the penultimate lap of everybody. So whatever lap time you did on lap 9 is now effectively your qualification lap. So if car 84 did a faster lap 9 than car 54, that's now been put on the front row. But it's been reset again.
Lap
now.
time?
Yeah.
No. Because I think that's a misinterpretation.
But they
think
did reorder them for a second there. They put the 84 car on pole, and I thought, what on earth is going on here?
That's because it went faster on lap 9. Is that what you mean?
Yeah. But
No,
it's been put back now.
Position on lap 9.
I think there's a certain element of being lost in translation as well,
Yes.
because our information comes written in German and then Google translated for us to understand. So the timing screen is jumping all over the place. We're now back to 11 laps from 9. We do still have the leader as a leader, but it has actually recreated that 1 lap gap between 9th and 10th position.
Yes.
And that gap was created because anyone from 10th downwards went into the pits through the Grand Prix loop, and everybody else went and did the full Nordschleife lap. There isn't, or shouldn't be, a lap difference between 9th and 10th. Because we looked just before we went to red flag, and it was about 24 cars on the lead lap.
As I say, that all stems from the confusion of David Perel, the then leader, under a red flag, and whether he should be continuing around onto the Hatzenbach or ducking in via the back door at the Hyundai curver into pit lane. And probably the right thing to have done would have been to complete his in-lap via the Grand Prix part of the circuit. But anyway, he led everybody else onto Hatzenbach, so there were 8 other cars that followed his lead.
What this has also allowed, Johnny, is for the stewards to catch up on all their indiscretions. So we've got lots of penalties coming through. The 542, which is a BMW M240i, the 69 Porsche Cayman, the 414 Porsche 911 Carrera. They were all too fast under a code 60 and received a time penalty of 45 seconds. Then we scroll a bit further forward. Another Porsche Cayman 418 with a penalty of 30 seconds for going too fast through the pit lane, speeding in the pit lane. The 94 Porsche Carrera Cup, Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car of Kiefer and Rettenbacher did not adhere to the minimum pit stop time and receives a penalty of 40 seconds. And then the 978 Porsche Cayman GT4 car was too fast in the pit lane and receives a time of 30 seconds. I don't know why they have to write that. I'm just saying there's a speeding the pits. But so there's 5 penalties, and I'm sure more to come.
Yeah, so this window of opportunity will be to deal with the in-tray of potential indiscretions, but I sense that everyone in race control and within the Vega timing office will be incredibly busy right now trying to work out the order of the cars at, we think, the end of lap 9. Red flag came out on lap 10, therefore shouldn't count towards anything. You wind it back a lap, the last lap completed under green flag conditions. Well, even though it might not have been green all the way around the racetrack, it certainly was green along the start-finish line. That will be the order of the cars as they are then sent back out onto the next racing lap. It's enabled the marshalling crew that were dealing with the recovery of the number 11 Mercedes on the Grand Prix Strecke to now take the 11 car back to pit lane. That was the SR Motorsport by Schnitzelalm Mercedes AMG GT3 car, which appeared to have lost a wheel on its outlap, so not bolted on correctly, we can only guess, and ended up spearing off and into that large gravel trap after the short straight coming out of the Yokohama S.
You know what's going to happen here?
I don't.
Well, no, nobody does actually. But we are going to just probably get everything sorted, and then hand over to our next colleagues.
I know that. I knew that.
You
I
felt
thought that
already.
exactly the same.
We're getting all excited about the restart, and we're gonna fill this interruption for about an hour, and then go, here, boys, describe a race. Nice and easy for you.
For about another 13 minutes, actually.
Yeah. Race directions saying further information coming soon, so even they don't yet know when they're going to be able to restart. Has given the opportunity for that barrier to be fixed. So the intervention vehicle is now making its way back to its position, having fixed the barrier. Where was that? Can't remember now.
There was a few going on.
Was it Kesselchen?
No, it was
Kesselchen.
Klostertal. Sorry, Kesselchen and Klostertal. That stretch there, which is a very, very fast section. Very fast. You come out of Bergwerk, and it's just flat, all the way through.
Flat, always flat.
I remember where I get that from is Jürgen Barth, a former winner of the 1,000 Ks here at the Nürburgring, was the first driver to take me around this track back in the days when we came here with the American Le Mans Series as part of their European Le Mans Series. And I got taken around in an Audi A6 by none other than Jürgen Barth. And as he's driving, absolutely on the limit. It was a tourist lap day on the Nordschleife. We were racing on the Grand Prix track. And that was his description, all the way through here, flat. And you just seem to say that everywhere. He's flat through here. It's flat. Where do you lift, mate? He's just flat through here. And he was flat through everywhere.
When I did my only lap around the Nordschleife, I've only done one, and it was in the safety car for the World Touring Car Championship.
Oh, cool.
So I needed to be careful because it was before the races and we needed the safety car. So I didn't have any opportunity to bin it. I had none other than Tom Coronel alongside me. I was driving, he was in the passenger seat.
And he was Tom telling you where?
This was the idea. He was supposed to give us a guided lap around the circuit, and he did a very good job.
Well, you were driving.
But I was driving, and I wasn't confident to listen completely to what he said and do. So where he said flat,
yes,
my little toes started curling backwards, and just, I was in the safety car that was needed a bit later on in the day.
Did he hit you with the billy stick?
He clenched my knee and pressed it to the pedal, and said, I said flat out. Of course, if you lift, sometimes that's a really bad thing to do. Yeah. So he just had his hand on my knee, pushing it down, and we were flat all the way around those big flat out kinks left and right around the back of the circuit. And at the end of the lap, I got to the end of the lap, I said, God, it wasn't wearing gloves. My hands are so sweaty from all the nerves of doing that. And he went, me too.
Yeah, I'm surprised.
That video exists still somewhere on YouTube, but unfortunately World Touring Cars, when they decided to become the TCR World Tour rather than the World Touring Car Championship, deleted every single piece of content that they'd ever created and started their YouTube channel all over again. So all the stuff that we used to do was gone.
Wow.
Yeah.
But let's hope you make yourself a little archive before they disappeared forever.
I do like the idea that the only lap that I've ever done around the Nordschleife is with Tom Coronel.
I understand what you're saying, though, about not having the confidence, because what you're saying there is Tom's saying flat. He knows you can go flat over a brow, but your brain is telling you, I don't know what's coming.
Absolutely.
And when you hear Dorian Boccolacci telling us he's only done 5 laps here this week, and you think, okay, 5 laps, 5 times round, and you're going to get in the car and do your first stint, which should be 8 laps, which will be more laps than you've done all week in one stint. And that is where the confidence of the driver comes in.
I do love the director of the Nürburgring 24 Hours because he's just created the most beautiful story using pictures, showing the Dacia Logan in the garage. We know that it's got an engine issue. He then cut away to a picture of a Dacia Duster in the car park, got the cameraman to zoom into it, almost saying, we found one for you guys.
Yeah, but he doesn't need a Dacia Duster. He needs
Megane.
a Megane, and Renault Megane RS. That's what we're looking for.
It doesn't look like a Renault Megane RS engine in there. Look, it's tiny.
They're not taking the motor out, though. See what I mean? So you've got bespoke induction systems on that car. The air intakes and stuff have been sort of boy racer tune-up kits, and pretty much a standard. It looked dirty,
small though. The bay's small. It looks pretty small to be able to get in that sort of engine.
It's in there. It's been pushed in there. Yeah.
There's some pretty beefy race suspension on there as well. I think it's fair to say it doesn't come as standard on a Logan.
Yeah.
So I think that's been robbed from robbed. It's poor use of words, but it's Renault derived.
It looks like a shopping car on the TV screen, in comparison to the cars like the Ferrari and the Mercedes, and you see the Dacia. However, walk up to it in the pit garage, it's a proper race car under there.
Yeah.
Racing
sounds very, very good when it runs correctly, when it's on all 4 cylinders, which it isn't at the moment, and that's the reason why it was not able to take the race starts, but they are still working on it to hopefully get some laps ticked off before 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. The Mercedes at the Valvoline Curva gravel trap's now been recovered, and I reckon it's back in the pit lane. Intriguingly, on our sort of reset timing system now, which puts all the SP9 cars with 9 laps completed. At the time of that lap being completed, I reckon there were 4 cars in pit lane, but all of that should be reset as well, so that if you were partway through a pit stop, it should be that those cars are back on the racetrack. But they are, for academic reasons, the 2 Lamborghinis, the Easterland Racing Audi, and the dynamic Porsche at number 54. Now, 2 of those 4 cars were actually put to the top of the order a short time ago, as they're still fine-tuning this Vega timing to make sure that it is in the correct format for the restart.
Yeah, so if there's actually it's almost impossible to work out exactly where they should slot, because they've taken it as they're sitting in the pits. So they would have been higher up the order, and then but coming out of the pits lower in the order.
Yeah,
and that's a really tricky one.
I don't think that's the reason for this delay, because catching sight of some of the screens on the pit wall at the Grello perch, they didn't look like they were on there either. So I just wonder whether we're still trying to chase these power problems. If it came back on and then went off again, clearly they don't have faith, or they shouldn't have faith in restarting the race if the power's going to drop again.
It's funny, isn't it? I've never really, only in my later years have I considered power to be something finite.
Yeah, yeah, but you think about what happened in Spain and Portugal only a few months ago, where one little fault then triggered everything else to be in a fail-safe mode, and a huge amount of Spain had no power for a few hours, didn't it? I mean, it was actually a day and a half, I think. And that stretched into Portugal as well. And I thought, how on earth can something like that happen in this day and age? But it does.
Oh, and in France, where I live, you pay for a capacity.
Right.
So it's definitely not something that I've ever come in contact with in the UK, but you can sign up for a 6 or a 12 kilowatt contract, and therefore that limits you to only being able to use that capacity at any given moment.
Okay.
Now, a kettle, 2 kilowatts, something like that, when you're boiling a kettle. So if you have a 6 kilowatt contract in France, you can only boil 3 kettles at once, or power cut, and it cuts you off.
Really?
And then you have to go and reset. And suddenly I was like, oh gosh, power is finite. And, imagine how much power is being needed across 136 cars, across all the...
Have you never watched any zombie apocalypse movie where the first thing people do is sort out a generator for power?
Oh, an uninterrupted power supply.
Yes.
Yeah, but of course you need power, but the amount of power, how many kilowatts is needed in the paddocks right now?
Oh, I see what you mean. Right, yeah, I see what you mean. A lot.
Yes, of course you need power.
It's a lot. There's a lot of kettles out there, aren't there?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Yeah. There's a lot of a lot, and at any given moment, if you need more than the allowance allows, then the system goes nope and stops and overloads.
There's obviously some sort of...
I mean, literally, if you try and use more than 6 kilowatts in a chalet that has 6 kilowatt allowance, nothing then works.
And is that a safety thing or something, or a sort of a...
Got to remember, I'm on air. It's a French thing.
Right. Okay. But is it based on?
I think it's also a way of having cheap power. You're paying for less because you are saying I'm going to use less. Whereas if you've got 64 kilowatts, then but you only have a couple of kettles and you don't have a computer, you don't have anything else, then you're paying for a lot more that you never will use. So it allows you to have a small contract, basically, and not pay for it.
Surely makes everybody far more mindful about the power that they are using, and in parallel as well. I mean,
as I say, I literally got to the age of 40 and only just realised that actually you can overcapacity your...
And that's 110 volts, isn't it? Or is it 230?
No, it is
240 in the UK.
Yeah, 230 in France.
It's 230 in Europe, isn't it?
Yeah, so then you have an iPhone that you plug into the French charger, and it won't charge because it needs the 240 from the UK, and then obviously in America it's a completely different thing again.
Yeah, I think it's different now. I think your phone chargers are usually okay. They just takes a little bit longer.
I mean, is it South Africa where they have 2 or 3 power cuts a month as standard? They just have days where in the afternoon they don't create enough power in the country, and therefore they have these power outages, and everyone just goes home because there's just no point.
I think it was 2003, I was flying to Toronto for the Mosport American Le Mans Series race, and I flew out from London to Newark. And whilst I was in Newark for like a 3-hour turnaround, there was a power outage from Canada all the way down the eastern seaboard, all the way to Florida. A power outage, basically a power cut. And guess what? The first thing that everybody noticed in the airport, and it was an overnight thing. It took all night to came back on at like 3 a.m. So we were stuck. But you know what the biggest problem that we had in the airport? So yes, there was no card machines, so you needed cash for everything. But the biggest thing was the automated flushing systems in the toilets. They didn't work. So the toilets didn't flush. So very quickly, the toilets went out of bounds within like an hour in Newark Airport.
Wow. We really have opened many subjects for our colleagues Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden to colour.
They won't know where to start, will they?
Whilst there's no racing to talk about, about power and toilets.
Well, we've covered sausages.
Yeah, we
and,
have
and
pretty well.
all different types of wursts. We've covered schnitzels and how veal are farmed. Veal is farmed in Europe.
Regional. Yeah, and in a few moments' time, we will be handing over to our colleagues for the next 2 hours.
Well, as I've just made the comment to Bruce Jones, actually, there was a Spa 24 hours a few years ago where I seem to remember you and a colleague were on air for much of the night when it was red flag for about 9 hours or something, and then on the changeover, that's precisely where the greens came out. So hopefully, as these things balance out, Bruce, within about 5 minutes, you'll be racing again.
Well, it tends to be David Addison who's the beneficiary. He hands over to you and it goes red and you go through the night. He goes back to his hotel, he returns, and hey presto. So maybe here, but yeah, lots of interesting points raised by Ben and Joe, but just the sheer thought of all those kettles coming on when the teams realised it was a long red flag period. So they all wanted tea while they were waiting, and a big spur. And as someone who lives in a property that is off the grid at home, I'm fully conversant with how these little spikes of energy can really cause a little bit of havoc. But hey, it's not a bad thing for us to learn exactly how much power we are using. If you're not metered, you don't tend to know. But if you are, you most certainly do. And if you're paying the bills, even more so. But let's go racing soon, because, I mean, the conditions are still fantastic. The first hour and a bit of this race looked really, really good. It was just starting to become poised, but race interruptions, they come, they go, but hopefully go soon. I've got Peter Snowden alongside me, and we're going to see how this unfolds, but it's so frustrating, isn't it? And we don't know precisely what is the problem that's caused the power outage.
Well, the first thing I was looking forward to was the distance record being broken. Of course, that's not going to happen now, is it?
No, it won't. I mean, it's not something that ever really excites me, distance records, because there's so many factors, particularly at the Nürburgring, that can come to play. But, of course, when we looked at the lead up to this race, it started at 4 o'clock in the afternoon, and beforehand, the grid was absolutely packed with people thronging around. 136 cars about to come out and play. And the sheer diversity of machinery at the front of the grid, more the manufacturers taking part in the top class SP9, that's PT3 side cars, and it's just this amazing circuit, the sights and sounds, and every year, so the quality of drivers and teams and presentation of the cars at the front of the grid gets better and better, and that level of professionalism carries on, tapers on down through the junior classes, all the way to the back of the final group of cars. But it really is a who's who of all the top drivers from all the top manufacturers at the sharp end of the grid. And the cars look absolutely superb as they're lined up. And of course, 24 hours of racing ahead of them. They had no idea that after about 90 minutes it was going to come to a bit of a halt. Beforehand, in this wonderful tradition at the Nordschleife, the fans allowed to the very edge of the circuit, a bit like the Mexican Grand Prix, but that was when the races were live back in the late 1960s. Group B rally days. Still, but the fans here, they know their stuff. They make their own fortresses around the circuit. And you had a very good point earlier. Before they leave, they clean up all their mess. This is a very, very special event for them. But when we got to the start of the race, it was the Manthey EMA Porsche leading away, Mauro Engel giving chase as well. Neat and tidy, nearly 30 cars in the top class, just funneling down into that first corner. But of course, we kick off on part of the Grand Prix circuit before the cars then take a double left and go out onto the Nordschleife, where the magic really begins. But that was a neat and tidy start.
You couldn't have got a better scripted start, could you? A little bit of jeopardy, a little bit of action. Was it going to be a lead change? Not quite. Didn't expect that on the first lap, but it just say all neat, tidy, professional and clean. It didn't carry on for that long, but a few issues a little bit later on, before the power cut. And I have to say, I never thought I was going to use that phrase during the 24-hour race. That racing stopped because of power cut.
Yeah, but our
entire circuit.
Yeah, our illustrious colleagues managed to dig out a few in the past. I mean, to be in the pit lane where suddenly no one has any timing or any of the pit equipment doesn't work, everyone just looks around perplexed. But it can happen, does happen. We did have a faller very early on from the Cup 2 class, Porsche Cup 2 cars, and not too much damage, but it just bodywork on tyres, but clipping the tyre wall. Tyre wall's there for a purpose at Hatzenbach, and did what it's required to do. But of course, whenever that happens, you get dirt and gravel kicked onto the circuit, and it could be you that's the one that finds it the next time around.
Yeah, and we had a little bit further on, we had a great fight with Grello finding its way through, with Kevin Estre not starting that car. I think he jumped into it second, wasn't it? The pole sitting time in that. Lovely shot to that car, just rising full height, a little bit in the air. They don't fly the way they used to at the Nürburgring. She's probably a bit of a relief. Going airborne is not that much of a problem. It's coming back down to the ground. Terra firma is always the issue. But putting it up all nice and square.
Up is good, down not so much. But it was
the rally boys.
Of course not. But it was neat. It was tidy. The weather conditions were fantastic. The driver's probably actually wanting it to be a few degrees cooler because those cockpits are going to be very, very warm indeed. And of course, we got to the first time around that the front runners needed to come in and make a pit stop, but a lot of the crews realised, of course, the first pit stop of this 24-hour race and the last one are time affected. And if you have an early pit stop, your first pit stop is a longer one, and if you can come in later, you will have an advantage later in the race, because it hopefully would mean that your final pit stop will be closer to the end of the race, and the closer to the end that you do make that final stop, the shorter that stop can be. So if you can bear to do an extra lap on your rivals at this first pit stop, it sounds ridiculous at around the 1 hour mark, then you can go out and play. But one thing that's a regular feature of the Nordschleife, particularly in the 24 hours, is when something needs to be cleared up, when there's barrier damage. But one of the main roles is to know exactly what you're going to do when the green flag is flown. And Matthias Drudy was just absolutely caught napping. Those behind, Mauro Engel worked it very well, but the Audi tucked in behind just had to get off the power and lose momentum, otherwise it was going to hit the back of Drudy's Aston Martin. All settled down again, but it's these little moments that can really pivot.
Well, I'm not sure the boys who were on air at the time have covered that as well, but it does look like it was Matthias Drudy was slightly unsighted where that Cayman Porsche to the right. There is a green flag stream on the right-hand side, which you can see from the back of Mauro Engel's Mercedes. Mauro Engel was on it, but unfortunately Drudy wasn't. And that allowed Christopher Hasse just to clip the back of it. It has damaged the diffuser on the back of that Aston. And Mauro Engel, absolutely on it, shot down the left-hand side to the point. He didn't get 2 wheels, but nearly all 4 wheels on the grass to try and take advantage of that space and got alongside him. And Matthias Drudy much as well, what was going on, because he nearly lost both places there. Engel gaining a place on Hasse, and he must have been infuriated because he's had that damage on the back of the car.
But then cars started to have their problems. Then suddenly there was concern coming because the timing went out in the pits and all sorts of other ancillary power cut away. The garage is in darkness and there was no way, race officials can't run a race without working timing for all sorts of reasons, getting messy with the team. So the red flag was flown and we still have that hiatus. Welcome back to the Nürburgring for the ADAC 24 hours, and the message across the bottom of your screen beamed out and streamed out around the world race interrupted, further information coming soon. Don't cast your mind back to last year where we had that message for an awful lot of the race, but that was different. That was fog that came at about 11:30 at night. I remember I was about thinking, right, my night stint is coming to an end. I'm going to scoot off for a few hours sleep. And I said, I think I was with Johnny Palmer at the time, I went, around her act, it's is that fog that's starting to come? I thought maybe just wisp. Is it barbecue fire smoke? It could easily be that, but then suddenly it became apparent that it was getting thicker.
Clutching at straws for it to be anything but fog, basically. But I'm going to really show my anorak skills here now, and Joe will be very proud of me on this one. I remember the exact time because it just seared into my brain. It was 23:23.
Uh-huh.
It was easy to remember.
Very good.
Yeah.
So my about half 11
oh, sorry,
isn't too bad.
But I think just going back to the power outages there, the media centre went out, of course, as well. I think Ben Constanduros, not for the first time and probably not for the last either, picked up on something about kilowatts in France and how it all works in kettles. And I think that's probably the problem, that the journalists are making far too many coffees and being relaxed in this race, and it put all the power out. Just a thought. I'll put it out there.
Indeed. I think it's all the British teams just wanting a cup of tea around the time of the pit stops, but what a sight it is. So the fun is temporarily stopped because of a red flag, but out around the circuit, and you can see it on television, but please, if you can in your life, come to the Nürburgring 24 hours at least once. Walk out and just get a feeling for how the fans go about their enterprise. They're here for 4 or 5 days. They build castles of their own. Some turn up with flatbed trucks, pull back the canopies on the side. They got hot tubs on board, dry ice machines, awful music booming out of their speakers. It's party time. And some of the places, particularly in the early parts of the circuit, like Hatzenbach, the Twisters down to Hocheichen, they're absolutely rammed. A lot of people also go to the far side of the circuit, and Heracht, Wipperman around there. They've got their favourite places. They meet their friends who they probably met there the previous year. It's a fantastic party event. And let's face it, you can swallow up an awful lot of fans, nearly 26 kilometres of circuit perimeter.
For those of you that's tuning into the radio show network of channels, it is Bruce Jones talking about hot tubs at the Nürburgring and no racing. He's not lost his plot completely yet. It's absolutely right. There is no racing at the moment, because we've got a power outage, so we can't run the time screens and operating systems and everything that needs to happen for emergency services, etc., which was similar to the fog last year, was because it was on the higher part of the circuit, the Grand Prix, and of course the emergency helicopter is based at the end of the pit lane there, basically at the start finish line, and if they can't operate that, then you can't Kaziback anybody, so they can't operate. Today it's because of a power outage. But Bruce was just describing about going out to the circuit and seeing different parts of it. If ever there was a golden opportunity to go and do it, now is it. Go and find your position. Go to Hatzenbach. It's not the longest walk. In fact, it's probably one of the shortest. Probably one of the best parts of the circuit to see. Other corners are available as well. In fact, there's another 150 plus odd corners to go and see. But the Hatzenbach selection of corners there, if you've never done it, that is a place to go and have a taster. You probably won't find many other better than that area. Foxhole, maybe. I don't know if there's much viewing down that area, at the top of it maybe. But the Hatzenbach area is just a short walk from the pits. Across you go. It's elevated. You can look down upon the track, as we mentioned earlier. And to be honest, whilst there's no racing going on, you will stand there with your back to the track, looking at some of the creations the spectators bring along. And they bring small towns and villages and create them. There's music centres, there's hot tubs, as Bruce just said. There's dry ice machines. We've seen rock concerts going on, mini ones, of people with things going on in their own things. Absolutely extraordinary. And I think it was that Joe said at the very beginning of the show that it's effectively a festival at Nürburgring that's got a race in there somewhere this weekend.
No, it does, and you're really with like-minded people, and all of these people have been doing it for a very long time, so they've got it absolutely down pat as to what they need to bring, how much firewood. They come with their own piles of firewood and pile it up neatly, and then gradually, put another friend on the barbie. But it is a fantastic place. Another brilliant place to watch is at Stahlstrecke. It's the right-hander where the track then bucks uphill to go towards the carousel. And there's some fantastic shots, if you look at the archive in the Nürburgring, of the Grand Prix there in the 60s and early 70s, where the spectators are high on that hillside. And at various points you can get views of multiple corners. But again, you do the legwork, you can get some cracking places on this most amazing circuit. Of course, we would love the racing to be going on, and hopefully they can find a fix that is fulsome and permanent, because it just looking out across the circuit, it's begging to have some racing cars out on it, and the field this year is astoundingly good. First stage of the race, the first hour and a bit, you know, it ran very smoothly. Of course, the order became a little bit jumbled, because when it came to the timing of the first pit stop, those that some sort of gambled one way, some the others, and weren't making a big gamble, but suddenly with the red flag, it jumbled their order. They then shuffled it back to 9 laps competed, and we've got David Perel sitting atop the table in the Ferrari 296, which is number 45. That's the car that started second on the grid, and it was qualified very well by Thomas Neubauer, a French racer, but in the race itself, it's Axel Jeffries, Felipe Fernandez-Lazar, of course, a winner back in 2023 in there. Along with Perel and Neubauer. That's sitting at the top. Second place is Adam Christodoulou, and he's in a mighty number 17 Get Speed Mercedes. Multicoloured, if you like your colours, pink and purple, absolutely stands out. But so they're in a fortunate position, but there will be winners and losers, but the main winner will, of course, be all of us when we go racing again. So it is a hiatus, but for all the sponsors, of course, Snowy, a lot of them have suites out around the circuit. They understand they don't want all their hospitality in the pit lane. I like the fact, and you see some of the major manufacturers go out and take their guests into a position where they can see the cars out fully on the Nordschleife, and that adds a different feel. It doesn't feel like a modern racing circuit. It sounds and feels like one of the originals.
I'm getting a little bit of intel in the background that part of the reason might be part of the reason for the red flag and the power outage might be quite simply the heat, which is causing problems with all those systems.
I can believe it.
Taking a bit of a while. We mentioned this, didn't we, Joe? I'm getting names mixed up today. Bruce, you're Bruce, aren't you? You're the tall one. Yes, we knew that. With how the temperatures will affect the car's performance, it's simply like tyres, engines, that kind of stuff. But there's a wider picture evolving clearly with this, and power outage now, which might be a problem, might be caused by this very heat that we've got today, and bearing in mind that it's due to get even hotter tomorrow. I think it's 33 degrees in Le Mans, I've heard today, so I'm quite glad that the race took place last weekend.
Well, for someone who was walking up and down the pit lane in a set of overalls,
waddling, dear boy.
Well, at your very finest. But don't forget, somewhere like Le Mans, the pit lane holds so much more heat than it does at the Nürburgring. Le Mans, you've got an awful lot of concrete on both sides of the track, with giant grandstand and the huge pit building, which is not a pit building, it's a pit building, it's a grandstand, it's everything. Here there's more of a chance for the wind to blow through, and sitting on a hilltop, that certainly helps as well, plus the altitude. But for the fans, they have all their signs, they have all their beers. They haven't had all their beers yet, that will be paced through the night, but they're good-natured, and they do bring some truly awful sitting room furniture to have at the circuit, the sort of chairs that you couldn't give away at the dump. But anyhow, they're having fun.
They'll have independent power units out there, so they'll have ice boxes and cool machines that will have their own power supplies. So the most important thing is that their cold beverage of choice is kept to the requisite temperature. I think I'm worried about accurately, didn't I?
No, I think you do. Life is about priorities. So
Exactly
the racing is important for them, but they have their own particular beverages and the temperatures they need to serve them at. The good thing is, actually, a lot of people have been alerted to the fact that it was going to be very hot, and good to see so many massive parasols, sun brollies, because however you crack it, as a spectator of a circuit like this, you're outside for a huge number of hours, and heard Ben talking about it earlier. The big danger for a lot of people is dehydration. So much as it's lovely to put every hour another stein of lager down, water's a good thing too. But I really do admire the way the Germans go about their camping, and everything is done on an industrial scale, and from the size of the kebabs to the size of the beer bellies to everything. But it's a wonderful place, and you get a totally different mix of people to the ones you get at the Le Mans 24 hours. You don't tend to get groups of sort of slightly elderly men turning up in their cars that they've owned for 30 or 40 years. The journey to Le Mans is as much as the race itself, in some ways. In every group, there's someone will watch every lap, listen to every lap. But the Nürburgring, it's another massive experience on its own, but it's very, very different.
It's a fascinating point you raised there, because I hadn't really registered. It's so obvious when you said, having sort of attended both and driven both as a spectator and on the circuit itself. It is an entirely different demographic that go to this race than go to Le Mans, and possibly again, bearing in mind that for the first time ever, we've got the absolute blue ribbon events, 24 hours of Nürburgring today, Spa next weekend, having followed Le Mans last weekend in a trio in 3 weekends in a row. Is quite extraordinary. And I imagine it's almost a different demographic again next weekend, and it's only 60 kilometres away across the mountains.
Yeah, I mean, that is the thing. If you live on the Belgian-German border, you are spoilt for circuits to go to. Within 3 hours, you can get to an awful lot. But I mean, having your two closest circuits are Spa-Francorchamps and Nürburgring Nordschleife. And what's really entertaining, we've had this many times over the years, Snowy, when we've been covering long-distance races here, we keep an eye on the weather and reports coming from Spa, because you normally get it about an hour later, sometimes half an hour if it's a really stormy day. So the crews, you know, obviously, they build up their side, they get their team chief, they get their mechanics, they get a strategist. They also get a weather person, someone to get some really, really good weather apps. Right now, all the teams, they're putting on a brave face, sitting in the pits, pretending it's fun, but really they want to go racing. That's what they've been building up to. And it's hard to keep the concentration when you've been having an enforced period of sitting on your tail end.
I'm going to give him a shout out here, just because you mentioned about sitting in the pits, getting a little bit potentially bored. Drivers' minds obviously wander during these sorts of breaks, and one of our radio show friends, Peter Kate, commented a little while back, a good few minutes ago, that red flag due to power outage with the hot weather. Sadly, with the restart, we will lose our 20-second lead on point straight away. Obviously, a little bit later, he's now bored and reflected on that and just put, the 24-hour Nürburgring will restart, will take a little longer. Maybe Bortolotti's still out there at full gas. Peter, wash your mouth out. And
wash your mouth out. And what that refers to is Mirko Bortolotti was on an absolutely blinding qualifying lap in the number 27 Lamborghini, the Red Bull Team Apt entry, and I think he was absolute fastest the first handful of the many sectors around this circuit.
Seven or nine red flags he missed.
And he became colourblind for a moment, and he missed quite a few, and instead of qualifying fifth, it was a big slap on the wrist down to the back of the pack.
The very definition of red mist, wasn't it?
Red missed every single one of them.
Exactly, yeah.
Yeah, so just one of those things. But anyhow, good to have a bit of humour coursing through there. Thank you very much to Peter Kate, a man who, if you cut him in half, it would say Nürburgring, would it not?
100%, yeah. Yes, little 24-hour logos in his blood cells, I'm sure. But good to see him back in the race again. He always managed to pull a deal together one way or another, and a worthy entrant in any team to have on board, and was leading this. As you said, 20-second advantage now wiped away. So we're seeing some footage in the pit lane now of fueling rigs, and this is one of the key elements that needs to be operational correctly. And I do love that the Nürburgring here, we have, we see the cars run on pump fuel. It's not just pump fuel, they are pumps. They are pumped from, and it is literally like pulling into your local supermarket, and you pull out the hose and the gun, the pistol, pop it in, and the meter runs, and you just don't want to watch the cost.
No, that's a factor. You don't let it cancel the fun. Now, one of our most illustrious viewers is John Watson, who's decided he's strapping on board for
Never heard of him.
Whole event.
Never heard of him.
And he's found a sort of link with the early days of his racing career back in Northern Ireland. He says it reminds me of this failure of what happened in the Kirkeston in the 1960s. And then he said it looks so the mechanics already know they've been drinking water, John. They've been drinking water, keeping their spirits up. But great to have you on board. And keep an eye on what's going on. Of course, I'm sure if you unload Watty, you would find a story to come from every one of the visits to racing here. He raced in all sorts of things, but don't forget, when he was racing in Formula 1, they also raced top-level sports cars too. Mm. And so the diversity did mean they had more than one visit a year to the Nordschleife as well for a lot of them. And every single one of those races would have had many stories to tell. And
was it not? I certainly know it was the right season, and you're the guru on this, and so therefore I'll defer to you on this one completely. But the famous 1976 Grand Prix here, obviously for Niki Lauda's accident, which mercifully he did survive, but miraculously, was it the next race that Watty then won in the Penske? Or was it too later? It was
German, Austria. Yeah, it was it was the following race, and then they went to Zandvoort, and he and James Hunt had a massive scrap. Yeah. Porsche, the Penske against Porsche.
When he became
Penske against. Yes, exactly so. If you make a statement, you have to follow it up, and so he did. I have friends when I was growing up, and they were in their mid-20s when their father turned up at home, and they'd never seen him without a beard before. They didn't really like it, but he couldn't put it back on straight away. Anyhow, your beard today is absolutely fantastic. It's the best you've grown.
Thank you. Yeah. I just wish it wasn't so grey.
Indeed. Two-tone, two-speed. Right, the clock keeps on counting down. We have nearly gone through 3 hours of this race, but let's really call it half of that. It was around the sort of 90-minute mark that
when it's reading 21 hours and 6 minutes, I'm rather hoping that's to the end of the race, not to the green flag. It's going to get started. Got a lot of filling to do.
Well, we've got a 2-hour stint, and Johnny Palmer, Ben Constanduris, and Joe Bradley were doing a fantastic job moving off into the world of electrical supply and other important elements, but we may be doing the same by the time we get to the end of ours and hand over to the next crew in the queue. But you know, it's good to see that the screens are working again in the pits, so that's one bit, but we have to be sure that it's working the entirety of the pit lane. And you know, I don't expect our camera crews to go into each and every garage. Trying to see if the screens are on the gantries on the pit wall. Quite possible. James Hunt is racing here, I see, along with Dirk Adolf, so car number 718. You get a lot of people, we've seen a lot of people over the years, Mr. Snowden, who race under all sorts of pseudonyms here. And I've never followed a series where so many people have little inverted commas by their name. Yeah. But the 718 crew, it's, yeah, exactly. Manti Racing, that's your Griezmann, Bjorn Griezmann, Dirk Adolf, and Yves Volter. So it's not Dirk who's got the James Hunt colour. It's obviously someone else who went to Wellington College in Berkshire, because those are the school colours on the flanks of the ex-James skid lid.
Much as it's interesting to see in some ways, I always think that a driver's crash helmet is such a personal thing that it's you keep a colour, you make a colour, you stay with it. I never quite get this sort of culture, especially in the ranks of Formula One now, but I don't follow Formula One enough to see it much. But this sort of change the helmet design for every race sort of thing. I think, for example, when Niki Lauda passed away, we mentioned a little bit earlier, when he passed away in 2019, I think it was.
Yeah, I think you're right.
And I think it was the next race, the Monaco Grand Prix. Lewis Hamilton did a tribute helmet to Niki Lauda. That's because Niki Lauda was instrumental in getting him into Mercedes. That I totally get as a one-off for that event, and I think that's entirely respectful and honourable and superb and to be applauded. This changing it almost for every meeting, I don't quite get it, but from a selfish commentator point of view, it just throws us off kilter, because you used it. His helmet's blue. Why is it red? This one. Who's in the car?
Yeah, pause makes you pause to think. But you know what? I think you've got currency. It's your brand. You are you. And okay, I'll fess up now. When I was about 10, you didn't actually. It was so long ago. You didn't get that much colour in the magazines. Motorsport had a few in the middle. Autosport would have the front cover. I would gradually accumulate helmet designs, and I'd draw them. I had this great big sheet. How sad is this? And in my crayons, my Caran d'Ache crayons, I had a lovely grid. I filled them in, but you knew full well there'd be a tweak here, a twiddle there, but the colours would still be absolutely the same. You could spot your Tom Price from your John Watson, from your James Hunt, your Niki Lauda. And then the colours, of course, that Gilles Villeneuve carried on his helmets were sort of adapted for Jacques, but again, it was a lineage. But here,
and the Graham Hill and Damon Hill.
Exactly.
That's natural. Exactly. Rowing Club colours where Graham Hill had rode, as you say, at Wellington College for James Hunt. I absolutely get that. It follows its tradition, and I think it should be upheld. And in the UK, there's a Mike Wilds has a similar sort of design, which I think his late wife actually designed for him many years ago, of yellow with black dot diamonds around the ring guard behind. He's racing at the Jochen Rindt Trophy at Thruxton Historic Festival back in the UK this weekend. But his son has got the same helmet design, and his grandson Spencer is now karting and got exactly the same helmet design. And I know for a fact, having spoken to Mike, he said, I never asked or expected either of them to do it. It's just one of those things, when they did, they took it up and they were, we've got to have Dad's crash helmet design. It just feels right, and that's it just felt right, and they did. Yeah, no,
I totally get that, but also just something that you can put down, come back from having a coffee, and you recognise your own helmet. At the back of the garages where they have the slots at the Le Mans 24 Hours for the drivers to put their helmets, if every single one is red, blue, yellow and swirled around. Anyhow, it's making it sound really folkish, but I do think a driver who turns up with a really clear helmet design, I think other people look at that and go, oh God, you've got a brand. Well done. You are you. I'll give you a good helmet design. An Italian touring car racer in the 80s, Giancarlo Nadeo, and what I loved, his helmet was like polished steel. Beautiful. It just had the family crest on the side, as you do. It looked like a knight going to joust, in my mind. It might
Very
have been,
cavalier.
Might have been in an Alfa Romeo, but off he went. But I thought that's good, because it's completely different.
Yeah.
It wouldn't be so good in the single-seater, because the amount of light bouncing off that would be a bit distracting to his rivals. But no, it was fantastic.
I think all the more so in this day and age of the commercial side of motorsport, with so much sponsorship involved, because there's very little acreage left on a driver of overalls and etc., where it doesn't belong to the sponsor, the team, and some commercial partnership, which just makes all the wheels go round. We get that, no pun intended. So all the more reason for me that crash helmet is it's your own bit, it's your personal, as you say, it's your brand.
Yeah, entirely so. Right, moving on from helmets, we talk about tyres. There are lots of tyres here, and one of the big problems that all the teams are going to be having is the circuit right now. The air temperature was 33 degrees at the start of the race. The track temperature, I can't remember what it was, but it's high, and it's going to stay high even as the light starts to fade. So they can have more laps running on a really, really hot, tricky circuit, and that's going to have, certainly, Snowy, an element of taking the performance out of their tyres before they wanted it to drop away. You've got a smile on your face. Now explain to the world at large what is so funny.
I'm going to have to out him now, so my apologies to Elliot Cole in the UK, a colleague of mine who worked with many years ago on various things, and he now works with DTO, who run British GT, fronted by Karen Chanduk. Pretty well known in F1 world. And Elliot has just messaged me privately and just said, "You two are doing a great job fitting this. My helmet design made me fail my art GCSE, but I don't care, I went racing," basically.
Good man.
So, well done, Elliot.
I'm not sure my love of Autosport magazine really helped my maths A level, but anyhow, here we are. Right, good news
True
is
racer.
people in green are out on the grid. What does that mean? There are people with clipboards and notebooks and little tabards. Looks like we're going to have cars forming up on the grid. One would presume, but it's not going to be quick, because at the moment they look like a group of Boy Scouts and Girl Guides, or Girl Scouts as we call them now, I guess, going out with a job to do. Hopefully the briefing has been good, but the way this meeting is run, you know, they are very, very professional. It's a very large grid, though, so for a lot of them it's not going to be the happiest of walks or waddles to get to where they need to be. But it's a positive sign that something will be happening, and the restart will be at, I've just noticed it might have been there for a minute or two, 7:45. So the bad news is that's 45 minutes from now. So that means the stoppage would have been getting on for 2.25 hours.
I was just going to say that I haven't looked into the regulations and rules and how it reruns, but you will most likely need to do a formation lap again, which of course around here is 10 plus minutes around here. So even if we've got people going onto the grid, you say marshals standing at different posts, different grid spots to say, line your car up here. Well, they're still going to get to you, and it's not an ordinary GP circuit of 1 point something miles or 3 point something kilometres. It's 25 kilometres all the way around, and cars haven't even moved out. They're herringbone fashion in the pit lane, but the lights are back on in the media centre across from us, from our commentary position, which means that the Brits can have their cups of tea again. So once we've had our cup of tea,
and they've restarted it again.
We've restarted again. We can go racing. We can't do that until we've had tea.
But what I really like is the fact that the fans are still thronged along the roof, looking down over the pits. In the background's a Ferris wheel, which has got to have one of the best views in the world. It's one thing doing it as circuits on the level, but you can look right out across the Eiffel Forest. And I guess, unfortunately for the people riding at the moment, they'll be back down at the deck. But imagine being up high in one of those buckets, effectively, on the Ferris wheel when the restart happens. What a vantage point that will be. So lots of talking among the various officials, as they've now at least put an official time on the restart. So that is another 44 minutes.
There's a track management car gone out onto the track, and our cameraman just very, very helpfully just zoomed into the passenger window, which of course is the right-hand side, being a German registered car. And one of the officials just looks out and smiles and gets his phone out and making a phone call from the end of the pit straight there. As to, there's nothing to worry about flags, or fog, or damage, or barriers. We know that. It's all about, have we got power? So once everything's up and sustainable, that's the big point. Is it all going to fall over again because of the heat? So I guess the electricians and engineers know all the clever stuff. Will go and stress test stuff and sort it up, and somebody turns the kettle on. So it's probably Constant Dura's going to put a kettle on using his cheap 5-watt system from France, and it's with his mega kettle, and blown the whole system again.
Well, he's got enough water for 4 mugs of tea, so that's absolutely fine. But entirely that. But the thing is, we could physically get this race started sooner, but there is a protocol, there is a procedure that needs to be run through, that if you do delve deep enough into the rule book for an event like this, that would be, you better start about 2 weeks ago. But anyhow, the ADAC, the organising club, will go through their official countdown. So they threw it with about 45 minutes to go. 7:45 Central European time restart. So you can go and make your cup of tea at home. I know we're talking about that. You can actually, frankly, go and design a helmet design for yourself as well. You've got time aplenty, or you can sit and enjoy. Download yourself a spotter's guide. You'll find them out there on the World Wide Web. Make sure you've got your timing screens in position and ready to go, and then you can unite them with our voices and the images as it comes up again. So we're past the 3-hour point in this race, but it'll be closer to the 4-hour point in the race, just 15 minutes before that, when the green flag will be shown, the green lights will be shown, and the field will take off all over again. So drivers starting to get helmeted, suited, and get ready to get in their cars. The pit lane is in the shade. The back of the garages most certainly is not. A lot of sunshine streaming in from there. But right now, Peter, at this point, it's about keeping cool, isn't it? In the head and in the body.
I was going to say, and in the head especially. From the point of view, we mentioned pre-show, didn't we, Bruce, in our warm-up session, it was 40 minutes earlier on, that I said, sorry, pre-race,
yes.
We did, as we warm up. The strategy. And we talked about temperature and how strategists will have to allow for that. We've got these regulated pit stops of time at the beginning and the end of the race, and how it all works. What does this throw into the mix? It's quite a change, really, because they've got to think of a whole different thing. How many? What we reckon? 2 hours now.
Yeah, it will be more than 2 hours.
Get to 2 hours.
At the bottom of the hour, it hits 2 hours.
A whole load.
Yeah, so again, they've got to do some numbers, count down from the very end, and see how it does. I mean, that's the thing with the 24-hour race. Often, if it's all going well, you can attack until nightfall. You're just thinking about what's here and now, and then through the night, hopefully, all will run relatively smoothly. But it's about the countdown from the end. How late can you run that final pit stop? It seems ridiculous to be talking about it, but the closer to the end, the closer to the 24-hour mark you can make that final pit stop, the shorter time it's allowed to take. You want the shortest pit stop you possibly can. Most of the pit stops, of course, particularly the first one, the closer to the start of the race, the longer it is. So it's something for the mathematicians, the strategists to work out. But right now, it's the turn of the drivers to be back in their cars, doing all their systems checks, all the, of course, all we had for the last hour and a half has been problems in the garages. If you're just joining us, why are the cars stationary in the pits? We have a red flag period. It's gone on for a long time, and by the end of it, it'll have been on for about 2 hours and 15 minutes. And it will take us up to 7:45 German time, Central European time, when we go green all over again. It was a clean start, I must say, and let's hope for more of the same. But across all of the classes, it's now time to get busy. First few cars, some with lights on, some not, now starting to exit the pits. But it's going to be until 7:45 before the lights go green on the grid and we go racing again. So it's a long, long run, nearly 26 kilometres around this circuit. That's getting on towards 16 miles. So all the runners will go around and form up on the grid. But again, you don't want to get there too soon to be out in the sunlight where the cars get hot. You want to, but then again, sometimes you have no choice because your car is the one that's been stashed at the back of the garage. It's not one garage per car or one car per garage. In some of them, it's about 5 or 6 cars, isn't it? It's a real cram when they're all in there. So cars now starting to leave the pits, including the car that started from pole position, the number 911 Porsche Manthey EMA with the Coos livery, the yellow and green that combined to, you know you're famous when your livery has a nickname. It's green and yellow. The car for about the last 6 or 7 years has just been known as Grello. Very, very affectionate, but wow, how successful. So many events have been won, but is it Porsche's year? Too early to tell, but certainly the qualifying lap made it look very good indeed. However, we did have balanced performance readjustment, and that has certainly well, has it pegged them back? We can't tell you yet. It's early days, but in terms of what changed, Porsche gained 5 kilos. Gain, not a good thing. Mercedes lost 5 kilos in their permitted weight. BMW and Ford minus 10 kilos, and Aston Martin more boost. So different ways of trying to sort of peg the performance to make it equal.
Well, it's certainly been Porsche's year so far in NLS, which we know this isn't part of. I have to reiterate this every time. I said this earlier. It isn't an NLS round, but everybody pre this race does NLS to the max to get the data together for this race. So it kind of is, if you see what I mean. And it's been Porsche's year so far. 3 different teams, all running Porsches, have won all around so far at NLS. But is it time for something else? Another brand to win the 24-hour? We had Ferrari for the first time ever 2 years ago. I'm not sure whether that's going to be the case. I think I was talking to David Pittard at Le Mans last weekend, actually. Who obviously was part of the winning team of that Fricky car 2 seasons ago, or 2 races ago, on this, and just saying, you know, what's Klaus doing now that runs it all? And he just said, look, he's got the car still, he's got an upgraded car, and he'd like to do it, he'd like to come back, but he wants to win it. But it's it's the cost of running that Ferrari is hugely expensive compared to some of the previous brands he's run. So it's expensive.
On a hot day, you feel as though you are wearing it. Perhaps that's the case now. For the early cars that came out of the pit lane, they came round to the back way to go onto the grid, and unfortunately there's a barrier across the circuit that's been there while they've been tidying up and sweeping the track. So the early runners have gone out and they're having to stay at a standstill before they would take that final right-hander to do the shortcut onto the grid. So for the wise teams, or the fortunate ones, they have not left the pit lane. They're still sitting in the shade, and that's probably the best place to be. Christopher Haase was the driver at the wheel and will still be the wheel of the number 1 Shearer Sport PHX Audi. Worth reiterating, of course, of course, Shearer Sport PHX, they're running a Porsche this year as well. No, they're not anymore. They were, but Lawrence Vanthoor had a humdinger of an accident yesterday, and the car, number 16, was withdrawn. So it makes it simpler for Shearer Sport PHX in running just one car, but more to the point, just one manufacturer, not a Porsche and an Audi, just the Audi that they've run traditionally over the years. And that will be lining up 5th with Christopher Haase on board. And it will be the number 45 Ferrari that will start from the front of this reformed grid. And that's the car that started 2nd on the grid this afternoon. Kondo racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. That's running on Yokohama's. We'll talk about tyres a little bit later. And it's great to have this sort of inter-manufacturer, inter-brand battle. It's very, very much a feature of the ADAC GT. And if you think you understand the relative likely performance of these cars, you come to the Nordschleife, you come to the 24 hours, and it's a different mix. Instead of all running on, say, Pirelli and some championships, you've got this mix of tyres, Peter, and that's something else that we'll observe and maybe see if we can find a pattern. We may just come away at the end going, they're round black things. Who knows what difference they're making? But I would like, if the weather changes, for us to start maybe to understand, is the Michelin better in longer stints? And we may never get an answer to that, but there are different elements that you can knit in to a race like this.
It's interesting that Michelin, the suppliers of the SP9 GT3 category in this, have bought 3 compounded tyres for this race, and they're not named the way you would normally expect. They are cold, medium and hot. Or the three compounds. That's an official Michelin terminology.
I quite like.
When I read it in the week, I just thought, we have to read something, go back and read it again. Is it sorry? It's cold, medium, and hot.
I like simplicity. I find it a very fine.
It's why we work together so well.
Indeed, keep it simple, keep it so everyone could understand it. But right now, the race officials are probably not wanting to be out in the sunshine on the grid. It's obviously evening now, but 7:45 will be the restart time. It's just coming up towards 7:15. It's a long process with a lot of cars to get them out of the pits, around the start-finish straight, lined up in their grid formation. And then at 7:45, the restart will fire us back into action. But at the moment, it's the number 45 Condo racing with Rinaldi Ferrari that would be stopping front. David Perel was driving that at the time of the stoppage. The red flag that came out, and if you only just joined us, what do you mean red flag? Well, a red flag was going to have a period of more than 2 hours of stoppage, was because there was an electrical problem of some sort in the pit and all the timing systems went down. And it's not just how fast did Johnny do on his last lap, it's also all the messages to all the teams, all the warnings required from the officials, and so on and so forth. So second on the grid will be the pink and purple Get Speed Mercedes, and Adam Christodoulou was driving that before the stoppage. Matthias Drudy, who got caught out a little bit on one of the slow zones and coming out of it, the green flag was waved, he wasn't ready, and possibly got a little bit of damage at the back of his Aston Martin, the number 34 from Walkenhorst Motorsport. Mauro Engel will start fourth in his Mercedes, also from the Get Speed team, and Christopher Haase, the number 1 Audi from Scherer Sport PHX, last year's winning team, will start from 5th.
You were saying about a little bit of potential damage on the Aston, that was the Matthias Drudy car, you were saying?
Say again, sorry?
The little bit of damage on the Aston with the...
Yes.
Yeah, oh, most definitely. Most definitely a diffuser damage there. One of the central fences was split. It was very easy to see because it's got that typical Aston colours of the, almost like the works Formula 1 teams, of the Aston Racing green, or Grand Prix green, or F1 green, I think they call it, and the day glow yellow. Well, that strip sort of followed the shape of the diffuser at the back, and you could see it was broken. So even a numpty like me could see that it had been damaged. It wasn't the tape that had fallen off; it was actually damaged. So not ideal for it.
Lots and lots of cars. Seems an absolutely obvious thing to say, but when you get a chance, if you were standing trackside and you got to watch these cars going around, you go, that is literally one of every sort of racing car. But then when you look at the Porsches in particular, with the many of them, and I'm not talking about those in the top class, you've got the Cup 2 class for 911 Cup class racers, and you've got the Cayman class at the back, which is the Cup 3. They've all got their own racing with massive fields within this enormous field. And if you're new to the Nürburgring 24 hours, let's just give you some numbers. We started with more than 130 cars, outstanding, across an enormous range of performance. But as we were talking about earlier, Peter Snowden, it's the fact that the performance of the cars in the top class, they are like rocket ships right now. It's a large number. In years gone by, you'd have maybe a similar differential between the slowest car in the race and the very fastest. But now, the differential's the same, but you have nearly 30 of the cars in the top class. So when they lap you for the first time, trying to keep out of the way of one or two faster cars coming through is one thing, but when it's like a storm of very powerful locusts coming through, they strip everything, they suck the air out as they go past, and if you're an inch or two offline, you're on the grass, and we know what follows grass, barrier. So got to be super careful, and that is why here at the Nürburgring, they really make sure you know how to race on the Nürburgring before you're unleashed in one of those top-class cars.
I was just going to come to that, and that's, I think, like we witnessed, I think, at Le Mans last weekend as well, that the quality of drivers has evolved so much over the last few years in sports car racing. I think we're in an absolute golden period of sports car racing at the moment, whether it be WEC, Le Mans, Intercontinental GT, Nürburgring, it doesn't matter. I think it's an absolutely golden period. It's an absolute honeypot to be delving into. But part of that is, most certainly technical perspective, is the cars are so reliable now that they were, and they continue, and they're reliable, which they never were. Didn't used to be predictably unreliable. They also have amazing things now called lights, which I find extraordinary. Still, I know John Hindhaugh laughs at me when I say this in a nice way, because I say we used to race on 2 wet candles. And Group C cars around big circuits at night with one headlight, or 2 wet candles to start with, and one's gone out anyway. It's not ideal trying to find an apex, but I never found one anyway, so the lights were irrelevant. But the other side of it is, and not to be underestimated, is the quality of driving standard has come up so much because the organisers have mandated it and made sure it's happened for safety, for everybody involved, because the cars are so much quicker now. I'm not going to say amateurs, but you need to lift that base level up a bit and make sure that you didn't have just somebody taking part because it was a bit of fun. That's why we have the ring permit. DMSB do this. That's why you come into this series and you have to do 2 7-lap stints in a race, on a race conditions. Think how long 7 laps may take you in a different category car, by the way. So, you know, a smaller BMW for a smaller engine BMW. So not a GT3 car. So, you know, it can be 11, 12-minute laps or whatever you're doing. You've got to do 2 races of a minimum of 7 minutes. Sorry, 7 laps of those. 7 minutes would be great. That's Nicky Team type stuff, isn't it? You've got to do 7 laps twice on separate occasions before you can even drive a GT4 car here, never mind a GT3 car. And so it should be, and that's why it's so safe now.
Think about the other advantages of all of that. It's the fact that if you only ever rocked up a race car in the top class, you wouldn't appreciate how difficult it is to be in one of the excuse me, cars that are necessarily slower, because possibly the first time in your racing career you're having to handle cars that are so much faster coming past you. You have to work out where to position your car, and that gives you really the bigger picture. You start to understand, excuse me again, what may happen.
So it's we're not that far off start now. We have a 7:45 local start, which is in just under half an hour's time. Cars are starting to form up. We will, of course, have full formation laps onto the circuit. As I said earlier, that takes a little bit longer than most circuits to go around and do a whole lap around here. So it's reset again. The big disadvantage of restarting again in these conditions is, of course, all the advantages that Peter Kate mentioned, as a 20-second lead that you've built in those first few minutes, hours of the race, we're not very long into the race, is all negated. And that is frustrating, but stay calm. The strategists will work it out and say, well, there's a rule for this, or there's a way of thinking. It is what it is. It's absolutely right. Drivers will go, but we built up a 20-second advantage and do all of it. Well, yeah, that's fine. Let driver wind down. Don't rewind him. Don't wind up the coil spring. I can speak from experience. There's nothing you can do about it. It is what it is. We are starting again. It's a reset. It's happened. Deal with what we've got in front of us. So the strategists will now work out a different. We're going to have effectively around about a 2-hour delay in total because of this power outage. And restart, and it is however many hours left to go, 21 something hours we left to go. That's what it is.
You can only look forward.
It's a new race, exactly.
Don't look backwards. Sorry about the choking and croaking. No idea where that frog came from in my throat. May come back, but I have a glass of water alongside. Trying to be professional. Right, so this incredible mix of manufacturers at the front of the field. It doesn't matter. It's almost like you just have the big top hat, put all the cars in, shuffle them around, and every time you look, it tends to be many different makes. Top 5 positions, 4 different manufacturers. Top 6 positions, 5 different manufacturers. It's Mercedes that's got the bragging rights. They've got cars in 2nd and 4th positions on the grid. But talking about the top 6, I feel I should talk about the top 7, because the Master Blaster, the Kevin of Estra, will be starting the Grello Manthey Porsche from 7th on the grid. A mere bagatelle for him. Bear in mind, at Le Mans, he started about 21st in the top class, and 3 nods of the head, doffing of the cap, and a sprinkle of stardust, and he was at the front. Quite extraordinary.
I was just going to mention that on the strategy bit there. So you have a whole reset, a new race, shortened. It's a different format. And so what do you do? Well, no disrespect to the other 3 very talented drivers in that 911 car. What do? You play your race card. You've all had a rest. You put Esther out, don't you? Why wouldn't you? Play the trump card, stick him out there, and Kevin, can you just go and see what you can do? And knowing Kevin Estra, he will use the track, he'll use some of the grass, probably quite a lot of it if he needs to, but he will certainly use all his incredible abilities at the wheel of that Manthey Porsche to get it as far forward as he possibly can, and then just walk in and be really casual and it's like, yeah, go and win the race. Yeah, that's what he does. Right. And I'm not meaning to dismiss anybody else in that car, which is a stellar lineup, but there is something about Mr. Estra that is pretty exceptional.
So much racing, particularly for drivers at the top of their game, and the depth of the quality just grows and grows. It's small differences, but he has something that really inspires him. Doesn't seem to matter where he is, but there's something very special about the Nürburgring Nordschleife for Kevin Estra. We will talk about other drivers later, but you know, he just goes for it. And why? This is what drivers live for. Racing a car around this sensational circuit. And it's not just that. It's not just the driving, it's the racing. it takes two to tango. You've got 30, you're really laughing, you've got the whole dancing troupe, and that's what they want to race against. And then, of course, a lot of these drivers, they're racing against them week in, week out, or maybe once a fortnight, and it could be anywhere in the globe. You've got a lot of these drivers will go over and compete in Asia in the GT World Challenge, a lot will go in the IMSA WeatherTech Series, a lot will race in GT World Challenge America. If you're a tip-top GT3 driver, oh, and the other small element, yeah, the World Endurance Championship, or you can race your cars in, you know, the Michelin, the Moore Cup, etc. So a lot of these drivers can be out, but what I love is a camaraderie around them, and you know, they know 20 years ago they couldn't be doing this, they wouldn't be making a career out of it, but you know, take for example, we suddenly have a cluster of South Africans on the stream, Jordan Pepper and a Van der Linde. They've based themselves in Europe super quick, but it has been the making of them, and you know, they've been works drivers for a long time, and you, yes, because your racing career was sort of before the manufacturers came in big time, racing in the FIA GT1 series, fabulous cars, but very different. The level, the depth of quality now is just off the clock, isn't it?
You say that was evident. I remember at the sort of towards the end of that 2003 GT at the opening round of Barcelona, the new Ferraris came along, the 550 Maranello, which frankly, compared to its evolution version, the 575, was pretty basic, and I don't think anybody would mind me saying that. It was a fantastic car. It was kind of like, what are we doing with this? It was ProDriver got hold of it, built into something properly, and I remember at the end of that first race, which was really the first time of manufacturers being involved, or a manufacturer being involved, and they'd won it by such margin and relatively easy. I remember turning to my team principal on the pit wall and just saying, well, it's beer o'clock, isn't it, as an end of race? And he looked at me and just very sarcastically said, I think it's more like Ferrari o'clock. And I'll never forget Ian Bickerton saying that. And it was like, yes, yeah, his mind was, you know, not. I did have to buy the beers, by the way.
Absolutely right.
Libations. But absolutely so. It's now manufacturers. You know, it might be privately run, some of the cars, but you know, that's how they are now.
Well done to the TV director there. He's picked up on our conversation about helmet designs. He zoomed into the one on the roof of the number 98 Rover Racing BMW, and that will be Kelvin van der Linde, as we've seen him laughing around. But also, people are listening around the world, and Simon Strang, you know, worked so hard for Aston Martin with all their PR, has made the foolish step of allowing his son Finn to go racing. He just sent me a photograph of Finn, said his helmet design is inspired by Patrick Depailler. He believes in 1980s crash helmets. No influence there at all, Simon. Thanks for sending that in, but I'm sure everybody's got a design. But one person who keeps his livery, Franz Conrad, appears on the screens looking marginally older than he did 50 years ago, but the passion is still there, and he runs Lamborghinis. He's done that for such a long time, but with that aquamarine and black combination, you see his cars all over the world. You think how many years those raced in the States as well and all across Europe, but a racer through and through. But again, he's kept that livery. I'm sure it's probably infuriated some of the people that want to sponsor his team because they like, you know, their colours on the car, but I have huge respect for Franz for doing that.
Somebody I raced against, so it makes me feel a lot better when I can say that.
What would he have been driving and what were you driving at the time? Just to put people in the picture, people who weren't there in the mindset of 22 years ago, or thereabouts.
I would have been Viper, and I would have to look up what he might have been Celine in those days.
Actually, I think that's a good call.
Celine, I think it was the Celine, yeah.
Times keep on changing. You tend to think, well, in fact, we've already got a historic racing series for GT3 cars. How can that be possible? But and the second one is being spawned next year between the Peter Auto Group, who run just fantastic classic meetings around Europe. And in fact, we're going down with them to the Classic Le Mans soon. That is growing and growing. And that will be in partnership with SRO, who of course organise, you know, the Spa 24 Hours, all the GT World Challenge, etc., the GT4 European Series, the GT2 Euro Series, and so on. So it just seems a little bit wrong when you talk about cars and go, oh, there's some people who think those are now historic. How can that be? But the world moves on, and you compare the initial GT3 cars, the ones to be in this early group that I think runs through to 2013, and put them alongside a contemporary one, then you'll see the difference. It's subtle, but it's everywhere, every single element.
Well, I'll put that into a context for you, and this will make you laugh. And I'm sure you'll allow me this one mention of a certain brand and model of car that I raced 20-something years ago, and this is how it came about. At Le Mans last weekend, our colleague Peter Mackay caught up with David Pittard before I had, and he said, "Oh, He said, one of Pittard's customers has just bought a Lister Storm GT1 car. And apparently David Pittard was telling me all about it. So I know David quite well. We covered him a lot in the series we do and this kind of stuff, and winning this race 2 years ago. And Peter Mackay very kindly said to him, well, you need to talk to Snowy about that then. Pittard looked blank and went, why?
Kids these days.
And he just went, well, Snowy used to race it. And apparently Pittard looked at him and just went, he did what? He said, Snowy used to race that car. It is the very car.
Did he know you'd race?
No, he didn't even know I'd raced, which is I think it's fantastic. Absolutely fantastic. It shows what a glittering career I didn't have.
Shows what a youthful individial David Pittard is. But you know him, he will go and he'll know more about your career shortly than you do.
Probably.
Or else we'll never talk about him again, frankly. That's how stiff it is. Right, if you're just joining us, you're just flicking on the screens, looking for some fierce cut and thrust, the racing action that you always get in the Nürburgring 24 hours. It'll be back with you at 7:45, and at the moment it's just over 15 minutes away from that. The likes of Kevin Estra down on the grid. He'll be taking the restart in 7th. The reason that the drivers are smiling on the grid, and it could almost be, apart from the lowering of the light, how they were before the start of the race, we've had a red flag. After about 90 minutes in the race, all the power in the pits went, and therefore it was deemed unsafe. Not because you need to know the lap times of the car, but all the official records and messages could not be transmitted. And on a circuit as long and torturous as this one, nearly 26 kilometres, you have to have full contact with everyone all around the circuit. It's been sorted, but we're going through the slow but official process that we need to follow for the restart of the race. So, for the drivers, it's stay cool. The temperature is dropping, the light is dropping. Dennis Marshall and others leaning on their cars, trying to stay cool and calm. But it's winding the mind back, isn't it, Peter, to how they envisage what's lying ahead of them.
Well, you mentioned a few minutes ago, Bruce, that what do racing drivers want to do? They want to win. Of course they do. But what do racing drivers want to do more than win? Race. They always want to race. There are occasions where you have somebody of, let's say, an equal peer group, ability and car in the right conditions. You may not necessarily be racing for the win. You might be second or third or fourth or possibly even further or in a different class. If you're having a really good race with somebody that you're enjoying that race with, can understand, have respect for and race, it almost becomes the position's academic. It can be one of the biggest hugs afterwards of, and you almost might, it doesn't matter who wins, you just want to just do it, you want to race. Drivers want to try that. That's why drivers get into this in the first place. There's something about driving racing cars on these absolute theatres of circuits, and you don't get a better one than this.
In these conditions, absolutely not. In any conditions, absolutely not. But you know what?
Do you mind if I just go off air and go and jump down and get in a car? Sorry. You have to cover for me, you have to fill in.
At your age, good grief, man. But
never say never. That was ageist.
Gosh, exactly.
That's a Pittard type comment.
Yes, indeed. But the thing that really strikes me, I think you've covered it, but I'm just going to encapsulate it, is the fact that when drivers say second is first, the losers, I don't always agree with that. And the reason for that is often there's a reason why your car hasn't been quite as competitive at that event. It could be that someone's run into your diffuser or something and you're carrying a problem, and all the cars at the end of this race, we're having something that's holding them back slightly. But I'm still a big believer in the scrap. You can come out and you might have finished third, you might have finished sixth, but if you clawed your car back from a deficit, you know it's not always obvious to everyone on the outside what you've done. Your team owner will know, your team will know, and you've got to be able to draw some pride for that. Some days it just isn't meant to be. And let's face it, you could race supremely well for 23 and a half hours around here and then pick up a puncture. Or, well, the lid's off now, I've got to go for it. Penalties for misdemeanors in the pits. As commentators, it drives you mad because you've seen a brilliant drive, often a comeback drive, and some minor misdemeanor means a drive-through penalty. 30 years ago, you could have sucked that up and not been affected in this race, but the way it all gets shunted up at the front, it's much closer than it's ever been.
Dropping it on pit entry or something like that. You don't want to do, do you, when you're high up in the order at a major race?
Well, a couple of times, not necessarily in the Nürburgring 24 hours, but in the long distance race here, we've had drivers come around and their bonnet suddenly flies across their screen as they're approaching pit in. And don't forget, there's also that sting in the tail as the drivers come down that really long run from Dottinger Hoa, the long straight, the King, Catantonius Boucher, which is something that can put the car on the right-hand side on the grass. Never mind, it's Kevin Nestre, he will carry on up to Tiergarten, but Hohenrhein, the last couple of corners, the right and the sharp left onto start-finish straight. The number of times we've had people even going off in a passing manoeuvre on the final lap, not necessarily in the 24 hours, real sting in the tail for people, but it's that natural element. If you've got half a chance and you could gain a place, you do have a little look there, but the barriers almost seem to be square across you when you get to that point. You're braking, but not wanting to lose all your speed. But anyhow, it's a circuit that has so many corners that can just bite you, and you've got the combination, of course, of the cars in the very different classes with different performance. You've got to read them, and they've got to stay constant.
There was a famous cartoonist that you'll be familiar with, for those who are not, called Russell Brockbank, many years ago, and he did a Brockbank's Grand Prix. I remember seeing it as a kid, and my dad gave me a copy of it, and he was absolutely exquisite sort of pen and ink drawings, beautifully detailed Bugatti Type 59s and every sort of detail and whatever. But he also captured the moment, and he encapsulated one of those, that sensation or that feeling that you just mentioned there, of getting so far, 23 and a bit hours into a race. It was a 6-frame picture, cartoon of looking back at the driver when he's about to win the final lap. He gets the board and then he turns one way, and it's like, rookie wins Grand Prix, and this, and then there's a bottle of champagne, and there's the paper, the newspaper within the headlines, and the last frame is all the bits of pistons and valves going out through the top, and his eyes just wide open, and you're just like, and I just remember that as a probably 10-year-old, and it just and so it came to be true of that's motivating. You think you've done all the right things, you think it's there, and it's like, what can possibly go wrong? Right, that did. And you say it can be a puncture that you could just simply pick up, something as simple and as annoying as that. And that actually reminds me of the one, I had that in the British Empire Trophy once, where a corporal came out with 2 laps ago. Yes, there's just one trophy I would have liked to have had my name on, but there you go.
But for the drivers these days, particularly run by the professional teams in the SP9 class, the top class, the GT cars running in it, they shouldn't have to worry. They should expect mechanical reliability, such as the way these cars are built. Wind it back to the 60s and the 50s, even the 70s. Cars broke. Now, they do break, but really, really not very often, and often with an impetus from somewhere else, from some other element. But right now, the drivers just want to get going. Restart at 7:45 Central European time. That's 10, 11 minutes from now. We've got the grid jumbled up a little bit, but it's as they finished, as it was sort of counted back to 9 laps completed. And it's listed as David Perel starting the number 45 Ferrari. That will be in 10 minutes' time. The board is held up, and he's listed as having a 12-second advantage. Of course, he does nothing of the sort. He's got a 1-position advantage because they're all lined up in 2x2 formation, and the light is falling across the Nürburgring. But of course, up around the pit lane, you're sitting at the highest, one of the highest points on the circuit, and the view down the start-finish straight, you can see the massive grandstand with a huge canopy, and in the distance, the Eiffel Forest. And they can look at it at that point because they're above it, but very shortly, once they go down to the lower part of the Grand Prix circuit and the turn double left, they're on the Nordschleife, and then they're deep among the forest. At various points, Snow, around the lap, you do suddenly pop out into the sunshine again with fields on either side. What proportion of the circuit, though, would you reckon is tree-lined? At what point are you in the forest? Are we thinking 80%?
I was going to say at least 60 to 70%, I would have thought. I'm sure they've done a little bit of clearing since the days when I did it. I mean, they weren't green, of course, when I did it. It was black and white.
They were tiny little saplings, weren't they, when you did
exactly.
it?
There's nothing much there, and they were just transitioning from sepia to black and white photos, so they were good. Hand-tinted, some of them. So, yeah, there's a lot of it. There's a lot of it. I was just looking at the order, Bruce, that we're going to start this in, and as it was 45 Perel, you said, in the realised Kondo Racing 296 Ferrari at the front, Adam Kissadulu next to him in the Mercedes. Matthias Drudi, despite that little bit of damage at the back in the Valkenhorst Aston Martin Vantage. Mauro Engel is in the Mercedes GetSpeed, Mercedes right behind him. Christopher Haas in the Shearer Sport PHX Audi, which was the car that caused that little bit of damage into the run back. Now, when I say a little bit of damage, as in Matthias Drudi didn't quite see the green flag, or it appeared he did not read the green flag in the way that we all expected, perhaps because he was unsighted by a Cayman GT4 car, so benefit of the doubt, we weren't sitting in the car ourselves. What it did allow, though, was Matthias Drudi didn't get going at the pace that Christopher Haas expected him to go. Let's just say that's the probably the most kindest way of putting it. And he clipped the back of the Aston and settled back out of it very quickly. It wasn't a smash or a punt or put anybody out, but it did allow Marengo in the Mercedes get speed to nip alongside and get down, so that's how he's got that position there. Augustus Farfus in the BMW M4, and then Kevin Estre is 7th in the Porsche.
Just want to pick up, I don't think all the drivers who finished at the red flag are going to be taking the restart. No. It looks as though the like of Lucas Stoltz was lining up to get in the car. Ralph Aron has got his helmet on, ready to go. So it's not a given. It looks like it's Felipe Fernandez-Laza who may be starting instead of David Perel in that car at the front. But we'll know when they get going, because we'll have their driver ID will come up. Ralph Aron is a driver who's really come on strong in the last few years. Again, he's a driver that has helmet, will travel. And look out for him. I wonder who's going to start the number 34 Crodner's Pitter Team Drudy car. Would it be Drudy? Of course, as you pointed out, that will be starting from 3rd at the restart. Got to swing around. Driver's helmet's on top. Maybe Nicky Team, or is he just leaning in to talk to his teammate? It looks like it's going to be the Teamster.
Well, in my rather long-winded way, what I was trying to build to there was to who you would then of those finish. Who would you put in your car? We've seen that Manthey at EMA have already chosen Estre. I would have said in the Aston you've got one or two choices, and it's probably toss a coin for this, because it's either going to be David Pittard, who has been known for Pittard on very similar to Estre style first laps and gets on it the only way he knows. Equally Nicky Team. So I think the coin fell on the head side, and Nicky Team got that call into the Aston, and it's as much of a muchness of either of those two getting into those cars. As for the others, an interesting mix to see who comes up next. We'll watch down the grid if we see who's got now. Who's got into this number 44?
I think it's Dennis Marshall, just trying to gauge. He was posing on the car a short while ago, but the light's sort of in his eyes.
That's the Falcon, number 44.
Yeah, which is starting right behind the sister car, number 33. And,
that's a car that had the issue in the warm-up this morning, 33, indeed. That obviously was all control reset.
Yes, we were just debating this morning, 12 till 12:40 local time. What's the benefit of a warm-up ahead of a 24-hour race? And then, almost before the ink had dried on that sentence, we had one of the two Falcon Motorsport cars with Sven Muller on board, just pulling to the side of the circuit. And he thought, okay. But they got it back, got it fixed, able to go racing. Drivers always like to sort of quip to the camera as it suddenly gets thrust through the windows in their car, but actually in some points, and for some drivers, they'd rather just be in their own zone. Still, many people among the grid marshals down there. 5 minutes to go, and then we will get the cars on the roll. That will be at 7:45. That will be the restart. All problems, hopefully, in the pits have been sorted. And if you're wondering why we've had this long passage of over 2 hours of red flag, it's because the power went in the pit building, and you cannot run a race meeting with no power in race control, etc., etc. And of course now the teams could see their screens either on the pit wall or in the pit garages, and information is vital in motor racing these days. No longer a clip pad and lick your finger and put it in the wind to find out if the rain is approaching or
not. Officially anyway.
No, that's a backup.
That's just in the commentary box.
Yeah. So all eyes on the lights and looking at the car that will lead them around. And again, this amazing mix of cars up and down the grid, all hoping that the balance of performance will favour their car. But of course, the idea is each of the manufacturers are pegged back or given an advantage to equalise their performance. And it's not necessarily the aim when you balance performance is that the lap time will be the same, give or take. But that does mean some manufacturers will be better on the straights, have a bit more grunt, but not as good around the corners. But it's a science. Is it exact? Well, not really, but they're working on it. Each year it gets better and better. And the beneficiaries are we, the fans, the commentators, that you get so many different makes of cars jousting at the front. If it was 2x2, by 2x2 in terms of the manufacturers, it wouldn't be so much fun. But here we are with, as I said, 5 of the top 6 cars are from different manufacturers, with Ferrari from Mercedes, from Aston Martin, a second Mercedes, Audi, and then BMW. Tell you what, let's add another manufacturer. In 7th place, the best of the Porsches, and that's the Manthey EMA. It's the green and yellow, it's Grello It's number 911. They have earned their stripes time and time again on the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And let's see what will unfold. And let's hope we can get some clean green flag running. Hour or so until the light will really start to drop, and maybe on into the night. We'll have that wonderful twilight, and then we'll go into darkness. And then it really does become, the light stays for a long time, but it's that moment when you suddenly realise, no, there is no longer any light. And if you're watching it on TV monitor, it always looks brighter than it is. And of course, for those out around the country, Peter, of course, they have to cope with barbecue smoke blowing in their faces, and the smell of cooked meat and cold beer, and it's quite easy to see why their attention can wander. But it's about being here for the whole event.
Well, I think other people that have in the booth have commented on this before, that have driven this race. You'd be amazed at some of the aromas that come into the car and how aware of them you really are. It sounds ridiculous. You think you're in a closed cockpit car with helmet and visor and all that kind of stuff on, but it is extraordinary when you go out through the forest of those smells of barbecue and things cooking and other things. And I remember on one occasion, early hours of the morning, and thinking that's not a barbecue, that's very sweet. It was a different type of aroma, shall we say.
Well, there you have it. Someone's feet
don't inhale too much.
We're cooking, but actually that's a problem. On hot days, heat on the feet. Some drivers are very susceptible. Some I met across the years, you see them after a race, it might be in Formula 3000 back when that was the feeder formulas, Formula 1, with their feet in a bucket of water afterwards, and it really affected them, but not others. They had the same type of race boots, same socks, but just clearly their feet were more tender.
I'm going to.
You're laughing.
You're going to laugh there, because there was a certain GT1 car I drove that had a very front mid-engined layout, shall we say. It was a V12, and it was very, very much into the cockpit, shall we say. So you sat over the exhaust system, quite literally. The exhaust went out under your feet, well, not even under your feet, under your legs and out to the side. So you sat on the exhaust exit, on the sill of the exhaust. But the knock-on effect of that was that in a 24-hour race, I remember doing Spa 24-hour in 2004, it was ridiculous temperatures. Your race boot, even though it was a proprietary brand of top level, the boot was melting and sticking to the brake pedal, which then actually affected your driving, because you couldn't move your foot over onto the accelerator quick enough sometimes, because you're having to peel your foot off the brake pedal. And try explaining that to an engineer when your lap time's dropping, that well, he manages it. I'm like, okay.
Well, many elements just form the whole picture. Right, not everybody had a clean run in and out of the pits, and the number 11 SR Motorsport by Schnitzelam, Mercedes, is going to be starting from pit exit. The field is green flagged. That's not a verb. Someone waves a green flag and off they go. So down to the first corner. Applause from the fans in the grandstand. Right, we're going racing all over again. Not quite yet, because the field is being led round by a car with flashing lights on the roof, so they're not being released as yet, but it's great to see them running out on the circuit. 2 hours and 15 minutes stoppage, red flag or thereabouts, and now we're about to go racing again. So good news. Last year, of course, we lost a huge number of hours of racing, only got 50 laps in. I think the record is something like 162 laps if it all runs smoothly, but fog was the culprit last year. This time last year it wasn't foggy, it was daylight. It moved to darkness, it got to 23 as you pointed out, so nearly 11:30 as I pointed out, and then the fog had been noticed, it had been watched, and in the space of about 15 minutes they decided, no, that's too thick. And what, if you've never been to the Nürburgring Nordschleife, you probably understand it runs through a forest, but what you don't realise is the sheer degree of topography, the gradient change and the height difference from the pit lane and Herac, the two highest points on the circuit, to the bottom, places like Adenau. I can't remember, I have seen the figure of the height drop from top to bottom, but it is massive. And you can imagine, I look out from my house and I see a hilltop that spends most of the winter in cloud, but if you're literally 50 feet further from top of the hill, you're in the clear. And the same happens here, but even more so, because of course around the Nordschleife, it's in the Eiffel Forest, and the clue is in the second part of that name, forest, and that certainly sort of moves the weather around and traps the clouds as they come through. And it has its own weather system, and there's nothing like the experience of teams to try and help their drivers. Height change from top to bottom.
300 metres.
300 metres. In old money, in Imperial...
1,000 feet.
Exactly. Best part of 1,000 feet. We're not kidding it. Right. Several starting groups. The first one is being led around by the safety car. The second starting group will start in under a minute. So many cars in this field. They need multiple starting groups. And I think we have... I'll have to count when they get going. I think we've got about 5 cars still in the pits being attended to. But everybody else, I think we might have lost a couple. I think we lost a Toyota Gazoo Racing Toyota Yaris on the opening lap, but it seems everyone else is coming back out to play. 130 plus cars on this most amazing circuit. This is the 2025 ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring, to give its full name. Let's hope we can go from here all the way till 4 o'clock Sunday afternoon, Central European time, when the flag, hopefully the checkered flag, will fall after an uninterrupted race. We've had the interruption. Will it be the last one? Well, nobody can tell, but it's up to these drivers in all the starting groups to keep it on the black stuff. That's something quite easy to do on the Grand Prix loop. There's plenty of space, there's runoff beyond, there are gravel traps, but that all goes missing when you turn out onto the Nordschleife through the double left-hander at the Sabine Schmitz curves. Then it gets really, really serious out there.
Just looking at some of the names in those cars that we now know from the timing screens that are taking the start or this restart of the race, Bruce. Kevin Estre we knew about in the Manthey EMA Grello Porsche. Alessio Piccarello in the Falcon Motorsport Porsche number 33. I think we knew that right. Lucas Stoltz in the number 14 Mercedes Get Speed. And Felipe Fernandez-Laza in the Kondo Racing 296 Ferrari. Of course, that's a man that was part of the Pittard lineup as well, that won this race 2 years ago in the Ficcadelli Ferrari 296. So a Niki team we knew about in the number 34 Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin. Christopher Hasser in the number 1 Shira Sport PHX Audi R8. Calvin van der Linde in the Rover Racing BMW M4. And you were right, it was Dennis Marshall in the other number 44 Falcon Motorsport Porsche 911 GT3. So that's the decisions that the teams have made to put the drivers into their starting drivers. We are just on the formation lap now with starting group 1. It is the 2 Porsches at the front as we've got, to say Manthey and Falcon, followed by Mercedes, followed by Ferrari, Lamborghini, Mercedes, Aston, Audi, BMW and Porsche making up the top 10. So a good old mix of manufacturers there for a restart. And I'm getting all ahead of myself here, of course, because we've had a delay. So I'm getting all excited when we're out there. There's still 20 plus hours of racing to go. So what am I thinking, Joe?
Carry on, bring the fever. You can make it last all the way to the end, or can you? That's always the query. And just to reiterate, last weekend many drivers in this field and the teams were at the Le Mans 24 hours. Hard, physical, hot. They've come here, hard, physical, hot, but a very, very different challenge. And for the lucky, or some might say the unlucky few, it's time to go to Spa 24 hours for another 24-hour race next weekend for the top GT3 runners. And it is a rich, rich time. But again, just touching, if I may, on balance performance. The shot showing the front of the field, coming around behind the safety car, to see the diversity of manufacturers, it is a joy. So much of racing in the past 30 years, and probably nearly 40 years, has gone the one-make route. And to have multi-manufacturer racing, and with new cars coming in each year, of course, suddenly you've got Ford Mustangs in the mix as well, and all these cars go through a cycle of development, and then they have an Evo version or an Evo 2 version. And so, you know, some manufacturers come in and you think, okay, they've done quite well in their first year of this new model, but let's see what they do next year. It is a cyclical challenge, and it's all the better for it. If we all came to racing and we knew which manufacturers were going to win every single time, it wouldn't have the thrill. But here, you've got the added benefit that these cars also can go on all sorts of different tyres from all different sorts of manufacturers. So that's another twist in the equation. Now, we talked about the SR Motorsport by Schnitzel Alm Racing. I know it's getting towards supper time. I shouldn't be talking about Schnitzels, but the good news is that got to exit the pits and go and join the back of the SP9 class grouping. So again, it will take a while to work its way forward. It may not work its way forward, but it's going racing all over again. The fans, I must say, I will doff the hat that I am not wearing to them, because they stay here through thick and thin. And they're probably planning their supper right now, but they wanted to see the restart. They've got plenty more time to watch this race. The restart coming up shortly, but the good news is the cars are going around the track. There is still light in the sky, tents as far as the eye can see. When I say tents, it's underselling them. Some are like castles around this circuit.
You can mention supper as many times as you like, but you had me at Schnitzelhelm, so I don't need to look at the menu tonight. I've chosen for me. Thank you.
Life should be kept simple. The shadows are becoming longer. Yes, simple is as simple does. Shadows getting longer, but the sun is still in the sky. It's a beautiful, beautiful day. We've been denied 2 and a bit hours of racing. The air guitar is being played out around the circuit from some people who've clearly been following the mantra of a big beer on the hour. Every hour. They've got to pace themselves. They've got till 4 o'clock tomorrow afternoon. But the people who have to pace themselves the most, of course, are the drivers and their pit crews. Because don't forget, they need to sit down and have a rest at some point. The drivers will have to work through their cycle. Not all the crews are 4-driver crews. Some of the top crews in particular often like to run with just 3. Why would that work better?
It's a very difficult question. It's have you got 4 quality drivers or 3 quality drivers plus 1?
Or do you think it keeps your drivers sharper? Not shorter, they need to be short, they need to be sharp, by having less time out of the car, having a shorter time so they're more in tune with the race. You know, otherwise you hop out of the car, you're not in for another 6 hours in a 4-driver rotation, for example. It might even be longer.
It's a very good point, because I think at this level fitness isn't an issue, so that's not an issue at all, or consideration. But it's probably a very valid point of if you're not really tuned into it. We've got a 24-hour race here where we've got a commentary team that's got breaks and gaps and whatever, and you don't really switch off, because you can't just come back on air and go, right, thank you very much, whoever's just on your outgoing team, and pick up. You've got to know what's going on in the race. You don't really switch off. You watch the race from beginning to end, no matter where your stint is. So to me, that's exactly the same as the driver's philosophy and the team philosophy. You need to be engaged into the race. You need to be part of it and understand it all the time. And then you just might ask to get dip in. And I've generally had this before. I think it was a Spa 24-hour where we had a guy, a nighttime driver, who didn't like the night driving. And we got him through his qualification bit. We'll gloss over that bit now. But he wasn't going to drive at night. So the whole thing changed, and all of a sudden you're asleep in the motorhome, getting your one little bit of kip you've got, and it's rudely kicked and woken up and whatever, and it's like you've got 20 minutes, you're in the car. 20 minutes, and you're out there.
Yeah, I mean,
you're going out to out of Eau Rouge and onto the Camel Straight in a GT1 car. You're sort of getting the matchsticks out of your eyes and just going, right, okay, fine. I exaggerate for clarity.
It's a glorious feature. But you know what? Obviously, famously over the years, some drivers just didn't like the night. And Le Mans, you touched earlier, the fact that they've got proper headlights now. But back in the early 60s, Maston Gregory scored great success, but his night vision was not good. He wasn't an old man, but he recognised that was an element of his driving when he was with Ferrari. And so the team had to plan around it. There's a wonderful shot shown a few minutes ago of something incredibly simplistic. It was a whiteboard in a garage, and with different coloured marker pens, they'd put each of the driver stints in their sequence. They even have each of their labels had a different colour surround, so if they can't read, they can know my colour's yellow. And along on the right-hand side, how many laps? So-and-so, Michael, 8 laps. Really simplistic. Of course, plans are there to fall apart, but you've got to start with a plan. Keep things simple. And for those not racing at the very, very front, simplicity is what you need, and then see how it unfolds from that.
Drivers are simple things. They're very good at driving, not necessarily much else outside of driving on a race weekend. So you need to we used to call it Fisher Price. Other brands are available, but it was simple: square pegs, round holes, colours. That's what you need. Keep it simple. Keep it categorised, so you know what you're doing. You just take that one and get in the car, and there you go. That's why you shouldn't change helmet colours, you see, because you pick up the wrong crash helmet.
Yeah.
Back to that again.
So many things to consider. Let's change the subject again. Should we talk about emergency power supplies? I think not. We're going to talk about sunshine, trees, and the greatest strip of tarmac in the world, the Nürburgring Nordschleife. And as if on cue, looking down on the carousel, a world-famous corner, an uphill approach into a hairpin where you have the concrete inner line, and then if you drift up above it, as we saw Danny Jonkerdea in qualifying, and he skimmed. That was the warm-up this morning. He skimmed the barriers at the top, then down the hill again, and then the run of corners that follow the carousel. Her act is just a few corners away, and I say a few corners away. We've got more than 170 corners in this nearly 26-kilometre circuit, and then going through Hedrick's, Her, Wipperman, Eschbach, the classic corners come. The brows come, they rise, they fall away. Don't forget, at the restart of this race, all the front-running cars will be in the top class. Their performance should be very, very similar. Gives them a handful of laps, and they'll suddenly have the slowest cars in the field in front of them. How do you pass them? Where do you pass them? Have I lost momentum? Is the car behind me going to catch me at this point? He's going to be close enough to pass me. So many things to consider. But hey, it's Germany, it's the Nürburgring, the sun is shining, the sun is falling, but the fireworks are out, the coloured flares. This is party time. They've eaten the pig that was on the roast. They've got a spare one for later, trust me. The beer is flowing. This is a brilliant, brilliant race, but now we're about to go racing again.
The most exciting part, the best bit. That's what exactly everybody's here for. Yes, the beer, yes, the company, yes, the camaraderie, yes, the fun, but it's the racing. That's what draws us all here. It is a festival of all sorts. There's so many issues, so many layers of this weekend is what you can come and enjoy here. But this is what everybody's here for, the race. It's about to restart. We just got through the highest part of the circuit, Act. For those not fluent in German, that's the highest part of the circuit. So that 300-metre climb, if you like, right to the very top, down to the lowest bit. I'm trying to think where the lowest part would be. Possibly Foxhole? Just because of the dip. I may not be
over the Versiphon, perhaps, somewhere like that.
Yeah. Foxhole in itself is one of those just super fast, nice and narrow, and it is a roller coaster. Down through there and back up again the other side, and it's got an interesting set of corners at the top that you've got to get right, and you've got one go.
If you
there's no small wonder that all the videos you see of the tourist laps of Nürburgring are nearly all filmed from the top of there.
Exactly so.
There's a reason.
If you had a shop near the Nürburgring selling coloured flares, you'd be making a fortune this weekend. All the fans are out there, but they're respectful enough to sort of not have them too close to the track, and hopefully the wind will blow it away.
And nuts and bolts.
Yeah, exactly so. Right, if you were a TV director, a film director, how would you like to do your lighting for this event? Just like it is now, the sun slashing low across the track, the track diving in and out of shadow and then back into full sunshine, and every low angle shot, the drivers getting the light in their eyes, in their helmets. It's a magical time, but best of all, we're going racing again. But such is the length of this formation lap. The clock keeps counting away, and it started nearly a quarter of an hour ago, and they're not even at the end of the lap. We still have that incredibly long run around the Dottinger Höhe, but they're getting there bit by bit. Towards the end of the lap. Drivers trying to get heat in the tyres. It was 33 degrees air temperature at the start of the race. It's fallen somewhat by now and will fall away as darkness falls. Not immediately, not just kept hot by the barbecues, but from a spectacle point of view, the drivers won't appreciate it all at the moment. The various points, particularly on the homeward run where they get a face full of sunshine, but it does look absolutely remarkable. There's a second carousel, the Kleine Gouda, and then you get to Schwalbenschwanz, which is the Swallow's Tail, and then you're not home yet. You've still got an immensely long straight to follow. The track continues to rise and fall, but then you're going to have that long run along the Dottinger Höhe, and it's just racing on Heaven's Circuit is just such an amazing place.
And of course, that final corner you've got Schwalbenschwanz, and then to the left hand just after into Galgenkolb, which is leads on to the Dottinger Höhe, that long run down there, and that is an absolutely critical corner, virtually at the end of the lap there is Galgenkolb, to get that right and come all the way onto the Dottinger Höhe.
So, all ready to go racing again. We've just got to the top of the hour. That's 7 o'clock. But in Germany, it's 8 o'clock. And the race will go through till 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The sun is definitely getting lower, but right now the drivers coming down along the Dottinger Höhe are face full of sunshine. That won't make it too easy when they approach Tiergarten at the conclusion of this lap, but the drivers know the safety car will still be in front of them. It's still got its lights flashing on its roof, but then as soon as they know that's going out, they know the corner goes right and left as they get to Hohenrhein. And then they'll be on the start-finish straight. Again, they'll be slightly blinded by the sun, but they'll be racing down to that first corner. And, of course, the cars starting in packs. But for the crews, it's fingers crossed. The start of the race, the official start of the race, 4 o'clock local time, was very neat and tidy. A couple of cars ran a little bit wide. One of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches went for a gravelly run about 4 corners into the opening lap. That was still on the Grand Prix circuit, but once they got onto the Nordschleife, that's when it got serious. That's when they couldn't take any sort of major gambles. Keep it neat, keep it tidy. They've done it once. This time they're going to try and do it with a face full of low sunshine. But these are the pros at the front of the field. It is worth pointing out, of course, in the top class, in SP9, as its nomenclature is in this great event, you've got the pros, you've got the pro-ams and the ams. They've all got their own little battles to fight for. For the pros, it's outright victory, of course. But for the pro-ams, and there are plenty of those, they've got their own class battle. Of course, that is something they'll keep an eye on. But in this point in the race, they'll rather forget that. They're just going to go for as much glory as they can get before nightfall, but just not making mistakes. That absolutely is the key.
Awful lot of tyre weaving going on for the front running cars. They're just flexing those sidewalls and getting the tyres compliant and heat into them, and they will be accelerating hard and getting the transmissions up to temperature and onto the brakes. That constant ebb and flow to try and get some heat into the discs. The safety car lights still on. Kevin Estres literally using all the track. I mean, we know we called him pass on the grass. He doesn't need to do that on the formation lap, but he's using right up to the edges of the white line there and through Tiergarten. The safety car lights are now indeed out. And a great in-car shot there from Lukas Stoltz, just showing exactly what Bruce has described there of the sun already causing a problem for the footage of that car, to the vision out of the front of that car. We're about to go racing once again, 20 odd hours to go.
3 minutes past 8, and we're racing down the start-finish straight. It's Kevin Estre in the Grello Porsche, and in behind it, side by side, the Falcon Motorsport Porsche, making a move to ensure that it stays in second place, but being challenged very, very hard indeed. Next few rows further back, neat, tidy, worked all 3 abreast into the first corner in about 10th place, but for Kevin Estre did the restart exactly how he wanted to do it, and leads away from Alessio Picariello. And I think 1, 2, 3, Lukas Stoltz in 3rd position. Then the Ferrari of Felipe Fernandez-Laza in 4th. Down the hill they go on the Grand Prix circuit, but they're looking for their moments, and Kelvin van der Linde is getting very, very close to the tail of one of the Mercedes in about 5th or 6th position, so still sorting themselves out. They go down to the bottom of the Grand Prix circuit, which is the Dunlop hairpin, the Dunlop Kehre, and then turn to the right and start going up the slope, neat and tidy. But for Grello, getting away, Alessio Picariello in the first, the better placed of the 2 Falcon Motorsports Porsches, tucked in behind, but they've got a little bit of air between them and the best of the rest.
Well, interesting how that's changed in the first bit of the lap. I'm going to say the first lap. When I say the first lap, I mean the GP circuit, which they're nearly coming to the end of now to go on to the Nordschleife. But the first bit, Estre did exactly what that what Grello did on the first race start. It pulled away. Lukas Stoltz in the Get Speed BMW was able to Kelvin van der Linde around the outside of the Lamborghini there.
He was fighting very, very hard with Luca Engstler, and that
got the job done.
Job done, and that's important, because what's the next corner for him? Come through the Vidal chicane, and the next corner is Sabine Schmidt's curve. That is a point at which, if you put your nose in front, it should stay there unless someone worked something remarkable, unless the car in front is interrupted by something else. But at the moment, there are no tail enders for them to catch for a handful of laps now. This is clean, pure GT3 racing, and it's stretching out. The sun fully in the face of the drivers as they go through Hatzenbach, then they dive into the shade, come out the other side of it, get towards Hochheik, and they're pressing on. First 2 cars making a good escape. Lukas Stoltz best of the rest from Felipe Fernandez-Laza. So it's Porsche, Mercedes, Ferrari. And then after that great overtaking manoeuvre, it's Kelvin van der Linde up into 5th place in the BMW for Rover Race.
That's what I was trying to say about Lukas Stoltz before Kelvin van der Linde stole the show and made it all about him, and that fantastic move around the outside of the Lamborghini, completely clean, and then just knew where the grip level was, the car and got the job done. But it was Lukas Stoltz at the beginning that was giving the Falcon Porsche a really hard time on those first few corners, literally 2 or 3 corners of Alessio Picariello. Allowing Kevin Estre to get away from him a minute, and then in a matter of 3 more corners, that completely ebbed and flowed again. All of a sudden, the Get Speed hadn't got the pace, and Picariello was able to break away and get onto the boot lid, as it were, of Kevin Estre. I think Estre was hoping there, just get away, get 3, 4, 5 car lengths, and as he gets to Sabine Schmidt's curve to go onto the Nordschleife and the Hatzenbach, I'm sure he'll look in his mirror and think, well, where did he come from? Do you mind? I've got a race to win.
I've got a plan here, but I tell you what, no, precisely that. Picariello really into the first corner and the second and third had to defend very robustly in the Mercedes of Luca Stoltz, but he must have really pressed on, probably faster than he wanted on his tyres to just try and keep up with Kevin Estre. And don't forget, we saw the drivers working really furiously to get heat into their tyres before the restart, a whole way around that 26-kilometre formation lap.
Most notably Estre.
But yeah, most notably Estre, but clearly there was heat or just an awful lot of bravado from Picariello to keep in his slipstream and stay with him. They're opening out a gap of about 2.5 seconds, maybe going towards 3 seconds on the third place Mercedes. That's the number 14 Get Speed car of Luca Stoltz. But Porsche fans, you can be very happy at the moment. But I tell you what, you've got lots more Porsches to celebrate and cheer on, because the second batch of cars is coming through that final sequence of corners onto the start-finish straight, and their second start in this race, or their first restart if you want to call it that, is happening now. That's neat and tidy, it's line astern, so that should be without, I shouldn't say this, it should be without it down the first corner. As I say that, for effective passing manoeuvres, but really sensible, so that's good. Of course, you don't want to have a slip and a tumble after the best part of 2 hours and a half of standstill, because of course we went onto the formation lap and it was a 15-minute formation lap. It was pretty much at the top of the hour at 8 o'clock local time that we got going again. So 2.5 hours of effective non-racing, and then it picked up a huge puff of dust. Someone in the middle of the second patch, largely full of sort of GT4 type cars, getting it quite wrong early on the Grand Prix loop, but presenting his rivals and chasers with a lot faced full of dust. And the Toyota Supra that's done so many races here has got rear end damage. Was it rear ended, or did it go for a spin? And front end as well.
Coolant coming out. This is the 170 number Toyota from the SP10 class, and it's got coolant coming out of the front left, or the near side wheel, as we still call it. Not quite sure what caused it. I think he's it's run wide with one of the, that's one of the Müller Motorsport Porsches. That's the
130, I think it was. He was down into the first corner, and he went up
together.
They just came together, and it looks like the front left suspension is snapped on that, and a bit of rear end damage as well. So I apologise profusely. Micah Tongas, it was all about keeping it neat at the start of the restart. I was saying they were behaving very nicely, because they weren't so much 2x2 or 2x3 as the cars were in the top class on their restart, but unfortunately just two cars can tangle, and they can tango, and they can tangle, and tangle they did. So really, unfortunately, for the number 170 Toyota Supra, that has led to a damaged car. Heiko Tongas, German driver, sharing that with Michael Tischner and Takayuki Kinoshita, Nordic Racing. That's a sort of new name for 2025, and they won't be feeling too chuffed with life right now, I'm afraid.
But at that point of the circuit, at least it's early on in the lap, so he can get back to the pit. He doesn't have to do the entire Nordschleife. He can come back up the hill through the Vidal chicane and cut right and not go left onto the Nordschleife and get back into the pits, and at least try and repair the damage and get that sorted. Although there was, it's going to be a lengthy pit stop for that Toyota, because it's got front left suspension damage and coolant we saw coming out. So there's going to be a little bit there. Third starting group is ready to go on our first restart already. We'll believe it.
There we go. A couple of the runners, or one of the runners, already just diving straight into the pits. You've had 2 1/4 hours at a standstill, and you miss your team so much if we go and see them all over again. Now, I'm not going to comment whether this third group is going to look as though it's going to get down to the first corner tightly. Oh, I can't resist it. It looks as though they are, actually. A huge lead. Trying to work out who's at the front of that pack in an Audi TCR car, but streaking clear. Actually, at this point, with the sun so low, it's a lot of the cars are really flaring when you look at their image, so hard to pick it up. Right, Toyota Gazoo Racing, 2 cars in the pit lane at the moment. One is a Yaris, and I think that was the one that didn't get to take the restart, but unfortunately the Supra as well is in, and that's the one we commented, car number 170, and limping into the pit.
88 Subaru Technica that's leading. It's the SP4T turbo class.
Good work. Yeah, also in the pit is the number 109 Oshima-driven Toyota Yaris. So, gosh, really unfortunate to have any incident at that point, but to have 2 cars from the same camp effectively coming in. Right, battle between first and second, battle between Kevin Estre and Alessio Picariello. They're going along with Döttinger-Höhe. They get a kink to the left when they get to Antonius Bucher, but it's Porsche from Porsche, and it's still Estre from Picariello. Their gap back to the best of the rest of the results extended to 4 seconds now. Really, really positive restart lap for those two Porsches.
And I love the psychology of drivers there. Estre, there's no need for headlights or anything just yet because it hasn't got a twilight yet. Alessio Picariello is just like, well, I'm right behind you in a Porsche and I want to distract you. I'm going to put my headlights on. And very soon, I'm going to start flashing them to distract you, annoy you. Huge respect for
Terrible times. Right, change for 4th place just coming up over the start-finish line. Felipe Fernandez Laza was in 4th in the Kondo racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. By the time they got to the first corner, because of a better exit from the final corner, Kelvin van der Linde has gained another place. Remember, he moved up to 5th on the Grand Prix loop on the restart, but it's taken him until that final drag along the start-finish straight after a tow along the Döttinger-Höhe to get into the slipstream of the blue and white Ferrari, jinked to the inside, then went to the outside, moved on. There was nothing else that Felipe Fernandez Laza could do to block him there. He's allowed the one move. He made the one move in one direction to defend his position, but it wasn't enough. Very well driven from Kelvin van der Linde.
And not only wonderful driving, but it also makes you think about the demographics of these cars and the racing versions, the evolutions of their road forebears, ancestors. Would a 300 M4 normally come past the 296 Ferrari in a straight line? Probably not. In race trim, actually, we've just seen it happen.
Yeah, but it allows us different shapes, and everyone's got their favourites. And you know, over the years, wind it back 5, 6, 7 years, whatever. So many people just became massive fans of the Bentley Continental. It dwarfed the Ferrari, what would have been the 488 Italias or whatever it was racing against at the time. And likewise, people look at the big Mustang, they look at the BMW M4, they just look like totally different cars. But once it's all balanced out, you see they're proper racing cars. But we love the different shapes. We love the Mercedes AMG. We love its different engine note, wonderful sonorous rumble. But we have got some fantastic racing just at the tail end of the top 10. It's nose to tail through Sabine Schmidt's 1, blinded by the light, into the shade again, out of Sabine Schmidt's 2, and then dropping down. Trees on one side, spectators on the other. Smells, sight, but a race in which you're really tied in with the fans. It's something special. Lucas Stoltz, it's like he's on a sprint all on his own. He's 4 seconds down on the two Porsches, Kevin Estre and Alessio Picariello, but his advantage over Kelvin van der Linde's BMW is about the same, 4.5 seconds. So he can at least just concentrate for now. But Picariello is doing a cracking job of keeping Kevin Estre on his toes. And it's not just about beating other drivers, is it? So it's beating another driver who's racing for the same manufacturer as you are. And both those drivers, you just put in brackets after the name Porsche, but as we established earlier, of course, Kevin Estre used to race for McLaren in 2014 and 2015. And but if you can become synonymous with a manufacturer, means you're doing something quite right, and both of those definitely have. But you know, Estre is the senior hand of those two drivers. Picariello keeping him right on his toes at the moment.
Keeps him very honest and upholding the honour of the car manufacturer as well. Car in front, which is another layer. It just goes to prove how you can take a brand, make a model. They do it, it's perfect. Now you go and buy it. Right, so here we go. And you can have different tyres, different drivers, whatever, but they will still be that close. They run them so well, they're so professionally run now. But already the leaders, we're just talking about Estre and Picariello, in the thick of the starting group 3 in the traffic, and now it starts to get complicated. Bruce can commentate still, but even though he's got his hands over his face, like the dog with a paw over his eyes, who doesn't want to watch what the cat's doing.
I do want to watch, you know. I tell you what, it is absolutely mesmeric. I could sit and watch a really well-driven car, actually from any of the classes around the Nürburgring Nordschleife, but on-board footage, because it twists, it turns, it rises, it falls. You've got the shadow, you've got the sunshine, and then you've got cars at different speed. But if you're in a GT3 class car running in the SP9 class, which is top category, 24 hours, you've got to thread the eye of the needle. Not once, not twice, but again and again. Now we're just one and a half car lengths between Estre and Picariello. Picariello for Falcon Motorsport gained a little bit in the traffic, but every time they come up on another gaggle of cars, what are they going to find? Have they seen me? Someone runs wide, face full of dust in front of one of Walking Horse Motorsport Aston Martins. It's mesmeric.
So do you lift or do you not? Has somebody gone wide? Is somebody going to twist and go out of shape and come back and catch you, or do you keep your foot in? I'll tell you what you do. You're behind another car. You use the car in front as armour, as a shield, and keep your foot in. Because no, they don't lose.
Trust is a 5-letter word. I know some other 5-letter words, but that's just all I'm going to say right now. But it's wonderful, and I must say the drivers that started in batch 3 are the ones who are being monstered, but they're being good. They're doing what they've been instructed to do. Stay on your line. The onerous task is to the overtaker. They have to find their way past. And they're not expecting the cars in front to go after you, Claude, or Kurt, or Michael, and pull to one side. They may put an indicator on, but they have to stay on the typical line that they expect to be on. Left, right, up, down.
No, Christopher Haase there, just missing the back of, I believe it's the Valkenhorst Aston. That would be Nicky Team, will it not? I don't know whether he misjudged or had a little bit of an overspeed to say it was, but how he missed the back of the Aston, I'm not really sure. Got onto the grass. It's cost him 5, 6, 7 car lengths, but he's lucky not to have had a bigger moment. That's through Klosterschall and Kettelschen. Is it not coming up to the carousel? Yes, it is. Through one of the fastest parts of the circuit. 170, 180 miles an hour through there. And he's had I wasn't going to call it a misjudgment, it's not fair to Christopher Haase, but he's certainly got a lot closer to the back of that Aston than he wanted to after taking some avoiding action, which involved a bit of grass there. Which I've already described, it's not exactly, it's about a paintbrush wide.
Absolutely is. Christopher Haase ended up completely on the grass. And you know what? By the time they got through that really fast section, and by the time we got to the carousel, suddenly there's a lot of traffic, and he's right back on the tail of the Aston Martin of Nicky Team. But the run he had off the circuit along the grass without lifting, kicking up dust, must have been about 100, 150 metres. And then he had a prescient thing to do, get back on the tarmac because the barriers are coming towards you because you have to turn to the right, but did it supremely well. I think that will be on the highlights package.
As for all the other incidents there, I think it was short of incident. Ralph Aron almost collecting the back of Engstler's Lamborghini Huracan. I think there was a little rub there, just almost exactly at the same time. So a frenetic opening couple of laps with the restart of this, Bruce, to say the very least.
Well, you know, anyone kicks up the dust. If it's the sun is on the other side of it, it's just this opaque blockage, and you have to know the circuit. Just remember, there aren't 169 corners, more than 170. You need to know where they are, how they're turning. But also at this point, this battle, it's at the tail end of the top 10. It's from Nicky Team. He's down in 8. He's in the Aston Martin, number 34, the one Schirra Sport PHX Audi tucks in behind. But then Dennis Marshall in the second of the Falcon Motorsport Porsches, right on his tail. Jordan Pepper right on his tail in the Lamborghini from Team Abs. And Hubert Howe, best of the Mustang drivers, is right in behind as well. One little moment, as we saw, Christopher Haase lost 6 or 7 lengths. He's got them all back again in traffic, and we've got 5 of the top GT3 runners running nose to tail through the traffic.
You mentioned the traffic there with some of the different speed classes further down the order. And you were saying, well, we need to do exactly the right thing, have got the ring permit, etc., etc. I think one of the sort of etiquettes and codes is don't be unhelpful, but don't be overly helpful. And one thing you can do, which mitigates everything, is if you are aware of traffic coming up behind you, you can indicate, that sounds ridiculous, but these cars are fitted with indicators, and you can indicate where you are staying to say what that basically is saying to the other car behind. I've seen you, I'm fully aware of you, I know you're going to, I'm already out of your way, and that does help rather than jinking out of the way. You're smirking, Bruce, at onboard footage of Lamborghinis and Ferraris.
I am just loving the action. There is a fantastic scrap. You mentioned it, Jordan Pepper hanging on to 11th place, and he's having this really, really fierce battle, and Ralph Aron in the mix as well. He's lost out a little bit, but it's when you get a long shot, they're going along the Dottinger Her, and you can't see the second car, they're so close behind. Right, let's just ignore that for a moment. Let's talk about Lucas Stoll. Do you remember that we said a lap ago Kelvin van der Linde had spent almost an entire lap since gaining a position before he got another on the start-finish line and on the run to turn 1? Had another attack. He was trying to go for 3rd place, but he's only gone and done it. He's caught up with Lucas Stoll.
Has he?
Well, as they go down the slope, he's on the outside line. The track bends to the left. He was the tight line, had to be compromised, but when they went through what was the old forward curve coming down the hill, he braked up. You know, Lucas Stoll, the class operator, he goes, OK, you got a good run on me along Dottinger Her, you got my toe, but I'm not going to make it too difficult, but one of the cars that started right at the sharp end again is the 45 Ferrari from Kondo Racing with Rinaldi. That's in the pits having a fresh set of Yokohamas on. And bear in mind, that was started from 4th or 5th position. Look at my chart, well, there or thereabouts, and it rather lost out in traffic in those early laps.
That's the number 1 Shearer Sport.
The restart. And sorry, it's the Shearer Sport. Okay.
No, that's it as well. No,
as well.
I said as is.
Okay, as is.
Yeah,
good.
Yeah.
Right, Kelvin van der Linde, it was all about working a toe. And on the Grand Prix loop, he caught Stoltz. You go down through the first sequence of corners, then you've got the point where you ignore the cut through, which we use in the NLS, and you start going all the way down to the Dunlop hairpin at the bottom. And the BMW just dived down the inside into the left-hander and was on the outside for the right-hander. His nose was half a car length in front, but Stoltz backed out of it.
But Kelvin van der Linde, absolute pro, as is Lucas Stoltz. Quarter given by Kelvin van der Linde there. Left Stoltz the space, the respect, the room to get that Mercedes in. I would suggest possibly a millimetre more than a Mercedes, that's about it. But sufficient, knowing he's going to be on the right-hand side. That's 2 manoeuvres. He's gone from 6th to 5th and now 4th to 3rd by going around on the outside. Kelvin van der Linde knows the exact grip level of that BMW M4.
Handy, as you could say. And now the important thing for him, he got the move done, not just to gain a position, but that means when they get onto the Nordschleife, he's not bottled up behind someone who's not quite at his pace. Huge lock-up from the number on Audi as it goes back onto the circuit into that Mercedes arena, the first couple of corners, and effectively turn 2. So the first corner he's taking at sort of proper speed after coming out of the pits. Locked up. That will not have helped his tyres. This is Christopher Haase. He was the driver who had the rodeo ride, don't forget, over the grass after nearly hitting the back of Nicky Team's Aston Martin. In fact, I tell you what, it was a rotation at the first corner. I looked up and he was smoking tyres when he got to turn 2. But that's because you've got that funny, it's not the regular turn 2. You turn into turn 1 as per on the Grand Prix circuit, and then you don't double back too much to the right. You effectively almost flick immediately to the left. It was a bit like he suddenly made a navigational error. I'm just going, oh no, not the traditional lap, we're on the cut through.
But he took a lot of the curve on the right hand side, which unsettled the car as well. I think he's got onto the power and the car's unsettled and round it's gone. But he picked it up very quickly. I think when did the drifting take place?
I think it was I forget the days now, Friday evening. But anyway, that will not have made his tyres as lovely as they possibly could be. So, Kevin Estre still leading. Now 2 3/4 seconds clear of Alessio Picariello. So Estre settling down from Anthony, but a lot of that is down to how they've worked the traffic. Cut 2, by the way, is being led by Dylan Pereira. You'd expect that from the Luxembourg driver, such an expert in Porsches, and it's been relatively clean on this restart. And those 2 Porsches pulling clear, they are 8.5 seconds clear of the 3rd place BMW, but BMW is the one on the move. Kelvin van der Linde has picked off Lucas Stoltz, picked off Ralf Arani, picked off, I think, Luca Engster at the restart, but he's worked his way up to 3rd, and he will be hunting down. At the tail of the field, the Dacia runs on. It's not a regular Dacia, it's one with a very special Renault Racing engine in it, and running on, presumed, towards the back of the field, but all on its own. But really, all eyes are at the front of the field and in the pit garages too, because after that hiatus of effectively 2.5 hours from when the red flag was thrown, 90 minutes or so into this race, after all power in the pit building was lost. It was a brute, it wouldn't come back. They got it sorted. We've been through the entire procedure of getting the cars back out onto the grid, and after 2.25 hours we started a formation lap. But so long is this circuit that it took until the top of the hour, so 2.5 hours after the red flag, first cars came through behind the safety car. The safety car peeled off and Kevin Estre led away for Manthey EMA. He's still leading in a Porsche 1.2 Falcon Motorsport 911 of Alessio Picariello, there or thereabouts. Pushed him very hard. They're working their way through the traffic, but for this point there is nothing immediately in front of our race leader, Kevin Estre, so he can settle down again. But when he gets up to the next batch of cars, again, you have to find exactly your line through them, without, not over them, not under them, but round them. That's what you've got to do. Into the carousel turns Estre. His margin is opened out by another 1/3 of a second. He's 2.8 seconds clear now.
It's very nip and tuck still, though, isn't it? There's not much between these two. I'm just amazed how these two set off. And that first lap, say, where Estre pulled away, and then it seemed to be a piece of elastic where he was pulling away from the Falcon car, and obviously Picariello just said, actually, we'll have that elastic loop drawn again, so I'm still with you. I think by the time, so extraordinary over that first lap of the DP circuit before they got onto the Nordschleife.
But, you know, I think the annoying thing for Picariello, the gap is going out all the time, was the fact he couldn't get quite close enough to get a toe on that first lap. Had he not, you know, lost... Bear in mind, he was being very robust in his defence into the first corner of the restart to keep Lucas Stoltz's Mercedes behind him. If he hadn't had that, he'd have been close enough to stay in the slipstream. But anyhow, that's sort of regardless now, because the gap between first and second is going out all the time. In among the mix of cars, we've got a couple of Ford Mustangs running in order. Dennis Olsen in 12th place in number 64 and 65. Pro-Am entry in which the two Awagas are running is tucked in behind him. As the light falls, Porsches are getting away. But don't forget, there's a BMW in the mix as well. It's driven by Lucas Stoltz, and he's pushing... Sorry, not aligned by Lucas Stoltz, it's been passed. That's Stoltz and the Mercedes. Kelvin van der Linde, 3rd place overall. He's working the traffic hard, but clearly in a straight line at the moment. We've seen the way down the long Dottinger Her, and then on the start-finish straight, the Rover Racing BMW has been a very, very handy tool indeed. Gosh, we've nearly got to the end of our stint to have to hand back to swap over the commentary team, and they thought they were going to have a restart as soon as we got on air. They had a lot of time talking about the red flag, but we had our share as well. Where's the yellow flag we're seeing?
It's on the Grand Prix circuit going up to the Vidal chicane. I'm trying to see for which car it is. It's 160 by the look of it, which is our Toyota Supra. Well, it's been moving again. This is the Ring Racing Clean Supra GT4.
Well, it's got front corner damage and is pulling to the side of the circuit. Oh my god, you just feel so sorry. That's the car that got damaged before, the Heike Tonga's car. As the repair failed as soon as they went back out, because the bodywork is flapping back front left, peeling back. It's actually the splitter at the side which has been folded back, so I have to presume there's been some contact. I can't believe that would have been said. Tell you what, it's a sister car. They're not the Thomas car, isn't it? Because that was 170. Unfortunately, a rogue graphic convinced me it was quite the reverse, instead of making an awful excuse. But bear in mind that when we had the sight of the 170 going back into the pit lane, there was another Toyota, this Yaris, sitting in front of them. So they're having a rotten time. But I'm afraid it has probably involved two cars to lead to the damage. There's damage the tail end of a Porsche, but that's something that's fallen into the track. I don't even think it was its own splitter. The next car on the scene was the 160 Toyota, so it hasn't been damaged by debris in the track that's come up and hit the front of the car. In fact, all the loose parts are originally Toyota parts, or they come from something else. But certainly, front left corner of the bodywork has a rogue element perhaps in it, one of its own elements, but back into the pit lane it goes through the rear entrance, and really not being much fun for them at all. Kevin Estra stretches away in the lead, 3 seconds now clear of Alessio Picariello. So it's the number 911 man-side Porsche from 33 Falker Motorsport Porsche. And then 98 Kelvin van der Linde. He's fully, and best part of a 9-second gap back to him in 3rd place. And then Lucas Stoltz staying with him in 4th place in the better place, the 2 Get Speed Mercedes. So it's running 4th and 5th. The one in 5th place has got Ralph Aron, the driver from Estonia, on board there. He's going to see what he can do about keeping up.
We're back to green flag again to the 170. So it was a 170 car, or the 160 with the previous sister car. It's the 170 car. Toyota Supra has made its way into the pit, so no need for that the yellow flag now, because obviously whatever debris there has been removed from the track. So we're back to full green flag racing, full green all the way around now.
And that's something that when people look at lap speeds over the course of the race, it's such a hard element to understand, because you'll get these slow zones, they'll come, they will go, but they're there for a purpose, to allow a clean and tidy handover. But it really can be very, very unusual to have full lap of green. And so often you actually get the fastest lap of the race set on something like lap 2. But with debris on the track, it's not everybody's friend, and you do feel for the number 160 crew with their Toyota front left-hand corner, certainly not as it left the garage earlier, and that has limped its way back in the pits with Kataka at the wheel. Japanese drivers have had, and teams have had a long affinity with the Nürburgring 24 hours. They love endurance racing, but there's something about the draw of this circuit that brings Japanese crews in particular over all the time. So right here, we've had stoppage. We know some people had a stoppage, and what has the name of Johnny Palmer. Johnny, let's bring you back on board.
Yeah.
It's a cracking battle at the front of the race.
Yeah,
it's all yours.
It's great, isn't it, Bruce, that finally we got going, and thank you for your hard work as well in keeping people entertained, as we tried to do towards the end of our shift, whilst that red flag and then the power outage was resolved. It was, I think, easily identified, and then a solution was found as well.
Front of that Toyota, Bruce, while we're waiting for Giant to pick up again there. There was a close-up slow-mo.
Certainly rectified pretty easily, and
great
then the issue was making sure that it wasn't going to occur again. So that was the main difficulty.
Hitting something else, and at the slow-mo going by, it did look remarkably like that, as in the tyre, the wheel, unlike the other one. I'm obviously comparing it to the 170 car that did have damage in connection with another car, but I think on the Muller Motorsport Porsche, going into the first turn, which they went in side by side. The Supra on the inside collected the front left and damaged it. This does look much more like it was outside damage.
Thanks again, boys. We were hearing from Bruce Jones and Peter Snowden a little bit later on. As I was mentioning, the problem easily rectified and actually sorted, but then everybody within the race control area looking after this race were wanting to make sure that it wasn't going to creep back in again, particularly, I suppose, when we head into the nighttime hours and teams are going to naturally be slimmed down. I understand that there's a chance of just the heat in the day affecting a piece of equipment, and that was always going to be a concern for the race teams about their engines and just generally their cars, the tyre wear as well, in an unseasonably warm day, and it's set to get perhaps even hotter tomorrow. So Johnny Palmer, Joe Bradley, Ben Constant-Duras on for the next couple of hours. We're still scratching our heads a little bit as to how the order was decided upon. Now, it was down to race time at the end of, we think, 10 laps, or no, sorry, 9 laps, an hour and 23 minutes. And I'm just reading now, courtesy of Sportscar 365 and the ever heroic Davey Ovema, who always provides me with answers. 45 was leading at the time of the red flag. Porsche put to the head of the field, along with a number of other cars that were reshuffled, including the 33 Porsche. Now, this is apparently because under the Nürburgring 24-hour supplementary regulations, the accumulated minimum pit stop times are included in the result of the red flag. So, now they are some words that I am trying to seek a definition from. I think you kind of called it, Ben, when you said, well, this is totally a massive win for the Ferrari in that it took an early stop, then the red flag comes out, and realised Kondo Racing could have benefited massively. That's maybe judged to be unfair, so they look at it in a more balanced viewpoint and say, well, if you weren't in the pits at that point, you were most likely to be a little further down the order. So in the end, we just find the grid sheet. Now, I'm not going to be able to find that grid sheet straight away, but we had 2 Porsches on the front row, 911 and 33, and I think that's considered the net order when the red flags came out, Joe. I mean, what do you reckon? Let's avoid that topic.
Let's not
and
make
talk
it
about
let's
something else.
Well, the Ferrari at the moment is in 21st, so I'm pretty sure if you walked in that garage and stated what you've just stated, they would heartily disagree. I'm pretty sure. Anyways, what I do know is Estra's in the lead.
And the Ferrari hasn't got the pace on its Yokohama tyres that it did in the first section of this 24-hour, where it was artificially at the head of the field through the way that the pit stop shook out in that first stint, but perhaps had better pace lap by lap than certainly, as you say, it has now, dropping down to 21st position. The other significant change there is that Fernandez Laser has bought that car. David Perel was driving it earlier on. So is that a reflection of the change in driver lineup there versus what we saw with David Perel before? Obviously, Fernando Laser is not a slouch in the slightest, but getting his eye in, and also potentially finding himself in a different part of the racetrack, in a different part of traffic that is compromising him in a different way. But it's true that we started this race line astern. When did we restart? It wasn't very long ago. It was 20 minutes ago.
Well, they left the grid behind the safety car at 7:45, I think.
45, okay.
And not standing in front of a timing screen as they did that, I wasn't 100% sure that that was considered a racing lap, but I assume it must have been. So it wasn't a green flag lap. They were technically ticking off a racing lap behind the safety car, and it was a single file restart rather than the two abreast that we had at 4 o'clock.
So basically they have been running for, let's say, 36 minutes at racing speed.
Yeah.
And the Ferraris lost 2 minutes from the lead.
Yes.
And it didn't start down in 21st position. That was Spider-Man, obviously.
Climbing the fence. I'm not sure even Spider-Man's supposed to be doing that at the Nürburgring. It looks a bit like a web, I suppose.
Get down.
Yeah.
So yeah, the Ferrari is definitely losing quite a bit of pace in this first stint of the second part of this race, which has only really been 3 laps long, I think.
Yeah, he hasn't really had a chance to put a proper lap in as well.
No, I know, but that's 1.5 minutes.
Yeah, well, he lost that in the pits. He's been in the pits.
Thank you very much.
He's been in the
Bradley.
pits. Sorry, man.
Yeah, I missed that bit.
He's been in the
Why?
pits for full service because he was due a pit stop. So,
Yeah, so you see,
But hang on, what?
yeah, I know.
I thought during the initial bit of the red flag,
Yeah.
I was convinced cars were being fuelled.
Yeah.
Yeah, there's no park thermo regulations. Everybody was being put back to square one again.
But have they then been asked to drain their tanks accordingly?
Hang on a second, Johnny. Where did you find that out?
Watching with my eyes.
Well, you didn't,
I didn't see
that.
I didn't see 130 cars being refueled.
No.
But we definitely saw cars being refueled.
And that's what we thought.
Okay.
Until that Ferrari came in,
Yeah.
because if you were refueled, you wouldn't come in and take on any more fuel.
Agreed.
So the Ferrari's definitely been into the pits.
I need the supplementary
Showing
regulations here.
two pit stops.
The Ferrari, yeah, you know, you're right. The Ferrari has definitely come into the pits.
Yeah.
But Christodoulou was on the same strategy as the Ferrari. He hasn't come into the pits. And in fact, he's not in that Gatsby car anyway. But that car hasn't come in for a second stop yet. So I think the Ferrari must have come in for another reason. And of course, we don't have pit reporters on our end, so we have no way of going and finding out.
Also, remember that the
David Perrell, I've got his phone number actually.
the Scherer Sport PHX Audi that looped it at the Yokohama S, it looked like it was taking part in last night's drift show. That was on an outlap. They brought the Audi Scherer Sport car in to fuel it. You wouldn't do that if the car was full of fuel. And the point's just been made to me that for a period of the red flag, you couldn't refuel anyway because the pumps weren't working.
Yes, this is true.
And that's
But
why
then they did fix them.
Yeah, and that's why we thought everybody would start on a level playing field. The number one, by the way, has dropped down to 22nd.
That spun.
But everyone above it,
Yeah, but
everyone above it and the Ferrari, which is in 21st, and there was only a gap of 24 seconds between the Ferrari and the Audi, 21st, 22nd. Everyone above it owes us a pit stop, apart from the Vega-driven Ford Mustang, number 65.
But they've only been running for 3
I think
laps.
that's already. I still think that owes us a service pit stop because that car was in the pits twice very early on.
Oh, yeah.
I'm searching through the various bulletins that were issued during the red flag for further instruction too. I mean, the teams would have needed to have been told precisely how the restart was going to happen. Restart race after red flag is a document that I'm just loading up, so bear with me.
Meanwhile, whilst you do that, one quick little fun fact. Car 77, which is a Porsche 718 Cayman GT4 car, had a problem with its engine just before the red flag. You'll like this, Joe Bradley.
Will I?
In 2.5 hours, they replaced the whole engine.
I love that.
2.5 hours
What in? Sorry?
in a Cayman. I mean, it's relatively easily
Well, it's
accessible.
easy. It just drops out the bottom.
So shout out to BSL Racing Team for doing that. They did it under red flag. They haven't lost that much Well, not any time. The car is still 6 laps behind.
Is there
but
any
they're running.
truth in the rumour that a member of their team was seen to pull a big, massive electrical plug out? Just to give them that stoppage.
There is some rumour that the Ferris wheel also stopped.
Oh dear.
Yeah. Yeah.
And it's quite hot in the sunshine.
Spotted by a few people.
We have a slow zone, guys, at Swans, and I am trying to identify who it is.
Or
I haven't got any cars.
418.
Well, 677
Oh no.
seems to have been 677.
Stationary there, isn't it?
Yes, that's stationary. That's the car. It's the little BMW M240i, the white one with the light blue, like Leighton House blue trim along the wing, and it's static. And it's a very fast sweep right-hander into the tighter left at the top of the hill, and you come through that right-hander at Schwalbenschwanz, and you kind of blind as you turn left into that. So that's in a pretty tricky part. We haven't seen any footage of just how much of a hazard that car is causing, but the officials are aware, and we've got slow zone up to that point. Yellow flags.
Is it this coming into that zone, this yellow flag, or is it a different yellow flag?
Yeah, that's coming towards the slow zone. Yeah, that's the
Okay,
one.
so maybe we get a chance to see where on what.
Yeah, it will be. So you go through that right-hander at the top, and it's on the left. Through the left-hander is where the car stopped.
So Kelvin van der Linde.
Oh, there we go.
That's where
to
it.
the back of the Porsche, and that's precisely the car we're talking about.
No, it's not.
No, it's
not.
a white BMW.
But that wasn't very nice either.
It wasn't. There's a 98 car that was going into what looked like Bergwerk, and then that very fast Kesselchen-Klostertal combination afterwards. Right, so starting grid for the resumption of a race after an interruption is a massive paragraph in the supplementary regulations.
Well, I think you owe it to our viewers and listeners who are rejoining us, Johnny, and Ben and I, to explain
I haven't read it all myself.
what has gone on.
Right, for the Kevin Estre trying to get through traffic.
Yeah,
didn't know
we'll cover that, mate.
which side to go, left or right there at Flansgard, but he's got through.
You read the regs and I'll watch the screen.
For the resumption of the race, a starting grid will be drawn up for each starting group.
Yep.
1, 2 and 3, maximum 70 vehicles per starting group. The classification of the race after an interruption will be done by classes. For the resumption of the race, the starting grid will be drawn up from the classification at the time when the respected class-leading vehicle crossed the finish line or the extended start-finish line in the pit lane for the penultimate time before the race was interrupted. So that goes back to that penultimate rule. So you have the interruption on lap 11. I know that those extra 8 or 9 cars went round for an 11th time, but the red flag came out with 10 laps completed, did it not? Oh no, they'd completed laps. So they'd come across the line to complete 10 laps. The red flag had happened on lap 10.
That's right, and we saw the timing screens revert pretty quickly back to and showing 9 laps completed.
Yeah.
But they also talk about the race leader crossing the line, but because we were in a pit stop phase, the race leader kept changing.
Yes.
So it's quite
That's the
quite
concern,
difficult.
isn't it? You can either cross the start-finish line on the track, or you can do it in the pit lane. But then it depends which side of that line your garage is. If it's further down than the start-finish line on the main track, which is right opposite where we are.
But I think the next question is, what has forced both the Ferrari, the number 1 Audi, and the 65 Ford Mustang to pit only 3 laps after what I would have thought would have been a completely clean restart, as we've got an
Audi number 8, Jutta Racing.
That's the Jutta Racing Audi. I just saw that with Veremenko, who qualified that car in top qualifying. I think he's had a big, lurid spin, lots of tyre smoke, but without contact to the barrier, I think he's going to get over it. That's Flansgarten, isn't it?
Again, yeah. I tell you, if you pick Flansgarten as a spectator point, you're no shortage of action there. He's gone to the right-hand side of a slower car, found the grass, and that is how quickly a car can spin out of your control.
thought that he could get around that car by going right, but the circuit was also going left, and the gap became a bit of a triangle for him. Got on the grass, and actually the grass is not that, it's not wet,
No.
but it's so dusty that it's very, very loose. When
It's kind of like a sand trap.
Yeah.
And you can see the car digs in, and thankfully digs in enough and stops it in its tracks as it was sideways towards the barrier. And he didn't hit anything. So he's a lucky boy. He did put the lottery ticket on as well.
Right, so
it was that, by the way, Ben.
That was Veremenko in the
Alexei
8s.
Veremenko, car number 8.
65 back in the pits. The rumbling that we've heard just come past our commentary box is the HRT Performance Ford Mustang for the 3rd time.
Oh, okay.
So that was the one that pitted out of sequence before the red flag, and has done one after the red flag, and 3 laps later is back in. But then so is its teammate, the 63, come into the pits. That will be more... I still don't really know where we're at fuel-wise. I think that is what's
No,
confusing me.
I tell you what, Ben, we're not going to know that until we see everybody pit.
Yeah, right.
And then we'll get a reset when we see what lap and how many laps completed that the front runners will complete before they then have to refuel.
I'll carry on with it because I've barely got a third into this paragraph, so we'll keep going with it, right? Thus, the respective class leader triggers a virtual checkered flag for the following vehicles of his class. So I'm not just talking about SP9s, I'm talking about Cup 2. Once a Cup 2 class leader crosses the line under a red flag, that then determines their race time up until this point. But you have to come across the line, you see, at 80 kph, I suppose, as well. And some will do it on the racetrack, some might do it in the pit lane if they're short of fuel. The minimum pit stop times applicable at the time of the classification, including any time penalties, will subsequently be added to the vehicle's total driving time of the interrupted race section for the determination of the starting grid for the resumption in the form of a time penalty.
Yeah, okay.
So that they're accumulating, you know, the minimum pit stop reference time plus, well, I don't remember mentioning too many penalties, but they are on a different screen of ours. So if there were some driving penalties to be included as well, that's where the order can be rearranged to. But I think categorically cars have not been refueled in the gap, because we wouldn't therefore have had an early pit stop for Audi number 1. Ferrari, you reckon's been in and therefore has dropped down the order.
Yeah, that was the big indicator for me.
Yeah.
That refueling wasn't allowed, and like Ben said, we were told that parc fermé conditions weren't prevailing, so we presumed they were. The Mustang leaves the pits. That's dropped down to 19th, looking like it stayed ahead of its the other Ford Mustang.
But I think, just go back to what Johnny's saying there, you're therefore saying that the Ferrari had a short pit stop and therefore gets a penalty equal to those that have had longer pit stops. That's what dropped them back on the restarted order. But then surely everyone starts on the same amount of fuel, because you've taken into consideration the advantage or disadvantage.
For vehicles where the last pit stop before the interruption, the red flag, lasted longer than 20 minutes, and also for vehicles which are in the pits at the time of the interruption, brackets for longer than 20 minutes, the time at which they last crossed the finish line, and by that they mean the extended start-finish line in the pit lane, will be taken into account for the classification, provided that these vehicles have crossed the finish line a maximum of only once following the last pit stop. So that there is a real mishmash here of cars that may have been heading for the pits as the reds came out. They might have already been in the pits. And yes, we had a leader that was sort of slightly out of sync because, well, you could argue that it was put there fairly after it pitted after 5 laps. Was the Ferrari a stopper after 5 laps?
Yes.
Yeah, so it was one of the early stoppers and therefore benefits from a shorter pit stop.
But then gets penalised for that in a restarted order, but then therefore everyone back to square one, so shouldn't be then penalised in this second part of the race.
I kind of have no issue with the leader at the restart, which was the 911, because that had been imperious when Thomas Preining was at the wheel. Kevin Estre took it over. Again, very similar stint. The slight issue I've got is, I suppose, is with the 33 car, because that hadn't been up there, but they might have said on balance of play. What I can't remember is when the 33 Falcon Motorsport car came in for its first stop. That might have been after only 6 laps, but need somebody to remind me of that, really.
X is telling me that potentially the Ferrari had a rear tyre problem. And that's why we've got an extra stop for it.
That's why it came in there.
That answers that question, I think.
Great. True.
By the way, thank you so much to Andrew Luscombe for thinking that we had a list of things to talk about during the red flag period. No, I did not write down sausages on my list of things to talk about on the red flag period. It all just comes flowing out of our crazy minds. Joe, you were looking at what we've got.
Yeah, I've got, well, we've got the Schravenschwanz slow zone cleared, the 677 numbered BMW we spoke about. That had it crashed and came to a stop on the left-hand side of the track there. The car was then able to turn around and continue. I would imagine that's continuing back to the pits, but it has removed the slow zone there. However, as that one was removed, we then end up with a one at Exmüller, and I can't see any abandoned cars there, just intervention vehicles, and we've got one at Kesselchen. So we're not going to see any fast laps at the moment, because they run through Kesselchen to Klostertal. Can you see a number there, Ben?
Yeah, 505.
505. So 505 is it the one stopped at Kesselchen?
That's Time Attack Paderborn, which is the BMW 328i, which is a VT2 category car. And yeah, we haven't seen that come up on the ticker, but we do have a car stop there.
So Hubert Haupt has been in with the 63 Mustang, and
all of them have been in there.
He's reported that the tyre pressure rose, and so too with the down to the temperature, and he had to take it a bit easier on the last 2 laps. It seems to still be too warm for the medium tyres, is what he's found. So he's basically came in with tyre issues there and handling issues. During his stop, that's what he's reported. So they're going to be monitoring that, aren't they?
Riding on board with Johan Kristoffersen, yes, that one, the World Rallycross champion, but also sometime TCR winner. You must remember that for a few years Volkswagen dragged him away from Rallycross to participate in the World Touring Car Cup, as it was. That was post-championship because it was using customer cars, the idea being that Volkswagen entered the car, but you had drivers that were not works drivers, and obviously they ended up all being works drivers, and Johan Kristoffersen participated in that for a few years, took a victory here at the Nürburgring in one of their support races to this 24-hour race, so knows this very well, but has not done the full 24 hours yet. Was entered last year but failed to complete because, well, the race didn't go on that long, and so Johan only did a couple of laps and didn't do the night stuff. He is in the Golf that's just behind this number 33 Falcon Porsche we're seeing, and it is a pretty fast car, and absolutely loving his experience. Does about 270 clicks down the Dottinger, so it's not far off a GT3 car. And he says actually he's not too bad on the faster corners. It's really the fiddly stuff where then he gets swallowed up, and at the moment being trailed by the BMW M4 GT4, which is the sim racing guy's car. Steve Alvarez Brown, and Jimmy Broadbent in that car, Michael Charidon, and they have Michael Metzinger as their pro driver in a car that is run by Black Falcon, and great to have them with us and participating again, and no doubt there'll be YouTube content in the future of that incredible journey that Jimmy Broadbent has had from sim racer through to professional N24 driver.
16 laps completed for Kelvin van der Linde, who brings the Rover Racing BMW M4 into the pits. Standard fair in the pit stop, as is the number 44. That's the Marshall Falkland Motorsports Porsche in from 12th place. All these cars having completed 16 laps. Another car in the pits is the Red Bull team Lamborghini. Jordan Pepper at the wheel of that one. The Volkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin is in with Nicky Team bringing that car in. And 16 laps completed, Johnny. That's kind of... It's only 6 laps from the stoppage. But then they probably are on their 8th lap since their last fuel stop.
I've now found on the ADAC-sport.com website, which is a fabulous resource to dig out different documents, I've found a race result after the red flag by class, right? So the result is called... Is there a problem on the rear right for this 44 car? Bit of shouting.
They were, yeah,
okay.
A bit concerned about what was underneath it, but carry on.
So 9 laps completed, meaning the red flag came out on lap 10, and they wind it back to the last completed lap on the green flag conditions. At which point, in SP9, the 45 Ferrari from Rinaldi Realised Conde Racing was leading. 1 hour, 22 minutes race time. 12 seconds back was the 17 Mercedes of Adam Christodoulou. Then the 34 Aston Martin of Mattia Drudi. The 14 Mercedes for Maro Engel. And Marcus Winkelhock in the number 1 Audi. So we've got the order right. As a result of then these extra penalties issued, or at least taking into account the sort of accumulated pit stop time, a little time is added, quite a lot of time was added to the 45 Ferrari to drop it down the order. But I just like that to know that, OK, we raced up until lap 9. That means the safety car lap was lap 10, but obviously uses fuel. And then we've had 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16. So a 7-lap stint rather suggests to me that the cars were on full tanks in order to get that far.
I think it makes sense. I'm pretty sure that it was not Parc Fermé conditions. And the outlier was the Ferrari, which confused us. But if we now think the Ferrari have a tyre problem, then they did...
That explains it, doesn't it?
Yeah, I think so. We're a complete refuel. And now this is some teams, I think, going, we've got tyre issues, we're not optimising our lap time, let's get in and get a new set of tyres with a different pressure or even a different compound. And it doesn't matter if we're 1 lap early because we play around with that because we also get a faster pit stop. And we saw how that affected the Ferrari in the early part of the race.
Add to that tyre dilemma that sun's beginning to go down now. The sun, there's lots of shade even on the Grand Prix track, let alone the Nordschleife. A lot of the track now in shade, the track's going to be cooling, so the medium tyre is not necessarily working in the bright sunshine. The medium tyres might just start working now. So we know that the Hubert Abt, wow, the Hubert Abt Mustang was struggling with their rears.
The ears?
You might find that their rears, not their ears, your ears. They might find that medium tyre might start working now that it's getting cooler.
A little scary moment for Jordan Pepper and Nicky Team going either side of a BMW on the Grand Prix track, so there's enough space to do it. But
more of a scary moment for the BMW, I think.
Oh yeah, absolutely. If that had been on the Nordschleife, that would have been a very, very different story.
Yeah.
Where are they on?
Through the Michael Schumacher S's, coming out the Michael Schumacher S's, up towards the next left-right before the VDOL.
It says team on the.
It's the what's the number? 508. The 508 BMW. He will need a fresh set of underpants when he pits next time.
It says team on the Aston Martin. It's not team. It's David Pittard according to the timing screen. So it's Pittard and Pepper.
Yeah.
15th and 16th they're running right now, and they're absolutely nose to tail. Now on to the Nordschleife. I don't know which one to believe. The screen on the
Lumirax changed now. It does say PIT rather than THI, so
cool.
The timing screen is correct.
So this is David Pittard then. Really made his name for himself here at the Nordschleife, trying to keep Jordan Pepper at bay. The Lamborghini looking so strong in top qualifying 1, let's call it that, but didn't really shine once we did the restarted top qualifying 2 in the 4 o'clock conditions versus the 2 o'clock conditions.
The other useful reference point that I keep forgetting on our timing screen is to tell us when each car last pitted, as in which lap it last pitted, and how many laps into the current stint it is. So if you've got the right screen, the column that says stint and then laps, the white number is the last time the car pitted, so lap 7 for the race leader 911, and it's 3 laps into its current stint, although that should be updating more readily, shouldn't it? It's way more than that. But anyway, lap 7 was definitely the lap that 911 pitted. Same for the 33. The 48 car pitted on lap 7 as well, and the 63 Mustang, which I'm now not seeing in amongst the top 10. But those leading few cars have all pitted after the extent or the maximum amount of time you could have pitted in the first phase of the race, the first iteration of the race. The setting sun is absolutely horrendous in certain places now. As you turn a corner, a lot of drivers are absolutely blinded by the low sun, which won't actually set for another probably 45 minutes.
Some might say beautiful, setting a lovely golden hue over the forest.
Beautiful. Just a real nuisance if you've got a load of back markers in front of you and you're trying to negotiate the Nordschleife.
God, when we were on board with Kelvin van der Linde, and we did tap that Cayman and send it into a spin, he was completely blinded by the sun at the same time as tapping the Porsche. So I don't know if he's going to be able to use that as an excuse or not, but hard.
It's the amount of rubbish and flies on the windscreen as well. The sun glare on the windscreen just makes it opaque. You can't see through it, and for momentarily you are absolutely blind. And you're just wanting the windscreen to come back to you, and sometimes it does, sometimes it doesn't. We're at the top of another hour, Johnny. So we'll have a quick rundown as to who's leading our class, our several classes. How many classes did we say? 19, wasn't it? Including the 3 classes in SP9. So SP9 Pro is being led by our overall leader, which is the 911 numbered Manthey Porsche, Kevin Estra at the wheel, and SP9 being led by the apt Sportline Engstler car. The Black Falcon number 48 is a leading Pro-Am in SP9. Cup 2 is being led by the number 948 48 Losh Motorsport by Black Falcon. That's the team name, by the way, 48 Losh Motorsport. That isn't the team number. The team number is 948.
Race leader in as you continue with this, but just to make people aware, Kevin Estra is into the pits, as is the 33 Porsche of Falcon.
82 class being led by the number 644 Max Cruiser Racing. SP8T being led by the 59 Door Motorsport. SP7 being led by the number 909, no team name associated with that car, but its number is 909. 83 is being led by the number 19 Max Cruiser Racing. TCR, that's being led by the number 830, the 830 Hyundai Motorsport Target Competition entry. And SP10 down in 62nd overall. 187 is the car. FK Performance Motorsport is the team name. Cup 3 down in 66th is the number 962, the W&S Motorsport entry. The Subaru Technica International number 88. That leads SP4T down in 75th. And then we've got the SP3T class leader in 82nd place overall. That's the number 321 Goroyan RT by Sharkey Racing. BMW M24i, that class is being led by the number 650, the Adrenaline Motorsport team, Manhattan, Wales. In 91st, we've got the VT2 Hecker class leader. That's the number 500, Adrenaline Motorsport team, Manhattan, Wales, is the team behind that one as well. In 93rd, we've got the V6 class leader. That's car 414, no team name. VT2 Front. That's the number 480 down in 97th. That's got no team name as well. And then the third of the Adrenaline Motorsport team Manhattan Wales entries, that's leading V5 down in 105th, and that's car 444. That's your class leaders at the top of the hour.
Excellent, Joe. Thank you very much. The Bilstein number 14 Mercedes comes in with Mauro Engel at the wheel from 3rd position. So there's a big flurry into the pit lane now, because a lot of the cars, having stopped on the 7th lap, were then given fuel during the red flag, we reckon, and that's rather left everybody on a level playing field, although the Ferrari might have gained hugely because of its early pit stop just before the red. But then the field was equalised again with the clever supplementary regulations of the ADAC, the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring. So much so that you got 3 commentators very befuddled by the whole situation. But it's starting to make a bit more sense now.
And for the next 4 laps, the Ferrari is going to be back in the lead. It's just taken the lead of the race again.
Yeah.
But it's half a stint off our actual leaders, and we also have the BMW in a similar situation. So the BMW, the next car to come over the line, the 98, I think that will be ahead of the 911, which now has Aycan Güven, the Turkish Red Bull athlete, aboard. So we've now seen Estra, Preening, Güven. We haven't seen Pile yet in that car, and actually has the BMW come over the line yet? I don't think it has. So it's going to be Ferrari leading Porsche. There is the BMW coming over the line, which will be 3rd, I think.
We've got a full green track as well, guys.
Ooh la la.
Keep an eye out for any fast laps coming. The best lap at the moment, fastest lap of the race so far, was Kevin Estra in the number 911. 8 minutes 12.532. That was very early on in the race when the track was clear. But what a novelty that is. We have no slow zones, dare I say it.
We've got yellow flags.
Have we got yellow flags?
Yeah, look.
Yeah,
Yes, we've got a yellow flag at Eschbach.
Eschbach, indeed.
And that's gone now.
The Bilstein area as well.
Bilstein.
This might provide some sort of an answer.
Blimey, what's good? So we're in a slow zone here on board with Jordan Pepper. Lots of traffic ahead.
This is Klostertal again, so where the barrier repairs were happening earlier on in the race.
That's gone according to the according to our track.
This is
fully green.
This is earlier.
Yeah, this is a
to
short
replay.
time
Right,
ago.
sorry.
Yeah.
Actually, there isn't any flags waving on either side. And, gets passed by a Mustang there. But lots of traffic. Oh, and they go straight back into another zone. That's just how tricky it is. Out of one zone, which actually I didn't see any flags for, it's back up to full racing speed and then back down again to another slow zone.
There may not have been any waving yellow flags because they were already in the code 60. So you go past a purple board with the 60 km/h speed limit on as now the race-leading Ferrari goes around the outside of a Cayman, being chased by an Aston Martin, which is not on the same lap, may not even be in the same class in actual fact. That was one of the SP10 cars, the Dumoulin Aston Martin. But the leader after 17 laps completed, round the outside at Schwedenkreuz. Sun again right in the face of Felipe Fernandez-Larza as he powers his way down into the foxhole for the 18th time. Basically being chased by Aycan Güven, fresh from a pit stop. So it's about a 30-second deficit now for the Turkish racer and Manthey EMA. You thought the BMW might have been able to sneak into 3rd. Actually, it's 4th.
Yeah.
But relatively close, though, to Julian Andlauer, who's now taken charge of the number 33 Porsche. So there's 4 and a bit seconds between, say 4 and a bit seconds, maybe 6 seconds, actually, between the two Porsches, 2nd and 3rd, and then the Rover Racing BMW, which is on a different pit stop strategy.
But on the same as the Ferrari.
Yes.
Pretty much. They're both midway through their stint, aren't they?
Yes, they are. Whereas the two Porsches now on out laps, but they're still running 2nd and 3rd. The Mauro Engel, Maxime Martin driven number 14 Mercedes is in 5th position from Get Speed. And in 6th place, it's Chris Haase driving the Audi of Scherer Sport PHX with their R8 LMS. Remember, Scherer Sport now just running the one car in the fastest class following the withdrawal of the heavily damaged number 16 Porsche. Again, a hint of indecision from Felipe Fernandez-Larza. Wasn't quite sure which side of a backmarking car to go down at Breitscheid. Muller next up at the end of the 5th timing interval, as the sun is continuing to dip in the sky, but we can still enjoy the better part of 40 minutes on this, the longest day in the year. And we reckon that just about the latest time that this race can actually be held in a motor racing season. It has been done the weekend after Le Mans previously. That happened, what, 6 years ago in 2019. But just trying to work out who's in the best spot at this time, with some slightly off-kilter strategy weaved into this, and that's what we love about an endurance race. Nobody quite counted on a red flag for the period of time that we had after not quite 2 hours completed. But of course, in the next hour, we will already be at 1/4 distance for this race. And the Ferrari race-leading car is now at the Caracciolo Carousel, heading up the hill towards Hohe Acht. Bit of rotation happening in our commentary position as well, as we welcome Sebastian Goltz of Porsche.
Goitz.
Goitz.
I said it right, didn't I, Sebastian?
That's
Goitz. Yes?
Or is it Goltz?
Goltz. I was close. I got it right the first time.
G-O-L-Z, right?
You're right, yes.
Yeah, Goltz.
Okay, great.
Don't throw me off,
I'm
Joe.
just going to tweak your microphone here. Yeah, you said it right, John.
Okay. Now, you are the GT3 project manager at Porsche. So this is a wonderful position to have, and I'm sure many people are quite envious of being able to look after a fantastic stable of 911s. It's the biggest entry per manufacturer that we've got in this year's race, isn't it?
Yes, it is. So thank you for being here. It's an honor to be part of your commentary right now. So yeah, at the moment we start into the race, and it looks pretty good right now. So it's clear that we are able to manage our temperatures right now. What we had at the beginning of the race, it fits to our car. We learned how to use the tires, which looks like at the moment this is definitely the secret. And the thing is, we are just at the beginning of the 24 hours. There is still a long way to go.
Yes.
The restarting positions for the cars didn't look that good from a Porsche perspective, but then the supplementary regulations were clearly read. You've got to think about these pit stop times and any penalties that are lingering around, and it actually put two Porsches back out front, which for me was probably the fairer way to restart it when you've got an unexpected red flag.
Yeah, it is a fair way. It is looking confusing from the outside, but regulation says you have the possibility to stop the car on different laps.
Yeah.
But each lap has this separate, let's say, refueling or pit time at the end. Then you have, for example, if you have a 7 laps stint and you go to the pit, you have to wait, for example, 2 minutes and 20 seconds. If you go for one lap further, it's about 2 minutes 40, for example, 20 seconds more. And that's the reason why, as soon as you have the first pit stop and not everybody is pitting at the same time, it is a completely mess to follow the race, because you need to know how much laps the others have driven to see where the cars are virtual track.
Yeah. Now, you're the GT3 project manager. Is that a global position?
The Porsche Motorsport is a global position for the project of GT3R.
Okay.
So I'm working for the product of 911 GT3R. I'm responsible for the development. And the nice thing is I'm also allowed to follow the cars and lead the race activities, which is together with all the races for the GT3 category.
You've been very busy lately.
We are, not me.
Were you at Le Mans last week?
Yeah, I was at Le Mans.
And will you be at Spa next week?
I will be at Spa.
So you guys are very, very busy. I mean, GT3 is perhaps the most successful sports car concept in the history of sports car racing.
Of course.
It is so successful.
We have to be all happy, all manufacturers, that this concept was introduced in the past, because it is not normal that so many different manufacturers with so many different car concepts able to compete to each other. The regulation is not that close for everyone that you can say, okay, it's clear, the weight is for everybody the same, the weight distribution, wheelbase, all those things like engine concepts. We have so many different variables on the car because the regulations are so open that not everybody has to build the same car at the end. They can use their production line cars, which makes it possible for us to race and to show to the outside that we are able to have our product on the racetrack and compete to each other. This is a good thing on this concept.
I'd also like, I don't want to talk to you about balance of performance in the sense of, you know, whether or not we need balance of performance, because without other manufacturers to compete with, it would be completely pointless for Porsche to compete. Porsche want to compete with manufacturers and beat the other manufacturers. And I think whatever series it may be, whether it's here at the Nürburgring, the World Endurance Championship, the 24H series, and all of the other GT3 championships around the world, it's because of that success of balance of performance that we have such this rich, the sport is so rich at the moment.
Yes, it is the key of success at the end. You said it right. Because you have all these fans outside who want to see their brand racing outside, and if you have just one make brand or one make cup or something like this, it's not interesting for everybody. And this makes this category, I think, so successful that we are able to say there's a BMW, there's an Aston Martin, a Ferrari, a Porsche. All those cars are competing on track and showing to the outside a great and big show most of the time.
There's a lot of cars in this race that are sort of very recognisable and have, although the iteration of the 911 has changed over the years, the liveries kind of stay the same. Brands like, well, Grello has become a brand. You only need to go in the fan shop out here, see all the T-shirts around. You know, they probably couldn't name the 4 drivers in that car, but they know when their favourite car's coming through. It's the same for the Falcon guys as well. We were watching the drift show last night. Falcon Motorsport have a big following because of the drift activities that they do typically on a Friday, and there are always 2 Falcon cars, generally speaking. Is that important for Porsche to be involved in these big either official brands, or they're kind of like they have become entities in their own right?
I think you have to describe our concept. So what we are doing right now is factory supported customer sport at the end. So it's not that Porsche is attending to this race and say, okay, we are here the heroes and the guys, and we put the money on the table and let's go racing with some teams. It's the other way around. We are, let's say, living the dream that we have customers, teams who want to compete with the brand of Porsche on those great races like we have here. And they have their ideas, they're building around and trying to achieve the, let's say, to create heroes, brands for their own. So this is a big thing. And for example, we take Falcon. They are so, or we were talking with Falcon, for example, in the past, or I did, and I asked, well, do you want to change your design, your livery a little bit more aggressive, or give it a different style? And I said, no, we stay on this line because we want to show outside, this is Falcon, this is our design, and we are always, everybody recognizes us as Falcon. And I think this is really good because this is how you can create a brand. And those cars are on the track outside, like the Grello as well. If this car is coming through the corner, the fans are standing outside and see, okay, this is the Grello, this is the Falcon, and we need it because the fans have their own heroes and they are grabbing those cars and say, okay, I like this one and I like the other one. And this is not just for Porsche, it's also on some other brands who have their teams' ideas. For us, at the moment, it's really great. We have Grello, Falcon, we have the Roxy, and it is incredible.
Yes, it is.
Yeah.
What does Porsche do exactly? I mean, GT3 is aimed at customer racing. So what does Porsche have in its toolkit to make a customer team when they go out to decide what car they're going to run? What incentives, if anything?
Joe, there's a Mercedes off at the Adenauer Force there, right in front of one of these Porsches we're talking about. Maurice Schuring just tangling with traffic. I think that was the Schnitzel-Alarm car. But I think the SP10, it's the SP10 car, the Treble One, which has ended up in the Armco barrier at the bottom of the foxhole. You can be Maurice Schuring, minding your own business, thinking this is a good lap, and then all of a sudden a car spears off in front of you. That's the jeopardy of this place. Sorry to interrupt, that was a good question.
Yeah, but it's not the second time that car's been off.
No, it was the SP9 car that was off in the gravel at Valvoline Curve, and that is now the sister car at Schnitzel-Alarm, which I reckon is either an it won't be an SP8T car because it's a Mercedes and they're a naturally aspirated car. It's actually the SP10 leader. So GT4 race leader for SR Motorsport, not going to go anywhere in a hurry now, and the driver's already out of the cockpit, thankfully to the safe side of the barrier.
Sebastian, I'm going to simplify the question.
Yes.
So I win the Euro Millions, and I'm going to go GT3 racing. Why should I buy a Porsche and not a Ferrari?
I can say to answer quite easy, it's a Porsche.
It's a Porsche, yes.
It's the sports car. Being honest, if you have a look on Porsche and its history, Ferrari as well as history, but I think if we're looking on this topic of customer sports as well, a customer knows that they can rely on us because our service is really proper. For myself, I went to Porsche and I recognized as soon as I was starting my work at Porsche how strong this customer sport department is. Because we're taking care, it's not that we say we are the best and we can put the performance to the car. It starts with the service. If you buy a Porsche, we're trying to bring you into the Porsche family with information, with this parts supply. So we're trying to supply parts all around the world with service on track, which is not every time a business case. So if you send a parts trailer to a track, it doesn't mean it's just for money. No, it's service at the end, because we want to secure that people can race in any perspective at the end, because if they have a crash or if they have a problem, that we can help them to continue. And if we're looking for mileage on parts, for example, if we have an issue on parts which haven't reached their mileage target, for example, it's quite easy. We do analysis, and if something is, let's say, clear for us that we say, okay, this part must have been last longer, but it didn't, then you will get a new one. So it's our responsibility to say, okay, we say and we tell the guys, you can calculate with this mileage, and if we can see it's not your fault, you will get the exchange for this part. So in total, it's service at the end.
It's kind of guarantee.
Let's say it's a kind of. But this is service at the end. And then we're trying to provide good information, handbooks, a lot of information that customers are able to run their cars and have the information available. We're trying to support on racetracks with the technical guys who are supporting the teams, that they know about how to use the systems. In case of they have an issue on the car, we're assisting the guys. For this race, for example, we are supporting with an engineer group, trying to support them with weather information, trying to support them on strategy side, trying to support them with information what we can collect around the track, and building up a network structure to give them the information as soon as possible, that they can more focus on their own race, but if something is happening around, we can feed them with information, which are already directly linked to them, and they don't have to take every information. Those things, I think, can make the difference. And you can see how many Porsche we have on track. That means the service what we're providing, I think, is quite good, because they trust into the system.
Yeah, that's quite a holistic service. You I think you've mentioned everything I would need as a customer running one of your cars at a track.
And if you have a look, it's something like a pyramid from our side. You can entry on a low level, and you can always climb up in different categories.
Yeah, of course.
So it's not stopping at the moment, and you can also rely on a long-term relationship, because Porsche is not doing just one-time product for 3 years and then we're stepping out. So it's always continuously getting new products for the same category.
So you've talked me into buying a GT4 Cayman and starting there, then a Cup car, and then a GT3. Very sensible approach.
This could be
spending my millions.
Yeah. So you can also provide some good street cars if you want
I'll need that. Yes. Maybe a 4-door.
Yeah.
The rules at Le Mans and in the World Endurance Championship haven't been GT3 for that long. It's called LM GT3 in that championship. We're now into year 2 of that. But last year, a Porsche was the World Endurance Championship winning car. They won at Le Mans with the other car, the 91, last year. It was a Porsche victory in GT3 this year. I mean, you've got to be so happy with the start to the LM GT3 era. It feels like there's no other manufacturer in it at the moment.
Yeah. if you're looking from the outside, it looks like a dream. The story is very clean. If you look behind the scenes, it's not just a surprise. So the guys were working quite hard. So we looked into the new regulations at the end, and having this LMGT3 concept with the driver concept for WEC, it means the topic of driver is really important. If you go for a category where you just have pros, it's quite equal from manufacturer to manufacturer. But really good amateurs or silver drivers on the market, there are not so many if you have a look around. And to do the scouting on the driver's side, this was a job from Mantai, and I have to say they did it well. So they're investing a lot. They are trying to achieve the best relationship to the right drivers, and it's not just stop and say, okay, we have the best one and now we go. No, they're working quite hard on the driving skills of the drivers. So it's nice to see how they are working with the driver, because the secret is the driver right now.
So you're talking about people like Ryan Hardwick, for instance, who has to do 6 hours in a Le Mans 24-hour race and feel as comfortable with the car as a master of Richard Lietz's level can do. It wasn't a surprise for me to see Richard Lietz in the winning car, but Ryan Hardwick's still relatively new to racing in Europe, for instance, and he's chosen Porsche as the brand because, well, I mean, typically Porsches with their rear engine, certain drivers have suggested that's a very tricky technique, I suppose, to master a car, but maybe in the modern day Porsche it's a little bit more easy to arrive and drive and be quick.
The Porsche is always a special car to drive with. So if you talk to the drivers outside, it's not, if I say it's a normal race car, it's the wrong word. So I would say it's completely different to other cars.
You have to rewire your brain a little.
Yes.
Yeah.
It's an engine sitting out the back behind the wheel.
Yeah, it's completely different.
It makes it unique, yeah. and it's quite well known that a Porsche 911 is a tricky car to get your head around.
You have to work with the car. You have to race.
Work with the car.
Yeah, you have to race with the car. It's not a lazy one. It's very agile. Agile. Yeah.
Or you have to be agile and be active.
You are working, so it's not that you just can sit in and relax. It's not a taxi. You have to race. It's definitely the case.
Although a Porsche taxi would be cool.
Yeah, and if you look on Ryan, for example, he made a development. It's incredible. But like I said, they saw the potential of this guy, and they start to work with him. And if you ask him, I think he reached a level already where he thought he was not able to reach it. Yeah. And this is great to see how those guys can improve their skills over the time, race by race. And for the right moment, they were definitely there. They did a great job. So there were no faders. You cannot complain about anyone in the team or on the driver's side.
So now the ideal scenario is to win this weekend's race, and off the bat, I mean, it's not, you're not got a leading car at the moment, but I think when it all shakes out after the latest pit stops, the 911 will look good. And then head to Spa and do it all again, because we talk about these 3 24-hour races in a row. Wouldn't it be something if Porsche could be victorious in the GT3 class in each of them?
To think about this scenario, it's nice, but if we are on a second weekend and we have still 18 hours, 30 minutes to go,
the English phrase is "do not count any chickens."
Yeah, I knock on wood.
Don't count chickens before they've hatched.
It can change in a second. So at the moment, our focus is definitely on the part that we said we need to be sorted out, and this was also one part of the preparation for the 24 Nürburgring. We had from the first race onwards all cars on track except Scherer. They came in a little bit later, but we had all cars on track, and we calculated, I think we did 5 times or 10 times more laps until the 24-hour race compared to other manufacturers for this year. Yeah. So we were doing a lot of testing, doing a lot of race laps, race mileage. We were treating our drivers. The teams were trying to understand the tires, and you can see we focused also to make the job for. Sorry, I'm just looking for what's happening there.
I think they're at play.
It's the Mercedes that's still being recovered, and probably barrier repair work now. Yeah. And they're now forced.
to understand the tires, to work with them, and especially on these hot conditions, which way you have to go. If you change the aero concept a little bit to be not that harsh with the tire, helps in these conditions. But those things means you need to understand what you have to do on the car, that you have the right package on the right moment. And this is just coming if you have the possibility to test a lot, and this is what we did.
Right.
Yeah.
So you guys are prepared for the temperature rising tomorrow to be even hotter. You guys are prepared. You know, do you guys have an idea of what tomorrow's conditions are going to bring for those tires, and are prepared for that?
I can just talk about the Porsche, and I would say,
Yeah, that's what I mean.
we did a proper job to understand what is needed this year with these tires as well. Doesn't matter if it was Falcon, Pirelli on that side, or also Manthey with Michelin Scherer.
Because that's the other interesting thing. Is it a benefit to have actually 4 tyre manufacturers in the game here on Porsches? So you've got the Pirelli car, the Dynamic number 54. You've got 2 Falcon cars, 33 and 44. The Michelin 911. And there's also a Hankook Porsche in the mix as well.
There are 2 sides of the story. So first of all, we have to say we wouldn't have so many cars if we don't have so many tire suppliers. Because those teams are also in a relationship with the manufacturers of the tires. For example, Hankook, Falcon. They are working with them. Pirelli is also involved with the team of Dynamic. So it means if we do not have those tire suppliers in the boat, we would have less cars. This is clear. So we are very happy to have them on board. But it doesn't make life easier. For sure not. Because we try to support each team on the same level as good as possible. So we need to understand what need the team, what need the tire, how can we bring the car concept and the tire together, trying to support those guys. And then we have the third part of this topic. We need to take care of what's happening with the BOP. If the car concept is working quite well with one of the manufacturers of the tires, we get in trouble with the others if they're lacking performance, because the tire regulation doesn't allow right now that they can just change tires like they want to, for example, to improve their performance. It means at the end, if you have one package which is working quite well, BOP will look on this part, and the others have to go behind at the end.
Thank you so much for giving us your time, Sebastian. It's been a pleasure to have a chat and to know a little bit more behind the scenes of the Porsche GT3 project. So we wish you a happy rest of event. I'm not going to preempt anything, but just to have a good race, shall we say?
Thank you very much.
Sebastian Gold.
Do our best.
Sebastian
Thank you,
Gold.
Sebastian.
Thanks a lot.
Good to meet you.
See you later. GT3 project manager for Porsche. And the Ferrari that leads, well, had been leading the motor race, is now into pit lane for another pit stop. So, having just completed its latest stint, and that car now will cycle back. Well, we'll wait to see precisely where it feeds back in, but it has at least dropped to 14th position. So Grello leading again. There is a big code 60, as in a long section of the track limited to 60 kilometers per hour to deal with the recovery of the SR Motorsport Schnitzelalm Mercedes, the SP10. What was the SP10 leading car in actual fact, with Guido Wertz at the wheel. Guido out of the car and now overseeing its recovery onto the back of an ADAC flatbed. We've got about another 15 minutes or so to go before we reach official sunset on this, the longest day. And I won't quite say there's a queue stretching outside our commentary box currently of guests, but we're clearly a popular place to be right now, because Davey Avema is here of Sports Car 365.
Our information resource, Johnny.
It's like a mirror image of when I spoke to you 7 days ago. Exactly, and a bit more daylight outside.
We've got to stop meaning like this.
True enough.
Hello, gentlemen. Good evening.
Good evening to you. And thank you, first of all, for keeping us up to speed with plenty of documents and other things on screens that we can't see at this side of the track. I mean, this has always been quite a complicated event, in fairness.
Very much.
And that's sort of why we love it.
Yeah, kind of, yeah. It's when you really got to be on top of and sort of keep track of everything. Exactly, it's the same with this sort of shuffle after the red flag. Is that, you know, that immediately brought back some, I'd say, flashbacks from last year. You may remember when we had that red flag and then we had those safety car laps and then there was some shuffling in that order, and then when we went to this red flag, I immediately started thinking, hang on, does that mean we're going to have that same situation again? And it turns out that we did with the 911 back to the top. I think the people that realise Condor Racing were too happy about that. I think even David Pearl will put on social media thinking we should have started first, but okay. But that's the way the cookie crumbles around here at the Nürburgring 24 hours.
Yeah, they would have benefited massively from the timing of the red flag. They were not leading under green flag conditions and obviously needed to allow the pit stop cycle to shake out. But here, once it's established itself from that opening stint of maybe 5 or 6 or 7 laps, it can sometimes take the rest of the race to finally equalise itself into that final stint.
Yes, actually what I find very interesting is that sometimes the decision that you make in like the first stop can...
It has ripple effects all the way through.
My favourite example of this was the first time I came here in 2022 when we had Get Speed versus Phoenix, and Get Speed was one that pitted before Phoenix, and that cycle rolled through all the way through. Yeah. And then at the end of the race, you may remember there was some rain, and Get Speed had to make the decision, okay, what times do we go on first? Whereas Phoenix could sort of sit back for 8 minutes, see what Get Speed was doing, and could go the other way, and that ultimately won them the race. So Get Speed in a roundabout way, because they pitted first 23 hours before, kind of in a way lost that race because of that. So that's, I think, one of the most fascinating aspects of the race, which is one of the reasons I love it as much as I do. Yeah, genuinely, it's funny because we're in this stretch of 3 races, 3 24-hour races, and people always tend to assume, oh, no, it must be your favourite. Like, no, really, this was, for multiple reasons, and that's one of them.
And the jeopardy that almost feels like every corner can potentially be hanging in the ether as Julian Andlauer is able to clear a couple of cars as one through Klostertal, Kesselchen, which is a slightly tighter left-hander, but continuing on full power now, at least for a blast of the run towards the bottom of the carousel. Style Strecker. Oh, meanwhile, Ayhancan Guven just caught the concrete at a slightly wrong angle there, which jumped the Porsche further up the drainage ditch than he would have liked. And an indication, therefore, of the distance between the 2 Porsches that lead this race. One exiting the carousel, the other one heading into it. So at the moment, Andlauer hasn't got eyes on Ayhancan Guven, but the team will be keeping him up to date with precisely how much of a distance there is. It's timed through the last split at 10 seconds, maybe just about 11 seconds between those 2 Porsche 911s. What did you make of the fairly last-minute balance and performance adjustment that we actually didn't get at Le Mans, but there were 1 or 2 tweaks in time for warm-up, just in time for warm-up this morning?
Yeah, I think across the board was probably fair.
It doesn't seem to have... Oh, there was actually a tag there.
Yeah, he hit him. Yeah.
On the back of the Ford Mustang a couple of seconds ago. That was coming out of the Code 60 at Adenauer Forst, where Guido Wertz's Mercedes came to rest. The odd tap here and there is part and parcel of this race as well, I think.
Yeah.
People just roll with it.
Can I go back to the balanced performance, Dave? We were talking about cars gaining 5 kilograms and some cars losing 10. As far as my understanding is, you've got to kind of go to about 30 kilograms before you can really feel it. I mean, 5 kilograms is kind of like, 2 bags of sugar or some 3 bags of sugar in the scheme of things. It's not really going to wear your tyres out a massive amount. I mean, what have you been told by the teams with regards to the effect that if you're going to give somebody a bit of a performance boost, then taking 10 kilograms off is not massive, especially round here.
Well, I suppose every little bit counts. Well, especially when these cars are as finely tuned to the conditions as they are. And there's always you have to play within certain margins. You can't go too over the top with it, because otherwise people might start shouting off the rooftops about that. If you take much more weight out, ultimately, it's still a game. Even around a track as long as this, it's still a game of tenths of seconds, as we've seen multiple times over the last week. And I suppose if you look at it in that sense, I don't know what the exact translation is from a 10 kilos to how many tenths of a lap that might be. But if you see, even with these pros, how close they have been to each other over the course of a lap, and they wouldn't do it if it would make a difference.
And the whole concept, I suppose, is kind of sharpening a razor blade.
Yeah.
And marginal gains for one and marginal disadvantages for another is bringing them together.
Yeah, because ultimately,
the concept.
It's also, as far as, if you were to ask me, for me, balance of performance is not, we make everybody exactly as quick. For me, it's, you basically draw the line as to what this is. You say to the cars and to the teams, okay, so you level out what is your theoretical peak. Like, this is what your car, this is what every single car is theoretically capable of doing. We want to make that as even as possible. Then it's ultimately up to you to make sure that your car is capable of doing that, be it by drivers, be it by setup, be it by the way the car, the way the car is driven. And that ultimately, I think, is where sometimes people may go a little bit in the wrong direction when they interpret these changes. Whereas, yeah, ultimately taking 10 kilograms out does make a car faster, but it's still up to the teams to make sure that the car actually is capable of going faster. It's not necessarily as much as here as it is in, for example, hypercar, where you have had some cars that struggle to even get down to the minimum weight, where a BOP change doesn't even have any effect because the car can't get down to that minimum weight anyway, because these cars are so thoroughly through developed that it will make a difference. Whereas, like I said, perhaps in some hypercars, it wouldn't.
What are your thoughts about the weekend clash that we have with Watkins Glen?
Yeah.
I hadn't realised there was a British GT meeting on
There's
Spa.
some people I know that are about 2 hours down the road.
Right
now.
Okay, so enjoying a bit of British GT, which is actually a double weekend there for SRO, because they'll be there next weekend for the Spa 24 hours. So I'm sure many people have based themselves at Spa for 10 days or so.
Yeah, I know for multiple people. I know it's popular Optimum Motorsports that have joined this chat because they're in British GT this weekend, and then next weekend they're racing in the Spa 24 hours as well. So
they're also at the Glen as well.
Yeah, because they are in
the Ferrari.
The Inception Ferrari. Yeah, so very busy time for Optimum
just a different
Motorsport,
sticker on the door.
But Nürburgring's very good at putting their kind of line in the sand. They say, right, these are our dates for the next 4 or 5 years. And as this weekend was announced 2 years, 3 years ago, we hadn't had the change of date at Spa for the 24 hours. Formula One hadn't come in and said, right, we want the end of July, which changed the date of the Spa 24 to next weekend. I think we always knew this meeting was going to be the weekend after Le Mans, and it's happened before in 2019 when we had them back to back.
I remember that.
For me, one GT3 BMW in this race is a bit strange.
Yes, it's a bit of a shame if I'm honest.
It's a bit of a shame, and I don't quite know how you solve that, because Nürburgring say, well, here are all our dates. You can fit yours around that, but IMSA, I don't think are necessarily going to look at the Nürburgring and say that's a date we need to avoid in our calendar. They might look at, clearly they're going to look at the World Endurance Championship and make sure there aren't any clashes there. But there's a chance that this one gets forgotten, and then there will be certain years where the entry is just a little bit down on normal.
I think ultimately, it's very easy for us in the position that we're in to look at these guys and go, oh, this is nonsense. How can we do this? How could you possibly schedule 2 races of such significance on the same weekend? But I think what we also need to remember is that there's a lot going on behind the scenes that we don't see. I think, for example, I'm confident I'm right about this, but I could be wrong, is that a consideration for him, so with this race, Watkins Glen was a television network slot. If I'm wrong, I might be receiving a message within now and about 2 seconds from I think that's, but usually when you see sort of these races on slots where you think, oh, this could be avoided, that is usually what it is. Some television network slot, which is obviously very rare to come by, and obviously for IMSA, very important, for their race. So they have to make their decisions. And ultimately, everyone plays their own game, and everybody has their own stakeholders and their own teams that they need to keep happy. So, it is a shame. I would have liked to, because it literally, if you look at the BMW side of things, for example, the amount of drivers that they've had to take out of this race to go and race in the States is huge. I mean, just look at, you've got the former junior team drivers, Dan Harper and Max Hussey, they're in a car at Formula. Same for Neil Verhagen, you've got the hypercar drivers, so Dries Vantor, Charles van der Linde, Marco Wittmann, Philip Eng, all guys that could have easily formed a very, very strong Rover Racing or any other team lineup here in this race, and they can't do it, unfortunately. And yeah, that's just kind of the way the cookie has crumbled this year in this sort of very bizarre month of June that we're in.
Yeah.
It's just making decisions, and sometimes you make the right decision for somebody, and sometimes you just have to be a bit egoistic and say, okay, yes, sure, it might cross some people up, but if we can get this TV slot, which is hugely important for our stakeholders and our marketing and our visibility, then you do go for it, and you sort of live with the consequences as they come.
And there are only a finite number of weekends through a year, a motor racing year, so you've got to fit all the dates in somehow, and naturally with that are going to come the odd clashes. The unknown entity when we got going was how strong that number 98 BMW might be. It's the one bullet in the gun.
Yeah.
But I've been encouraged by its speed in the race so far, particularly, when it picks up a toe. It's a big car,
yeah,
but actually down the Dottingham Hall and also through some of the twisty stuff, it's had Augusto Farfus in it, who is a former touring car driver at the end of the day.
He knows what he's doing.
He's going to get the elbows out. But, look at the timing screen now. It's Porsche, and then the BMW, which didn't feature in the top qualifying session.
I mean, actually, we talk about Augusto Farfus, who I think deserves some credit, especially for the performance that the car's put in since we got back racing. It's Kelvin van der Linde.
Yeah.
I don't know if you're keeping an eye on his restart. I think by the time he got to the Grand Prix tracker, he'd passed 4 cars.
Right.
And then sort of continue that march forwards with passing 2 more cars. I think one of them was the Rinaldi Ferrari. He and the other one, I think, was Lucas Stoltz's Mercedes. So Kelvin, I think, who had his birthday yesterday, so happy belated birthday.
Indeed, yes.
Clearly still feeling like a birthday boy and really got on with things rather quickly, and I think pretty much has brought that car right into contention in this race. They have only got one bullet in the gun, but for a car that was very under the radar in sort of the early part of the week, has really come alive in this early stages of this race.
Yeah. Mercedes, I mean, we were thinking all 3 of their cars had already pre-qualified, so they weren't necessarily showing all the pace that they had. But, I mean, the 14 Bilstein car is there in 4th place, but 17's been a bit disappointing here and there.
So far, yeah.
You think they've got a bit more?
Well, it's always the good question of what happens when the sun goes down. That's always a question mark right there. And the thing about Mercedes is, and actually Stefan Wendell, head of customizing, told me this, is because they had all 3 of these cars in top qualifying already, and normally they'd have to focus on getting the cars in there. Basically that meant, okay, we don't have to focus on any sort of qualifying performance or anything.
Right.
We've got that all set up. We don't need to worry about getting in there. We can just focus on our sort of more long-run program, so to speak. So that's arguably why you didn't really see those cars very much in the regular qualifying sessions earlier in the week.
Yeah.
Maro was obviously pretty quick. Well, at least on the first lap he was pretty strong. But so far Mercedes sort of lying in there. And obviously the thing is with this race is the further they sort of slip back, the smaller the chance gets that they'll be able to get in the fight, because obviously there are no reset buttons in this race. You don't get a safety car.
No.
The only reset button we had so far was quite a literal reset button. That red flag was about the biggest reset button that's ever been hit on this race, I think.
Was power lost in the media centre? Okay, so all the screens continue to work.
The only thing that I did notice was the Wi-Fi went a bit wonky at one point. So I switched to a personal...
Did you guys hear what caused it?
No.
Air conditioning.
Really?
The pull on everybody using air conditioning in the pit garages caused a trip. And it was because of the everybody's got their air conditioning absolutely at full blast because of the heat. It's going to be hot tomorrow, but they reckon they've found the cause of the trip brought on by the excessive use of that pull on the system, and that it won't happen again.
See, this is where they needed the French style of restricting electricity to 6 kilowatts that Constant Juris was telling us about earlier on.
We've talked all about that, John.
It's like having, your 3 kettles on.
Yes.
No more than 10 air conditioning units used at one time, please. But then you'd have to share it, wouldn't you? Is yours off? Yeah, right, we can crank ours into life now. Okay,
we've got one here, don't we?
We do, yes, we do. Maybe ours was the straw that broke the camel's back.
Perhaps, but no, there was no power outage in the media center. Actually, the way the sequence of events was a bit curious. At one point, you had on the screen, it was on the TV screens, you can see there was some panic in the press room or in the pit lane. People running around, people looking very confused, and they couldn't figure out what it was. And then we went around and thinking, okay, something clearly significantly wrong here. And then you get a drip of information, and then eventually somebody from the organisers did come out and basically confirm what we were all thinking. Like, well, we've had a power outage. We've got to stop racing for a bit.
I always like to draw attention to some of the middle order classes, and I know we've had a red flag, but how about half a second separating the front two in Cup 2? So Carlos Rivas chasing Tim Selewski. Selewski's in the Mühlner Motorsport blue and white, and then the 48 Loesch Motorsport car. How far back then is the lead car, 929? K Kramer Racing's a good minute or so back, but if it starts to ease off in certain areas of the race, there's always another battle to focus upon, and that is just the beauty of the Nürburgring 24 hours. Also the fact that, I mean, a race leader could have a lead of, let's say, half a minute, Davey, and then all you've got to do is find some yellow flag, no cars between them, and that gap can come down so quickly.
We even saw that in SP9, didn't we? At the very early stage of the race, that bit where the Porsche was stuck and Maro Engel wasn't. Just, hello, I'm right back with you.
I know. Because, you know, initial yellow flag is, all right, something's happened, but you don't really need to slow down. You just can't overtake anybody. And a race that seems to be very much going in one direction just can twist so swiftly. And that's another element of this race. It doesn't really happen at Le Mans now with the slow zones and the 80 km/h speed limit. There's a nice wide track at Le Mans. It's very, very fast around there. Whereas here, track's so narrow in places. And you don't know. I mean, GT3 cars darting between fairly fast cars as it is, but four absolutely together now, plunging onto the Hatsan back.
I think that's 6th, 7th, 8th and 9th altogether.
That's about right, yeah.
David Pittard, Jordan Pepper, Ralph Aaron and Luca Engschler pretty much nose to tail, fighting the lower end of the top 10. And this is what I love about this race here. The constant risk versus reward decision that you have to make with every single pass of a slower car. Because the truth is, you know, here's Walkenhill's car behind Walkenhill's car. I think we're about to see it. This is Jordan Pepper absolutely sending it. There's Aaron trying to pass team, and he
nearly got him.
Quite get it. Very clever from Pepper there to sort of see that. I think Aaron sort of went a bit wide.
Still there.
Oh, that's a push.
So Aaron on the right-hand side of the track as they leave the Yokohama S. And then on the inside line, Jordan Pepper's Lamborghini did eventually get through the 27 Red Bull apt car. But as you say, pursuing David Pittard, who is then flashing the lights, trying to get underneath the 71st place car, which is number 932. And Pepper across the nose of Ralph Aaron as they then turn left through Sabine Schmidt's curve. Jordan Pepper didn't really know which side of David Pittard to go, but Pittard slotting his Aston Martin up the inside line. The key thing is not to lose time. If you can gain a place, then that's a bonus, but just don't allow the gap to grow to more than about 4 or 5 car lengths, because you'll really be on the back foot heading through Hatzenbach. There's not a hint of any fans drifting away for the night, can I just say. I mean, it's still 10 to 10, but they are hanging on to the railings, trying to climb the scaffolding towers that have been installed for the weekend for the best view. And this is perhaps one of the best phases of the race. We're pretty much now at sunset time. The cars take on a different complexion with their lit up A pillars, B pillars as well, the extra bit of LED maybe on the front of the cars. Cup 2 still nose to tail through the carousel as Carlos Rivas tries to find a way by Tim Selewski, and it's not forthcoming at the moment.
It's not an easy circuit to pass on, but not much lifer.
Especially not with a couple of lorries in the middle of it.
Oh, there goes the sad side of that former SP10 leading Mercedes, I think, being dragged away.
Yeah.
That's a sorry sight.
Yeah, so that was... who did I say was in that car? The treble one of Guido Wertz, sharing with David Thelanius, Reinhard Renger and Tim Neuser. And Neuser and Thelanius were having a conversation in the garage, thinking, will that car return to us under its own steam? Well, the answer is no. But I am right in that you can rejoin the race if the car comes back via one of the internal roads and you can get it fixed. pretty sure you can then rejoin, can't you?
so. I don't
You
know.
lose the lap
Yeah.
where the car broke down, so it's massively damaging to your race time, but there's still the chance of at least completing the 24 hours. Very frustrating that we knew quite early on that we weren't going to break the distance record.
Yes, I think that went out the window as soon as
As soon as the Reds came out.
As soon as the Reds came out, exactly.
But the conditions were perfect to try and do it. That's the annoying thing.
Yeah, it's like, obviously, after what we had last year, it's like, yeah, we're going to really give it, and then, you know.
Yeah.
But it's what it is.
Yeah. Well, thank you. Do you want to stick around, or what's
well, for me, I've now got to concentrate on a 6-hour update on the website. So,
fine? But we'll allow you to do that then.
Yeah.
Sports Car 365. I might have said that incorrectly at Le Mans, but I did.
Did you?
But then you were thankfully in another room when I went. Oh no, hang on, take two, and I corrected it.
So probably was already gone by then. So.
I wonder whether you might reappear into the room with a huge mallet to whack you over the head with it.
It's like the cat in the hat. Just
yes. Great Sterling work. I'll say that again. But now the 50 Equipe Vitesse Audi has found the fence. That looks a bit like Adenauer Forst as well. Isn't that just up the way from where the Mercedes clanged the barrier? Oh no, it's at the end of the lap, is it? I'm just trying to work out precisely where that is.
Hohe Acht.
Oh, top of the hill at Hohe Acht.
Well,
yes.
it's just on the climb up to
At the
Hohe
top
Acht.
of the style strecke, where the old track used to be, is where the fans are maybe oblivious to the fact that the 50 car has connected with the barrier. Thank you, Davey. We'll hopefully catch up with you later on in the race as we work our way towards 1/4 distance. And sadly, that 50 Audi is not going to go any further with the wheel firmly wedged into the rear right wheel arch. So it's lost it just going through the twisty stuff at the top of the hill at Hohe Acht after the Caracciola carousel and firmly connected with the barrier. And that will have certainly broken the drive shaft, I would imagine. And I can't think, even if they do get that car back, it's going to be a quick repair, Joe.
Well, that energy from hitting the barrier, through the wheel, through the drive shaft, it rams the drive shaft through the diff, and all that energy transference can destroy the differential and the bits of the gearbox as it's connected. And it's not just what you can see, it's what you can't see is what usually puts a car out. So that was a big hit. That was a massive hit, and we're just now. We've got some British Marshals on that post, actually, Johnny.
Okay.
We can see by the flag that they are waving, and it's not the yellow flag.
Also,
national flag.
Also a spin for Porsche number 94 of and a huge hit for the 33.
No.
Second place car has absolutely walloped it, and this is massive drama at the 53rd edition of the ADAC 24 hours of the Nürburgring. Julian Andlauer, second place, coming around where the 94 Porsche had spun, and that was David Kiefer. And now the nose cover, I want to call it the bonnet, but of course the engine's at the rear in a Porsche, the nose cover right flicked up against the Julian Andlauer windscreen. At least he can get into pit lane via the back door, but he's got to get round the rest of the Grand Prix circuit before he does so.
What I'm really concerned about there, Johnny, is there's a lot of fluid coming onto the windscreen, and there are little radiators at the front of that car, which I'm sure have been damaged to somewhat. He, luckily, as you say, can get round to the Grand Prix. Through the first chicane, absolutely unsighted, and it's actually the lights of the car facing him as he comes through the chicane, which means he's a deer in headlights or a rabbit in headlights. Yeah. Cannot see what he is driving into. And one car back was Kelvin van der Linde in the BMW, and somehow misses both of them.
How on earth did Kelvin van der Linde react so quickly to dodge to the right and get out of the way of both Porsches, Joe?
What was Davey Wimmer just saying about the jeopardy in this race?
Yep.
And also Sebastian from Porsche was saying that this can change. It can change in the blink of an eye, and that was a blink of a headlight, wasn't it? Because he was blinded as he came out of that blind corner.
Sebastian was incredibly hesitant when I suggested it might be a good weekend for Porsche, and maybe we can see precisely why now. So the Kiefer family entry, that's the Sant Royal Racing Team car, getting absolutely whacked by the number 33 Porsche that was running in second place.
That Porsche now driven by Julian Andlauer coming through the final chicane of the Grand Prix circuit, has the ability to turn right and straight into effectively the Grand Prix pit lane. That will take him to his pit box, and then there needs to be some serious work to rebuild the front end of that car and, crucially, hopefully not have damaged the engine with overheating.
Yeah.
Sure, there is damage to the cooling systems at the front of that GT3 car, but it's a short enough lap, perhaps, to not warrant the need for the liquid coolant, and the airflow will be enough. Of course, the engine tucked to the back of the car relies upon all the ducting to get air across it to cool it down.
And I know that there's been some adjustment over the years about where the radiator sits in the front of a particularly a Cup car. We're talking about a GT3 car here, but Cup car was notorious for just the merest tap on the nose of one of those, and it would pop the radiator, fluid would come pouring out. Sometimes the radiator's now split, actually, front left and front right. I know it's a little further back in the front of the car these days. At 3:30 this afternoon, then, we were in the midst of so many fans being on the racetrack. But as we remind you of precisely how the first few hours of this race have unfolded, let's just deal with the drama of the 33 car heading into pit lane as the Falcon Motorsport crew launch upon it to try and repair what is a modular front end, actually, to that Porsche. So they will be hoping that a lot of the damaged panels can be taken away, replaced by brand new ones, and that the cooling system that Ben Constanduras was just mentioning hasn't starved the engine of essential fluids on a short lap. It's only done the first two sectors of lap 24, and remember, as far as the timing and scoring is concerned, Julian Andlauer has still only completed 23 laps, so he'll have to begin his 24th lap if they can get that car back into action. A little earlier on, though, prior to the red flag, we were concentrating on a restart just after Klostertal, where there was a huge amount of congestion. Adam Christodoulou, Mattia Drudi, Mauro Engel, all involved, along with Christopher Haase, and Haase and his Audi ended up losing big style. But then, not exactly a first, I don't think, at the Nürburgring 24 hours, but a significant power failure, an overloading of the system, as far as we can understand, meant that the screens and everything feeding the fueling pumps in pit lane failed, and therefore refueling was not possible. Only option for Walter Hornung and the rest of his crew, he's the race director, and the rest of his crew in race control, was to fly the red flags for a significant chunk of the day. We finally got going again behind a safety car at 7:45 this evening, and at just after 10 o'clock, the drama has very much continued. There was an issue for the Toyo tyres, Toyota Supra, which stopped on the Grand Prix track. Also some contact for one of the many Mühlner Motorsport entered cars, a Cayman having to loop around the other sister Toyo tyres Supra. Kelvin van der Linde has been absolutely electric whilst he's been at the wheel of the number 98 BMW, and his teammate as well. In fact, everyone that's been cycled through the 98 BMW has been mightily impressive. Chris Haase trying to steal the name of Kevin Estre, passing on the grass, and he, going up the hill, needed to jump to the weeds to get around a couple of slower cars. Lukas Stoltz fighting with the number 98 BMW, and the number 1 Audi down towards the first corner of Chris Haase went for a rotation on what we reckon was an out lap, and that car did eventually, after a typical sort of Falcon-style drift show display, got going again at the Yokohama S. Several cars getting together and dropping quite a bit of debris on the racetrack as well, including the number 160 Toyo tyres Supra. A spin for Alexei Veremenko just before Flansgarten as he was trying to clear traffic, and it was a did he actually find the wall? No, curb and grass. And amazingly, the number 8 Jutta racing car stopped just in time before it clanged into the barrier. Sadly, the same could not be said for the Schnitzelalm Mercedes, and Maurice Schöring got a grandstand seat of the connection to the barrier at Adenauer Forst for the 111 Mercedes of Guido Wertz. Wertz quickly out of that car. But heading into the second quarter of the race, we have reached 1/4 distance now. The 911 Ianchin Guven driven Grello Porsche leading the way, despite the best efforts of the 45 Ferrari from Kondo Racing. This is surely the headline event of the race so far, though. Porsche on Porsche head-on crash after a spin for the 94 Kiefer family run car, which is a Cup 2 Pro entry for Stefan Marius and David Kiefer, Luca Rettenbacher. But as Julian Andlauer came through the Yokohama S, second position at the time for the 33 Falcon Motorsport Porsche, absolutely blinded by the headlights of the 94 spun car, didn't know which way to go, and wallop full ball into the 94 car, and that's done untold damage to the Falcon Motorsport 33. Amazingly, Julian Andlauer was able to limp around the rest of the Grand Prix track and access the pit lane for essential repairs. But the question is, when will that car re-emerge? So it is all happening at the 53rd edition of the ADAC RAVENOL 24 hours of the Nürburgring. That's the order down the left-hand side of your screen, and this is the amount of damage to the 33 Porsche of Julian Andlauer. Radiator and the whole of the front of that car stoved in heavily. Driver is out, and the car has been wheeled on the dolly jacks into the area where the 2 Falcon cars have been kept for the weekend. What a time for Jochen from Frozen Speed to be joining us in the commentary box. Jochen, I think we caught up last year here, or certainly in recent years. Didn't really want this amount of drama, frankly. 6 hours in, plus the red flag as well. It's a typical Nürburgring 24 hours, you might say.
It is. Hi, Johnny. Thanks a lot for having me on again. And this feels total deja vu to when I appeared here last year, and it was also a car was on fire and somebody jumping over the Armco. So yeah.
I'm not going to say you bring bad luck, Jochen, but you do tend to, you time it not particularly well.
Let's try another few more years and see some more statistics.
Okay. Now, I also want to get the pronunciation of your name correct. And
okay. If you want to give it a try,
I will give it a try, because I've been sent the sort of phonetic way of saying it, and all I need to do now is find it. Here we go. Right. So Jochen von Kauvenberger.
Yes.
Okay.
That doesn't need any more tries. So.
Good. That hit doesn't warrant any more watching of it, frankly, because the
onboard,
the Cup 2 Pro car, they were with a good shout of a good result as well. We mustn't forget that, and the Kiefer spin. I think it's David Kiefer who was at the wheel, but the grimace from Julian Andlauer, so frustrated because they were in such a good position, Ben.
Just, you may have missed it, he was helped around by a slow BMW, so it wasn't Kiefer spinning Stefan Kiefer on his own. There was a BMW into the back of him that pushed him around.
Right.
I didn't catch the number, and I'm hoping that the chat will update soon to tell us exactly which of the, I think, 3, one of those 315Is or whatever it is. One of the 325Is, in that particular class.
Yeah, I found it so heartbreaking to see when you see the onboard from Andlauer. I just left the track at T14 and I saw the first 3 cars getting closer and closer together and chasing so hard, and I come back here, I hear there's an incident.
Yeah.
And if you see on the onboard, he just goes around that tire wall and suddenly it's headlights in his face, and it's really like nothing he can do. It's tough.
Also, the clear up at Hohe Acht is continuing, as the Equipe Vitesse car had a big crash at the top of the hill there, and I'm not sure whether we actually established who was at the wheel of that, but it's the number 50 car. So Ullstrom has had a moment, an unusual place perhaps to lose a car, but then again, with debris going down here and there, I think just a bit too fast on the approach, and it's then very easy for the momentum to take over. So that is Eric Ullström sharing with Arno Klassen and Lorenzo Rocco di Torre Padula, which I know is purely from his name is a fan favourite. Michael Heinrich in that car as well. Up until this point, Jochen, have you had an enjoyable Nürburgring 24 hours with Frozen Speed?
It's been good, yeah. The vibe has been great. There's been quite a few incidents, also unfortunately with some of my customer cars, but yeah, the event's been great overall, and the vibe, it was just such a buzz going trackside for the start and seeing so many fans. It was really packed. Yeah, it's been good, and it's intense. You know, it's just such a buzz.
Yeah. So your trade is photography.
Yes.
You're still releasing your calendar every year as well.
Yes.
And does the calendar contain photographs of just here at the Nürburgring, or is it a little further afield?
No, the calendar contains my favorite motorsport images of the season, and that can be anywhere. So typically it's of course quite a few from Nürburgring, a few from Spa, from Goodwood, some WEC, some MotoGP or World Superbikes if I manage to do that.
Yeah.
It's a mix of, and sometimes a track day photo if I particularly love it. It's a mix of the images that make me smile the most, and that's the idea behind the calendar. Because I'm so busy during the year, I mainly deliver to my clients, but I don't get to share my images as much as I would like. And with the calendar, when things calm down a bit, I'm happy to share my favorite images, and people seem to enjoy it a lot, and that makes me happy. Yeah.
And I suppose, you know, there are certain periods in your year where you can just take a breath, sit down and actually process precisely what you've taken shots of, because sometimes a weekend can pass by in the blink of an eye or the blink of a camera lens.
I get what you think, why you think that, but I'm unfortunately still looking for these quiet times because there's so many events and they last till November, and I do some events in Spain and Portugal, and then it's processing the end of the year and preparing the next year and preparing cooperations with customers, and I do these new projects now where I make photo yearbooks for clients, and a lot of work goes into that, and those are bigger and bigger projects, and yeah, it keeps me more than busy enough, which is great.
In my experience, when I go into a media centre or a press room at a racetrack, the people already there are the photographers. They've been there for probably a couple of hours. And when I leave at night after a race, they're still there. And it feels like they haven't really left their desk. Clearly they've gone out on track to take lots and lots of photographs. But then it's an age to reframe them, get them out to clients. It's a thankless task.
Yes, we are well jealous of the drivers having all these stints and those things. But
and then being able to go away for some dinner.
Yeah. But that's also why I try to take my photos as much out of camera as possible, so reduce the afterwork and just frame the images as I imagine it. But yeah, there's a lot of afterwork. But it's not a single man effort anymore for Frozen Speed. So there's people helping out and also in the office, and yeah, the busier you get, the less time you spend behind the camera almost.
Right. Yeah, and almost are detached from the reason you fell in love with it in the first place?
Yes, to a point, yes. So, for example, since this year, if I'm allowed to say, we have a partnership with the circuit of Spa-Francorchamps, and we do some events there, and they are really cool events, but at those events, I only sit at the sales desk. I don't take photos anymore. So, I was an engineer before. I left my desk job to become a photographer, and now somehow I seem to end up behind the desk again.
It's gone full circle.
Yeah.
For those that don't understand exactly how a photographer's job works around this circuit, you're given specific zones where you're allowed to stand and not allowed to stand, because the barriers are so close to the white lines of the racetrack here.
Absolutely.
You really are in the firing line if something goes wrong.
Absolutely. And there's zones where you're allowed to stand, and then there's zones where I don't want to stand. And those are not necessarily always the same thing. To prove the point today, I had a short discussion with marshals because I wanted to approach a zone near Schwalbenschwanz, and I wanted to approach it from one way, and it didn't let me. And I said, I know I'm allowed to approach that place from the other side, but I don't like that because it's too dangerous in my opinion. I want to go by this side. And they said, no, we don't want that, but you can go that way, which I didn't fancy. But I went there through during the break, so when the red flag was still on. So I went past the impact zone and took photos. And sure enough, some cars collided on the approach to Schwalm-Schwanz, and a BMW 240 hit where I didn't want to be, and I wasn't there luckily. I just got a big dirt shower.
I saw a little scab on your leg as well.
Oh, that's from thorns, yeah.
From thorns. You see, it's an adventure as well, especially around the circuit like this.
It's actually fun. I was talking to Stefan Baldauf, another photographer who works here a lot, and we have our off-road motorbikes, and it's a bit like surfing the wave on this event. It's so busy, but we know our way, and we've got a good tool, and we don't get held up anywhere, more or less. And yeah, we get scratched and dirty and stuff, but we get where we want when we want, and that's part of the challenge, and there we are just advantaged because we know the place so well, you know.
It feels like you're almost more of a rally photographer than a race photographer.
Definitely. The motorbike I ride, the Yamaha Tricker, has 25,000 kilometers only in the forest here, so that's more than 1,000 laps of the Nürburgring off-road.
I think there's a monkey in the 911 pit box. I am seeing that, right, aren't I? Yeah, there's somebody with a monkey's mask on. I mean, there's one thing seeing that in the crowd, but there's another thing seeing that.
That's your chief engineer.
Yeah, your chief engineer, yeah.
I think there's one of the Heizer monkeys who released a new song for Nürburgring, I think.
Is that true? Okay.
Yeah, it's the 24 Hours to Heaven song. And it's on YouTube now. So it's called 24 Hours to Heaven from the Heizer Monkeys, and they have a wild video, and all I can say is watch the last few seconds of it at your own risk, because there might be some Belgian guy appearing in there.
Who graces us with his presence right now is the suggestion. Okay. Several cars all pitting on the same lap, including Ayanchin Guven, who actually pulled into the pit bay almost as if he was going to drive into the garage, but that's an easier way to meet with the mechanics. Then the car goes up on the dolly jacks, they spin it all the way around, and then a good angle of attack to release the car. It'll be sent back into the race.
It's quite chilled, isn't it? These full stint pit stops. They need to be 3 minutes and 16, I think I saw on the screen. So it's plenty in time if you are doing an 8-lap stint pit stop to just chat. I mean, Ayachan's in there, he looks fully relaxed, the fuel's still going in, he's obviously having a chat to his engineer. The tyres aren't yet on the car because there's plenty of time for that as well, and the only problem is the heat sink must be awful inside the car. Suddenly, with no air flowing through, you'll suddenly feel the heat of the day, and these cars have air conditioning, but nobody likes to use it because it saps power.
I suppose the advantage of driving a Porsche is that all the heat should be dissipating from the rear of the car and not affecting the cockpit, but the ambient temperature is still going to get you.
And the brakes, and the wheels.
Right, well, yeah, yes. And just, with no airflow all of a sudden, that static air can just feel a bit stale, I guess. And you're also, unless the mechanic creeps in, he opens a door, refreshes the water bottle, has a quick word, otherwise the doors will remain shut and you're still in splendid isolation before being sent out on a fresh set of Michelins, it looks like, for Grello. Engine refires and away it goes.
Just to sort of colour that point about temperature, Henry Volkenhorst has been interviewed by our German colleagues. He says it's very warm in the car, and what we have, ventilation is cooling, is more like having a hairdryer on you. There's also a maximum temperature for the vehicle control units, and then the driver benefits. The 50 or 55 degrees we have in the car at the moment is actually quite manageable. It used to be worse in the BMW Z4 in Barcelona or Dubai. I do a relatively good amount of sport and I sit in a sauna a lot, but you still feel it. There was a lot going on, including some tougher things. I hope everyone is okay out on circuit, but for an amateur like me, it always throws me off the rhythm. So that's a really good insight into what it's like as a bronze driver, driving at the highest level here.
It was a 3-minute and 17-second stop for Ayanchin Guven, so right on the bubble. Our timing screen actually tells us how long the pit stop needs to be when a car to pit on the very next lap. And we are adhering to the 8 laps per stint as expected in the SP9 part of the field.
98 gets a 32-second penalty. That's the BMW. It's been a while since the incident happened where he pushed the Cayman off to driver's right with Kelvin van der Linde aboard.
Yes, I think
it was.
We have had, well, Marciello's at the wheel now.
Yeah.
And the other impressive driver, well, they've all been pretty good, those that have been in the 98 BMW. Farfus was in the wheel at the start of the race, wasn't
it? Yeah, it was Kelvin van der Linde. Remember, he came over the brow, there was the sun in his eyes, and actually couldn't see the Cayman. Just touched it, sent it off to the right, and that into the wall, and he's been given a 32-second penalty for that.
Which is really frustrating for the Rover Racing guys. I mean, I fully respect the penalty, and I'm not saying it's not deserved, but they're up to second place now and trying to hunt down Ayhancan Guven fresh from that pit stop, 15 seconds adrift. We're always talking, Jochen, about the fact that this race can switch and change with every moment, and you've got to, almost more than any other 24-hour race through the year, you can't walk away from it as a spectator, because you'll come back and probably the timing screen has completely changed.
Absolutely. I remember more instances than I can count where the lead cars just get caught out by oil or a car that's sideways on the track with its lights off in the dark, or there's just so much stuff that can instantly change things. And I remember Nick Tandy was leading in 2013, I think, and in the morning got taken out by a Seat, or when the Manthey car won 4 years in a row, 2006 or 2009. In 2010 they were leading again, and they got taken out by a Golf that crashed and came back on the track. And it's just, like you say, Johnny, in an instant everything can change, and even totally not your fault, like happened to Andlauer.
Oh, big time. Yeah. I mean, there was no warning of that at all, and the car that we think was nerfed around by BMW, the 94 Porsche from Cup 2, there may have been yellow flags, but it was almost as if Andlauer had passed that point to be able to see them.
I would think so.
And the tyre stack's that high at the Yokohama S, you actually can't see what's around the corner. So it's blind faith, isn't it, to think, oh, well, I'm pretty sure the road in front's going to be clear. Then you're totally dazzled by headlights like you might be on a country road with the lights on full beam of a car coming the other way. And then bang. And there was really nothing that the Frenchman could have done.
I'm happy to see that Maurice Schuring managed to dodge the Mercedes Schnitzel arm that crashed in front of him.
Yes. Yeah, because that was just a couple of cars in front as well. And how about the avoidance driving from Kelvin van der Linde in the 98 BMW, who was the next car behind Andlauer. He then had to go well out to the right to avoid both the 33 and the spun 94 car, and did so with aplomb. So you and your team will be out there all night, I'm guessing, trying to gather photographs, and then the next big moment will be sunrise at about 5:20.
Yes, we've divided some tasks. So I've now just skipped this small period with time window where it's not totally dark yet, and as soon as it's totally dark, I'm back on the motorbike into the forest. I'm going to take tripod long exposure photos at Weerseifen and Carousel, which are my absolute favorites, and this is the only event where I can do them, and it's happened so many years in the past in a row that it doesn't happen, that the night gets skipped for several reasons. And fingers crossed, I don't want to jinx it, but I'm thinking the night will happen this race. And I'm really looking forward to that. And then after that I come back to pit lane and do some magic pit lane photos around 2, 3, 4 o'clock. And that's just a buzz again. You know, you don't feel tired. You're walking here through pit lane, and everywhere you go, the mechanics, you see it in their eyes, everyone just wide awake, and there's a real buzz, and you just spin around from one car to the other, and it's really fun, and the images are unique, and that's just, it's a total buzz, and there's only 1 or 2 times a year you can get to do this, and it's a real pleasure.
Frozenspeed.com. You're on Instagram, aren't you? /Frozen. So it's Instagram.com/FrozenSpeed?
Yes.
What else do we need to plug?
X, Twitter, and Facebook.
So you're everywhere on social media?
Blue Sky as well, yes.
Okay.
I do my best. I'm not on TikTok. I'm too old for that.
I can understand that. I mean, a lot of people are. And a lot of people, you know, absolutely love that version of social media. So maybe that's for the future for Frozen Speed.
Yeah, the next generation of Frozen Speed photographers.
Okay. Okay. Well, they'll be coming through, I'm sure. Jochen van Kalvenberger, thank you very much for coming to join us.
Thank you so much for having me.
by all means return perhaps tomorrow morning, where we may have a completely different complexion to the race.
No doubt. Thank you so much, Johnny and Ben.
Nice to see you again. Thank you, Jochen. As we continue on, more and more pit stops happening then, including for the middle order, the BMW G82 making its stop. We have, remember, the M240i class as well, which all run on Goodyear tyres as a control tyre, but this is the number 66 entered machine that has just come into pit lane.
Another family-run machine. So many lineups with fathers and sons, fathers, sons and daughters, brothers. It's fantastic to see, and such a massive part of the Nürburgring 24 hours. Oh, actually, Guven gets really caught out by that Mini. The Mini was right in the middle of the road there, and there was no space either to the left or the right, and in fact then put the brakes on, which is not entirely helpful. Who's in that Mini right now? It will be at the tail end of our entry list, I imagine. Actually, it's not that far down unless I can't see it.
317.
Yeah, but I think it's obviously been running relatively reliably, because I think it must be...
It's 88th.
Yeah, look at that.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So that's Toby Goodman driving the Bulldog Racing Mini John Cooper Works. And also in that car at various points will be Marcus Fisher, Sebastian Sauerbrei and Samantha Tan.
And Sam Tan.
Sam Tan, who was in action last weekend at Circuit de la Sarthe as part of the Road to Le Mans races. What I can't remember is whether she's also down to be at the Spa 24 hours as well, because although she wouldn't have been in all three 24-hour races, she will have been at both or all three meetings, so we'll check that. Might be another subcategory for a list of ours.
To the right-hand side, I think, is Mirko Bortolotti chasing down Frank Stippler. Is that a Ford Mustang ahead of him?
Yes.
I think it is, isn't it? And so that's battle for 8th position on the right, and then you've got Archan Guven on the left. I think we might have sound from another onboard camera that's going through a slow zone at the moment, from what I can hear. I never understand how the onboard camera sound and vision frequently get mixed up. I don't know how that works. It travels as one signal, but sometimes you are listening to a Porsche but watching a Mercedes.
We've had instances like that in the previous few days, and I wondered whether it might shake out for the race, but evidently not at times.
I think we've actually got a mix of audio from both of those cars.
Well, no, we do.
Showing on boards.
No, we do, but we just saw them both flat out and hearing a car going through code 60, so...
Oh well, there's a lot happening on this racetrack all at once. Mirko Bortolotti's a lucky boy to be even involved, frankly, after what you consider happened yesterday in top qualifying, the first attempt at top Q when Lawrence Vantor had his huge accident at Arenberg. The session was red flagged, but Mirko Bortolotti took some slowing down, and clearly the officials looked at whether they actually might strip him of his ringed licence. He's in last chance saloon and needs to have a perfect event to make sure that he doesn't incur another blot on the copybook, but it is a suspended sentence until the end of tomorrow.
I actually couldn't believe his defence. I didn't expect a red flag, he said. Well, nobody expected the Spanish Inquisition, but they still existed.
With their red and
there
yellow
was
flags.
9 of the red flags that he missed, and it's not like Mirko to do that, though. He's very, very, very experienced. He's raced all over the world.
And we had that instance on day one, on the Thursday, where the family daughter, I can't remember the name now, she has been thrown out of the event.
Binkowska,
for going through a code 60 at 150 kilometres an hour, and she went through a couple of them, so it's not dissimilar.
I was about to say, Ben, that's a very similar offence.
Yeah.
Although, I mean, interestingly, on the very, very, very latest entry list, Annalena was included with a little asterisk after her name saying subject to the hearing of an appeal. So I just wonder whether, I haven't checked, the car's definitely in the race. It's an Alex Muller car, and then you've got Dietmar, who's the dad, Dietmar Binkowska, joined by son David, and then they plan for Annalena, the daughter, to be in that car as well. So they're either running it with just 3 drivers, or they've found an alternative fourth, or Annalena's been given an extra chance because they've protested that decision. But that again was speeding through at least yellow flags or possibly code 60s.
Yeah, I don't know how you can defend it. It's an absolute offence, really, isn't it, over a speed limit?
Well, they've got a
On a
defence.
racetrack.
They've got a really good defence in that Bortolotti has been allowed to race. I'd be using that as my example straight away. Although comparing a professional Lamborghini Works driver to
Comparing wrongdoings
To a first-timer at a 24-hour
crabapple
race.
Mary Piper. No, Mary Piper's a potato, isn't it?
that may be a...
The analogy kind of still works. Ish. And it's late at night. In fact, arguably, it's time for us to head away maybe to have a bit of a snooze, because another 2 hours ticks by, at least on our schedule list. We're another half an hour into the race time, which began at 4 o'clock yesterday afternoon. So beyond 1/4 distance. But even though we're at this level of light now, it is getting no less fraught down into the foxhole for the second place number 98 car of Raffaele Marciello. Marciello, Bruce Jones and the rest of the Rover Racing crew have been given this penalty for contact earlier on with a Cayman. It was some middle order traffic, and a 32-second penalty might have to be soaked up during the next pit stop. So that's going to rather open things up at the front, Bruce.
It certainly will. And Johnny and the crew, may I just thank you wholeheartedly for not giving us a session starting with a red flag like our last stint. But we're underway now. Night pretty much has fallen, but yes, that penalty could be something that really, Peter Snowden, comes into play. But to me, the biggest shame of the last 2 hours when we were out and just watching in wasn't that the day was fading away. It was poor Julian Andlauer suddenly having a car in front of him at the Yokohama S. And if you don't know where that is, it's the first corner immediately going to an S. You go around the back of a tyre wall, and there was a Cup 2 class Porsche facing him, headlights on, bad enough looking to sun. Head-on collision, not at high speed, very low speed, and then right behind them, we're just talking about the Rover Racing BMW. Kelvin van der Linde was at the wheel at the time, and how he missed the tail end of Andlauer's car. But Falcon Motorsport, bear in mind, that was part of a three-way lead battle. I feel the gun has not been spiked, but it hasn't been helped. And then the penalty hanging over the Rover Racing BMW is going to be something they have got to suck up. They've got to take it on the chin, take the 32 seconds, add it to their time, which will drop them down the order to about 5th or 6th position, which won't be a helping hand, but it's a mightily strong crew in that, with Raffaele Marciello at the wheel at the moment. But in so many ways, I'm just pleased we've got green flag running, because of that incident. Of course, I was talking about the timing being down in the pits, also couldn't do any refueling. That was a fairly major element that would hamper the race somewhat.
I think, to be honest, that was the major element, of course, causing the red flag. Apparently, it was an auxiliary cooling system that was put into place to cool all the equipment and stuff, because the temperatures, that then in turn there was such a draw on it, they had to switch it off and take that off the grid and revert back to the original system, which has now been sorted. Just going back to your Julian Andlauer incident, part of the problem that was the Porsche that was facing the wrong way as it came around the unsighted bit of tyre barrier there for him immediately was he wasn't of his own making out. He'd been tagged into a spin already, so poor guy was completely innocent, doing his own race, gets turned around. That's frustrating alone. And then your car is damaged head-on by another Porsche hitting it. It's great for Porsche, original parts, I'm sure, but I doubt either team will see it that way.
No, certainly for the car that was hit, number 94, Santi Royal Racing Team, that was a family effort, and it was Father David who was at the wheel, but well spotted Ben Consanguris that he'd been given a push to shove him around. It's not the sort of corner where you tend to have many incidents, because it's such a tight turn to the left after the very tight first corner, the right-hander at the end of the start-finish straight. However, that is behind us, and the image is going around. It's 911 leading, Ahanchan Guven, and of course the 911 Manthey Racing Porsche was leading when we went away to take a 2-hour break, but again, slow zones at various points. Schwalbenschwanz suddenly got a new slow zone. Drivers have to be absolutely on their toes. Another car that went missing, of course, was the Equipe Vitesse number 50 Audi. If you two were away, that has been crashed out on the circuit. It was Erik Ullstrom at the wheel at the time, the Swedish racer. That removes one of the AM class SP9 cars, but of course we've got the pros, we've got the Pro-Ams and the AMs, but we're down one. And now for the drivers around the circuit, there are rescue vehicles out on track, orange lights flashing on the roof bars, but Our front runners pressing on. Proper darkness now. Really good to hear from Jochen from Frozen Speed. He does take some phenomenal pictures, but I had a long chat with him. Not in the booth last year, it was in the media centre. A super charming man, but the science behind the artistry he brings. You don't, on a circuit like the Nürburgring Nordschleife, just happen upon good corners to take photos. You've also got to understand all the inner roads, what links with where. If I go there, how long will it take? How long am I out of action, and so on? He's got a team of people. It takes an awful lot of orchestration. And do look up Frozen Speed. As he said, he's on every medium bar TikTok. He'll hand that to the next generation of people, but he does take the most extraordinary shots of this most extraordinary event.
The clue's in the name that he's taking the thought to develop a name there, not just so-and-so photography or whatever, nothing wrong with that, but Frozen Speed. It immediately, to me, draws you into, what does that mean? What does that relate to? And it gives you some context just in the tagline. Brilliant, brilliant stuff. And extraordinary work, as you say.
And it really is. So, the start of the race was 4 o'clock this afternoon. We had the 2.5, after 90 minutes, suddenly no power in the pits, no fuel pumps working, no timing screens, no messages to anyone. So 2.5 hours before the cars were released after they had to go through the whole starting procedure. But since then, the racing has been great at the front. Only 9 seconds between Raffaele Marcello, second place in the Rover Racing BMW, behind the Bantai EMA Porsche with Ayhancan Guven, the Turkish driver at the wheel. But that number 98 BMW has slight sword of Damocles, a 32-second sword of Damocles. That's how long they're going to have extra added to their race time, their time at the next pit stop. So that should drop them down to, I think, 5th position. Yeah, 6th position, not quite close enough to suck all of that up. So that would elevate the realised Kondo Racing with Rinaldi Ferrari. That's the number 45 that started on the front row. Axel Jeffries, the Zimbabwean racer based in the Middle East, he is at the wheel of that at the moment. He's 6 seconds, 7 seconds down on that number 98 Rover Racing BMW, and in turn is being chased by the remaining Shearer Sport PHX entry. That's the Audi car number 1. They did, of course, intend to have 2. They intended to have the 16 and yeah, as we speak, number 1 into the pits, but they were going to run a Porsche as well, but that was the one that Lawrence Van Tor had the big shunt in and ended up out of qualifying and scratched from the race. So one of the definite front runners out, but it does make the job for Shearer Sport PHX all the simpler. And right now, their number 1 Audi at a standstill. Christopher Haase brings it in, neat and tidy in a wonderfully empty pit lane. That certainly makes pit stops easier.
Also, you think, yes. It's extraordinary. I was thinking this only last weekend in our previous 24-hour race of the trio at Le Mans, of why does it go, why do you have the sensation that it goes quiet in the pit lane at night? Because it doesn't. It can't do, because you look at Paul Truswell, anybody understands the strategies, and we all understand it's the same flow throughout the 24 hours. Cars can only do a certain amount of laps on a certain amount of tyres, a certain amount of fuel. There can't be that much variance. But there is something about that sort of 1 to 3 o'clock bit in the morning where it has that feeling of quietness. The race is still going on. There's just as much noise on the track, but there's quieter in the pit. There's less activity in the pit lane. Is what I'm trying to get to. And it's almost can't be an optical illusion, can it? But it's some kind of illusion.
Well, it always feels like that. I always felt at Le Mans you used to get to 2 o'clock in the morning, and that just left the serious people, the people who were in it. So the photographers who wanted night shots, they'd had 2 or 3 hours of night shots, they could go off. They might come back for dawn shots. But it was a time as working the pit lane there, another 24-hour races. Exactly. So I thought, right, that exposes the fact that we're hardcore, we're here. But in terms of cars coming in, yes, 30 years ago, you get to after nightfall and teams would start nursing their cars through the night, but it doesn't happen like that now. But certainly you have, at Le Mans in particular, you seem to have quiet periods in the pits where literally nothing is happening for half an hour, and then you get sudden flurries. And when that used to be spread across not just the 2 classes we have now, but multiple classes of racing that would naturally come in after different numbers of laps, it was just an extraordinary thing. It's like traffic on motorways sometimes. You know, you don't get much, suddenly you get a load. But right now, Shearer Sport PHX, a combination of 2 teams, Shearer Sport and old Phoenix Racing, Ernst Moser's old team, on their 1 remaining car. And certainly for Lawrence Van Tor, who crashed the car, feeling a bit bruised today, Patrick Pilet, Patrick Niederhauser and Ricardo Feller for the number 16 Porsche from Shearer Sport PHX not to get a race. That will be hugely frustrating, and particularly for Lawrence Van Tor raced so hard at Le Mans, came away with second place as the number 6 Porsche just took on those Ferraris, the 2 works cars, and the one that went on to win for Robert Kubica and his gang. They were right there in the mix, and it just didn't happen for them. And they're the sort of crew, again, Peter, we were talking earlier about how first to the losers, some people say, is second place. If you're someone who's often winning championships, maybe that really, really grates for them. And I think for Lawrence Van Tor in particular, he took it quite badly, and being the competitive soul that he is. But anyhow, they don't get to have a race, but for Shearer Sport, all their eggs in the number 1 car's basket, and that will be waiting to get to pit exit. Doesn't want to go under the minimum pit stop time of 3 minutes and 16 seconds, and leaves the pits with about a second to spare. That's fine. A second under, not so good, because then you get a penalty.
I think I should probably add some meat to the bones of the first loser phrase, which is, I think it's very much in a sort of driver's world, and quite often used by rivals against another driver in a sort of slightly derogatory way.
Of course it is.
If you haven't perhaps won, it's that sort of very much the boy's own sort of comment of like, oh, first loser then. And it's a bit of banter. It's kind of throwing the gauntlet down. The danger is that it becomes such a set in stone kind of phrase that you can actually go down a rabbit hole of I didn't win, but you can win championships while not winning races. You can win points, but still it doesn't always have to be that way. I think you've got to have a bit of balance with it. It's a very easy phrase to go to and put yourself down.
I think it's used way too lightly now. Bear in mind it was made famous by Ron Dennis at McLaren, who obviously they were the gold standard for a long time in Formula 1.
Ron speak.
It was Ron speak, but it was said with passion that, we're not going racing to make up numbers. Other teams might do that in Formula 1 or other levels. And, from him, it was absolutely fair. But, Ron is very, very black and white. That also fits in just with the way his mind works and drove that team to its point of excellence. But it's used lightly ever since. And, yes, I think you're quite right. Used largely to lob at people rather than people saying it about themselves. However, you've got to be in it to win it. You've got to be out here to play. And it's sad to see the Juta Racing Audi. Clearly work going on in that, in the pit garage. That's the number 8 entry.
Welcome to a commentary of cliches.
Well, indeed. I can't remember where they come from. I think it's mainly from your side of the room. But hopefully it's something that can be fixed, because we want as many cars playing as possible. And we've had, are we green around the circuit? I think we are at the moment, just scurrying through. No, there was a yellow flag at Schradenkreuz. That's still out. Yeah, Schradenkreuz 2. So the exits of that fast sweeper before you get to Arenberg. Other places are being cleared up. But what we do have is a race lead. Ayhancan Guven, it's coming down bit by bit. Raffaele Marcello is giving chase in the Rover Racing, being double, chasing down the car known in these parts as Grello. It's the number 911 Porsche from Manthey EMA. Green and yellow. And that is closing down. And Axel Jeffries another 10 seconds back. He's going very well, actually, in that Yokohama shod Ferrari. So it's good to have all these different makes in the mix, different tyre suppliers in the mix. Going down through the classes, neglect them sometimes from time to time, it's still Carlos Rivas with a tidy lead and just entering the pits. As I look, the Losch Motorsport with Black Falcon. Well, it would be a Porsche 911 GT3 Cup car, because that's all you have in the Cup 2 class, but he was sitting on a very tidy lead in that class. It was 2 and a bit minutes last time I checked. Going down to SP8T, which is effectively GT4 category cars. SR Motorsport by
Turbo.
Sorry, I beg your pardon. Duo Motorsport, yeah, T for turbo, T for Thomas, T for tank engine. That's a McLaren Artura trophy car. So Mike David Ortman, who has so much success at the Nürburgring Nordschleife, at the top of that one. Let's just have a little look down to TCR class. Manuel Lauck, Hyundai number 830, leading that class quite happily and comfortably by about 6 positions on the track over the sister car, which is number 831, with Ed Morris at the wheel at the moment. Up front, though, the story is that Marcello is catching our race leader, but he needs to. He's got 32-second penalty coming his way when that car next takes a pit stop.
And just remind me again, the penalty was for...
It was for striking and smiting a Porsche Cayman and biffing it to the side of the track. I think it was Kelvin van der Linde at the wheel at the time. Sorry, I said Ed Morris. Bryson Morris. I've gone completely mad. He's in the 831 Hyundai. and Manuel Lauck was in the other car that's leading the class alongside Manuel Lauck, multiple Nürburgring 24-hour winner Mark Basseng, I noticed. So he's a driver of great merit, but also a really good engineer. So he's really, for a lot of years recently, been pushing the latter, but clearly can press the pedal still very effectively as well to be
just
leading the
Bruce,
TCR.
The 74 Valkenhorst Aston Martin GT4 in the pits, which is the new generation 22A car. And I was just thinking, minimum pit start time, whatever, it seems to be taking a very, very long time. And I was just thinking, do I say, do I hesitate, do I not? Whereupon an engineer's walked to the door, and well, not walked to the door, was actually sprinted to the door and opened the driver's door, and chatting furiously with the driver, and it's clearly not going somewhere. So I think its pit stop is longer than intended, is the politest way of putting that. And that's a 74 Valkenhorst car. That'll be an SP10 category, won't it? Which is a GT4. It is SP10.
Indeed.
SRO GT4. So it's a Trinity Solutions car.
Well, Trinity Solutions is a name that's been given as the entrant to the Walkenhorst Motorsport.
I can say, 'cause it's got Walkenhorst Motorsport written down the sill, and it's Trinity on the entry list. So 909 also in one of the Porsches from SP7 class. That's Stefan Oertel. I'm glad they said that, because there's Oertel, and Bendorf in the car, and it's I do like the fact the legend came up and said Stefan Oertel for me. It made me sound absolutely perfect when it was actually just written in front of me. And even I, at my level, could read it.
Take all the gifts as they come. Take all the gifts. So
there'll be plenty in the other way, inverse, coming up in the next 2 hours.
Car looks unbelievably clean. A little bit of fly spatter on the front. Thinking how the cars with the windscreens at Le Mans.
Clean them for that red flag, didn't they?
Of course they did, yeah. But Le Mans, they needed 30 seconds when the cars were on the track, and they were covered all over again. So mentioned earlier the Juta Racing Audi from the Pro-Am class. Ilya Earhart, Pierre Caffer, winner in 2010. Selv, his nickname, and Alexei Veremenko. That's been in the garage for some while. So this is sadly for Juta Racing, tumbling down the order. Up front, though, the driver's Axel Jeffries just dived into the pit, so look out for his blue and white Ferrari coming in. That's had a really good run. Good in qualifying, qualified second fastest, Thomas Neubauer at the wheel, and going very nicely in the race as well. That's slotting into the pits, and that drops it down to the bottom end of the top 10, and up into third place goes Fabian Schiller in the number 14 Get Speed Mercedes. Out on track, Luca Ludwig in that number 1. Oh, well, there's a little clash with the barriers, unfortunately, and the headlights then go out and then come back on. But Luca Ludwig, such an expert on the Nürburgring Nordschleife, that car hasn't long been out on the circuit. We were looking at Verschierer Sports, and that's now returning at a bated pace, trying to work out where on the it's coming up the hill into the bottom of the hill before you get up to Carousel. Is that the little or the main carousel? That's the main carousel, Caracciolo. So that was probably at Stylstrecker.
No, it was out of Wipperman.
Oh, it was out of Wipperman?
Yeah.
Okay.
Headlights working, so what I'm pointing at is it hasn't done that much damage, as in that's but it's still...
Yeah, but something has happened up ahead, because there were double waved yellows in front of his car when we were riding on board with it again. Did he jump? Was he pushed? Well, I can't tell you either of those, because I've only seen the incident the once, and the car was the barriers were going to the right, so was the track, but the car was not. And that will be really unfortunate, because that's the outlap for the number 1. Luca Ludwig has just taken it over, and brought it by Christopher Haase. And remember, he had that mighty long off-track moment about 2.5 hours ago when it all got a little bit close. So that one will be limping its way back. Other cars in the pits at the moment include the number 88 Subaru. Turn the many pages on my entry list, and that's Subaru Technica International. Carlo Van Dam, Dutch driver, done a lot of his racing in the Far East. Tim Schrick, Kota Sasaki, and Rentaro Kubo. So a couple of Japanese drivers on board that. But the good news is, bonnet back down, and it looks so that's no problem, particularly keeping it away from any further action. So for Subaru fans, I know you don't have so much to shout about on the circuit. It's famously, of course, from the mid-90s, it was all about rallying, but always the Nürburgring and the long-distance races have appealed to Subaru. They always have a presence of some sort. Looks like that one will carry on a little further. Looks like Luca Ludwig is carrying on a little further. His headlights might be slightly out of true, but he is limping back, being passed by everybody as he makes his way towards the end of the lap. I don't know if you can find him on the tracker. You reckoned that the shunt was at the exit of Wipperman, but
it is. But he's only just approaching Schwalbenschwanz now, which is the big start of the right-hander, 2 flowing lefts, and then into Galvenkopf to go on to the Dottingher. So that's going to be another, I would say, a couple of minutes at least before that car's back to the pits. And for Eurosport PHX can have an assessment of that number 1 Audi GT3 LMS R8 and see if it can be repaired or not.
yeah, but it was interesting. You know, the lights went out, and then he suddenly switched them on again. I don't think they're quite true, but I don't think the lights are actually the problem right now. Front left corner. So that's around the 7-hour mark in this race into the fence. We haven't quite got there, but it's certainly in the 7th hour, towards the end of the 7th hour. Full darkness in Nürburgring Nordschleife. We had a 3-way battle for the lead, and just over an hour ago, a car facing the wrong way, right in front of Julian Andlauer, the number 33 Volker Motorsport Porsche. It was in a 3-way lead battle, and that has had its race absolutely wrecked. There was no blame attached to either driver, because the car that has been spun with David Kiefer at the wheel, a Cup 2 Porsche, had been spun into the path, and slightly unsighted Julian Andlauer, bonnet to bonnet. Just one of those things. No malice aforethought, just unfortunate.
Just watching a bit of onboard there with Luca Ludwig in the Eurosport Audi. And that's why you've got to keep your wits about you. We talked a lot about this ring permit that you have here, having the ability to work around cars of different speeds. Now the tables are turned, you're in a top car, and now you're going slowly. You've got to go back, so you've got to keep it off the racing line. Watching Luca Ludwig there coming through Galvenkopf. He's actually taken the apex and stuck to the right-hand side, which seems a really odd thing to do, and actually counterintuitive. It's not. It's absolutely the safest thing to do, because yes, you're on the racing line, somebody can avoid you a lot easier and just blend out to that. That's where they're going to be anyway. Taking the outside line, leaving the apex clear, is the worst thing to do, because they start on the left, nip over to the right and come back again. So 70-80% of that corner was taken on the left-hand side of the track. So that's where you want to be out of the way. So that's where experience comes into play, of bringing a car back slowly from the point of view of keeping out of everybody else's traffic and out of your way, not becoming a hindrance and creating a bigger problem that you've been part of or gone off on your own already. And of course, getting the car back in a condition that whatever's happened to the car hasn't made it any worse, so the team can look at it, and driving it back, no matter how slowly you want to drive that car back. Every driver's instinct is to drive back and go, let's get quicker, let's get back, let's get it repaired, because if you've made a mistake, I'm not saying he has, but if you've made a mistake, you feel guilty, you want to get it back and hand it to the crew and start doing your begging and your grovelling and your apologies, which are going to last forever, and you've got to make cups of tea and things other than pay forfeits forevermore. But you want the car back because you feel you've let the team down. You want to give it back to the guys that know how to repair it and say, it was fine till we gave it to the driver. You know?
We sent you on your outlap, but what did you do to repay us?
One job,
yeah.
Exactly. So, yes, looking down. So he's now got the relatively easy bit. I say relatively easy bit because he's got the nice long flow of the Dottingher to come down, and even through Antonius Bucher, he'll stay on the right-hand side of the track. I'll be amazed if he doesn't. And then you've got Tiergarten, which is a series of left, right, left, and gets increasingly tighter. And you've got that last pinch point to go onto the pit straight and just stay to the right-hand side, and that's where you just feel prone, sitting there, going through there slowly with, in this case, damage to the front left. We don't really know what caused him to go off, but there's fireworks to celebrate his return to the pits.
Well, more to the point, what he's thinking is, don't distract the other drivers. Can't they see me limping home? Keep those fireworks drive.
Exactly.
Not now.
Eyes on the road, boys.
Right, traffic the last 2 laps. So we'd had Dahenschengruven being caught little by little by Raffaele Marcello. So the Manthey Porsche ahead of the Rover Racing BMW came down to about 7 seconds. Suddenly this lap went out to 10.5 seconds. So it's ebbing and flowing, but I think that's the natural flow of traffic and slow zones and waved yellow flags around the circuits. The latest yellow flag moments ago was Hocheichen, and bear in mind that is, I was going to say it's a really, really tricky corner. Well, surprise, surprise, it's the Nürburgring Nordschleife. Just so many times these get removed very quickly indeed. In fact, that one is still there. The one at Hatzenbach just before it has been out and then withdrawn. So it could be a slow-moving car, it could be a myriad things.
Define a tricky corner when using the word Nürburgring in a sentence.
I tried to rein it back in, but that ship had sailed. I was gone. So Luca Ludwig is now stationary in front of his pits. The trolley jacks come out, front and back. Can't see any right front corner damage. Can you?
Look at that, it'll polish out, surely.
But he's limped back. Bear in mind, it was the left front corner from the driver's point of view, right front if you're looking from the front of the car. That was the one that went into the barriers, but I expected there to be way more damage than that.
Yeah, but the worry there is that there's a whole bunch of technicians and mechanics of the world over now having me just say it'll polish out, just slapping their foreheads now going, just snow and shut up, which is not unheard of. I think the issue there is if there's little body damage, what has taken the brunt of the shunt? And I'm guessing the front left suspension corner could be the issue. I'll be amazed if it hasn't got away with some fairly serious damage there. Luca Ludwig will have known that, bringing it back so slowly, because if it felt half decent, he'd have brought it back at a reasonable pace. So that kind of stuff. So I'm guessing probably steering arm as a minimum. There's no additional horrible camber on the wheel.
They're also working on the rear corner of that car, so maybe it was exactly that, the front, and then the tail came round, the track kept turning to the right, and the car was trying to do the same, but using the barrier as a way of turning was not in the driver's manual. Headlights still on. When they went out, I think he probably just even might have knocked the switch on the point of impact. He quickly flicked them back on, but for Luca Ludwig and the gang, this is disappointing and delaying. However,
I'm not sensing a massive sense of urgency in that garage, Bruce. I'm not saying they've given up for a minute, but there's it doesn't look like they're rushing into tearing the car apart to getting back into the race.
Really interesting, because bear in mind they'd already had the sister car, the Porsche number 16, that was crashed by Lawrence Van Toor in qualifying, withdrawn from the race. But at the bottom of the slope, just before you turn right to just beneath the feet of all those fans on that great big bank at the Styles checker, it was just simply into the barriers. It just that was quite a mysterious one. I couldn't understand. There's rear bodywork damage there. So again, as I mentioned, the bodywork has been slightly snapped off in the left rear corner.
That lower bit of those R8s is pretty fragile. That always comes off anyway.
Driver out.
Yeah, it doesn't mean to say the car's out, mercifully, but there is certainly significantly more reference marks on the rear wing that are on the front, so I think that's taking the brunt of it, certainly. So it might just be that doing a considered assessment and taking the time and pull this out, and they'll have corners of that car set up ready with the correct toe and camber and alignment and geometry on ready, so that's not an issue. But shame if that's a second Shearer car out. It's if they didn't have bad luck, wouldn't have any luck at all in this race, would they?
It's amazing how often that happens. A team hits trouble and then both its cars go and other teams sail through. It chops and changes, but listed in 18th position at number 1 Audi, but being back in the garage, it's going to tumble down the order. The number 27 Red Bull Abt Lamborghini, the one that Jordan Pepper shared with Mirko Bortolotti and Danny Juncker, that was a car that very, very nearly hit the barriers during the morning warm-up at the carousel. We both winced in the commentary box, but somehow the Spaniard Juncker got it round the corner. That is also in the pits at the moment, brought in by Mirko Bortolotti. But again, this is just working through a standard pit stop time. It needs to be back down on the deck and moving in the next 5 seconds or so if it's going to be close to the sort of standard pit stop time. Looks so they're taking a little bit longer with that one. However, it had been running well. It'd been running towards about 5th position a short while ago. So Lamborghini, it's good to have them in the mix, because so often we've found over the years in the long distance races on the Nordschleife that the Lamborghini will flatter to deceive, go really well for 3/4 of the race, and then just sort of fall away a little bit. So Ayhancan Guven now 12.5 seconds clear of Rover Racing's BMW for Raffaele Marciello. So still going well for the Manthey EMA Porsche, but bear in mind that it just seems to have been really, really on form for this meeting. And over many years, it's been right there at the top end. Not always winning, but many a race you just sort of expect it. Kevin Estre took pole position it by over a second. And was, that car's been at the front end ever since. Been challenged a little bit, certainly by the number 33 Volker Motorsport Porsche. That, don't know, it hasn't been confirmed definitely as a retirement, but that's still in the pit garage after that nose-to-nose contact with a Porsche Cup 2 class car that had been spun just around the second corner, which is the Yokohama S. So and Andlauer turned into the first corner, turned immediately into the second one, went round the tyre barrier, and there was nowhere else to go. He was very, very nearly hit up the tail by the chasing Rover Racing BMW. That's the car in second place now, but somehow that one made evasive action. But that, the 98 BMW, does have 32 seconds extra to serve at its next pit stop, which will, as I said earlier, drop it down to probably fifth, maybe fourth position. So what does that do, Peter? It puts our race leader in an even larger margin. So if we effectively add those 32 extra seconds to the 98 Rover Racing BMW, that would put it back very close to going down into third or fourth position. It will also promote the number 14 Get Speed Racing Mercedes into effective second place. But all of that just means that advantage that the current driver, Hansen Guven, has in the Manthey Grello Porsche is looking quite good. But
it's a 32-second penalty?
Yes.
Yeah, it's over the 15 now, so it puts it at nearly a minute, doesn't it? Which is quite handy now, because at 15 seconds at the moment, it's not a massive amount, given all the hard work they've done. We had that red flag 90 minutes in for effectively 2 hours. I think the red flag, while the organisers commendably sorted the power surge issue, lack of power, I think that actually lasted slightly longer than the race had run at that point. I think it was about 90 minutes in this had happened. It still makes me whinge when I see a going past an intervention vehicle. I know the rules are there, I know they all understand it, but Hansen Guven in Grello there just going past one of the Unimog intervention vehicles. And anyway,
I'm with you on that.
Yeah.
It doesn't matter if it's day or night. It's definitely night now. But yeah, you sharp intake the breath.
But so Porsche at this point, without that 32, so maybe that's why they're not pushing it, but they've only got a 15.1 second lead at the moment, which is not a massive advantage this far in. But that's obviously, they're playing to it. They don't need to, they've got 32 seconds in hand.
No, exactly. It's a really comfortable cushion. Now, a short while ago, a couple of minutes ago, I said to sort of go out to the regular pit stop, next pit stop, that number 27. Lamborghini from Red Bull Team AB should be down on the ground heading towards pit exit. They're still working on the left rear corner. Are they doing it? I can't quite see. The camera's not close enough or at the right angle to show us if they're doing a pad change. Anyhow, they're now satisfied. Brand new slick tyre placed on that right rear corner, and Lollipop person looks like they're about to get in position once that's been secured. Quick word with the driver, but hand up, is that a hand raise from the mechanic because all is good? But it has been a long pit stop. Was a brake change going on in there? I think. What do you reckon, Peter, from your angle looking at this, what is happening right now? This is a long pit stop.
Well, this is the 27 Lamborghini, Red Bull Lamborghini we're talking about, isn't it? We were looking at in the pit lane. I think they're being super cautious about sending that car out, which they are now doing. And it's who's going to be aboard of it now? Was it Jordan Pepper brought it in?
No, it's Bortolotti who brought it in.
Bortolotti brought it in. Okay, definitely move on from that then. So it's either going to be Jordan Pepper or Danny Yonkadere into it now.
Or maybe Bortolotti. In fact, Bortolotti has stayed on board.
He has. Right, okay, that does surprise me. But those first few corners now, in the dark, the tight acid there, right left with that bit, we'll say where it's hidden. You've got that tyre stack where cars can be hidden. Not so much in the dark, you can see light, hopefully. You're going to be taking those first few corners with some trepidation and caution. All the senses are going to be on high alert as you're trying to feel everything about that car, certainly braking wise and steering. Power, drivers never worry about power, they just floor it and it all works. Either it works or it doesn't, it's a switch. I'm exaggerating a little bit, but it's the braking, it's the slowing down of the vehicle and changing direction of the vehicle that are pretty fundamental.
Yeah, no, absolutely. What you want is a couple of rather open corners just to swing your way through, get the sort of seat of the pants.
Pre-circuit, you've got loads of room.
Yeah, exactly, absolutely fine. But no, but that first one is super scratchy, and as you say, very sharp changes of direction. The last thing you want to do when you're just getting out of the pits, you want to blend yourself in, but just double checking it is still down the list as Mirko Bortolotti. Sometimes it takes a while for a driver ID to be updated, but it is the Italian who's had so much success with Lamborghini over the years, so many titles under his belt. Last few years haven't been quite as fruitful for him. Of course, we had Lamborghini in the World Endurance Championship, but that didn't really last. But did you know he had a Ferrari Formula 1 test back in 2009? He did.
That was a good time.
And then he was a Formula 2 champion, and he tested for Williams, but then shifted over to cars with roofs and picked up.
Never looked back.
Blancpain GT titles, 2017 and so on. Daytona GTD winner, the Daytona 24 GTD winner. What year was that? 2019 with Rick Breukers, Christian Engelhardt and Rolf Ineichen. So he had this big flurry. And the last 2 years, he's just... Actually, at the end of last year, I was chatting with him and he had no idea. What did he say? In nebula, in the clouds. Don't know what's coming. And for a driver of his merit, it goes to prove you think you ally yourself with the manufacturer and you could be good forever, but it swings and roundabouts. They do come and they do go. The likes of BMW and Mercedes seems to last, and Porsche seem to last forever, but Lamborghini, they go this way and then they try something else. They've got their super strong Super Trofeo series all around the world, but for a driver of his merit, you go, it's not a given. And the worst thing from the outside, I found over the decades, you suddenly go after about 4 years, what happened to so-and-so? Someone who'd been a pro driver for 6 years, 10 years, whatever, and you haven't noticed they've just either become deemed too old or decided to take up
but the whole
buffalo farming or something.
It's a fickle business, and sometimes there's not always the most obvious rhyme and reasons to why some people succeed and some don't. It's not always down to talent. You obviously have to have a certain amount of talent to get to the top levels, and the cream always rises to the top in terms of ability and talent. But how some get there and how some don't is often a mystery. And I've been accused of being cynical before, and I'm sure I will be again. But I've often stood by two sort of rules of people that say they've got sponsorship, and I say you've got the sponsorship when you've got the money in the bank. That's when you've got it, and you've got the drive when you're sitting on the grid. Yeah. The rest of it is hyperbole, I'm afraid.
Look, it's a high stakes game. It's very easy to do whatever I do when I go to a point to point. I back the wrong horse. You think it's cast iron, whether you're a mechanic, you're an engineer, you think that team sounds fantastic. Yeah, is it happening? Yeah, no. Yeah. Oh, it's a bit too late for me to find any work for this year. So, you've got to stick your neck out and hope it works. But here we are. Mirko Bortolotti's still doing a really good job. He did sort of blot his copybook yesterday with this issue of driving past quite a few red flags before he aborted his qualifying. But we'll leave it there.
I won't say who, but somebody did send me a little image earlier on when we were talking about crash helmet designs during the break. And they said, have you seen Bortolotti's new crash helmet design, which was just bright red? I'll leave it at that.
Very, very good. The way to go. No, I like that. But yes, we could, if we get to another stoppage, revert to talking about helmet design. But right now, we get the second batch of fireworks going up over the Nordschleife and the stadium section. But now I've just been told, a little message talking about Bortolotti, he set the fastest lap, going back to his Ferrari test, of anyone in an F2008 in that Ferrari test. I wonder if Rob Lomas would like to tell me which other young drivers were having a go.
No, don't encourage him.
No, I do. You've got to keep him on his toes.
On production stuff, it's fine.
And he's already given me an answer, so we'll go back. Right, proper nightfall, proper full night around the Nordschleife. And again, it's like a different circuit at this point. For the drivers, they're still going around with about another 100 plus cars around them, multi-class racing in the ADAC. 24 hours of the Nürburgring, but it's a different circuit. Your reference points are harder to find. It's all well and good if you go, I turn in by the truck with disco music or whatever, or the man with the mullet, but you can't see them in the dark so much, can you? But so it's a game, and though the drivers get lots of experience in all weathers, if they build up to this by doing the Nürburgring Langstrecke series, this is nighttime racing here, and it doesn't come easy.
It doesn't. Little interaction from listeners. I always like if there are amusing little bits here, little narrative there on sponsorship and getting drives and talent and ability and etc. And somebody's responded immediately to me with a private message saying, "Don't I know it?" As in, how far do you get and whatever. Thank you, Alex Brundle. Little message.
Yeah, but Alex, you've got a fantastic stable of historic racing cars now.
Yeah.
Well, yeah, I mean,
he's not suffering, is he, poor boy?
He's loving life, but
quite right.
Every single driver will have had someone come up to them at some point, and if it seems too good to be true, you want to believe it, but the voice of experience says, really? But you've got to follow those leads, but you've got to have good people around you, and Alex, of course, with Father Martin and the rest of the gang, they've got good eyes in their heads, but it's so disappointing. Particularly if you feel your chosen path it's diminishing your likelihood of doing it, and then someone comes up with a solution to get to the next stage. It's human nature to push that as far as it can go.
It's a fickle business that's built on sand, and sometimes there's no rhyme and reason. It doesn't always make sense, and some of the best drivers I've known of or heard of, or people speak highly of that I trust opinions on, haven't always made it, and you just think, how can that be? And they might have had maybe not the most backing, but they've had sufficient to get to the next level. So why have they fallen by the wayside? It doesn't always add up, and it's
every now and again you'll get a driver who just goes, you know what, I've ridden this horse for a while, I've cleared most of the jumps, but the jumps are getting taller. Do I want to keep on doing that? This, however, when I say this, I mean GT racing, has opened doors for some who've just sort of got tired of the perpetual promises that are thick on the ground in the world of motorsport. Any competitive environment, you have lots of people wanting to do it, but not enough with the money and the nous to do it. And some drivers have stepped back from their single-seater careers and decided, or even from their sports car racing careers, I can be a very good pro in GT racing. And GT racing, a lot of it is pro-am, and I will get at AM and I will coax them, and maybe I will sort of wind it down, but they can pay me a salary for a racing driver. That was sort of the ultimate dream, wasn't it, in so many ways? Yes, people talk about wanting to win world titles, but in the end, very few people become the Formula One World Championship. But if you can follow your dreams and go racing, we've got a car moving quite slowly in the early stages of the Grand Prix. It's going around the second corner, it's going around the...
Looks like a TCR car.
No, I tell you what, is it the Datsun? It's quite hard to make out, but it was just going through the first sequence of corners, through that Yokohama S, super slowly, with its hazard lamps on.
Is it the Datsun?
I think it possibly is, if it's car number 300. Coming into view, but we can't see it clearly because we're staring straight into its headlights. And that presumably has just come out of the pits and immediately hit a problem, but lights flashing on and off.
Yeah, car 300, there it is, yes. Its demise is nigh.
Running at low revs. Coming presumably because it has its hazards on, it'll cut into the back entrance of the pits. To get whatever was sorted, they had engine problems in that earlier, the Renault Sporting engine under the hood on that one, but Gregor Stark, Martin Kafka and Olivier Krieser, the three drivers of that, but now it appears almost to be back up to racing pace again, but it definitely had the hazard lamps on through those first few corners, definitely going very slowly. Right, what's happening at the front of this race? Is it still the Manthey EMA Porsche, car number 911, leading the race? Katik, most certainly it is. By now 24 seconds from Raffaele Marcello, who in the initial laps of his stint, he got that 98 Rover Racing BMW a little bit closer, got down to 7.5 seconds away, but this has been a really telling stint for Ayhancan Guven. He stretched and stretched it. Some of that margin might have been gained in traffic, but you don't keep adding to it if it's simply down to traffic. At third place, Fabian Schiller. Lucas Auer just been promoted to make 2 Mercedes in the top 4 positions. He has followed the sister car from Get Speed up the order because just into the pits is the 65 HRT Ford Performance Mustang, the GT3 with Dennis Fetzer on board. That's been one that's been creeping its way up the order. A couple of hours ago there were no Mustangs in the top, I think, dozen. Now we've got the one that's just pitted from 5th place, but we are starting to go through a cycle of pit stops, and that bright yellow Mustang is the latest one in. That will tumble down the order. That looks in fairly good nick right now. It's Yusuf and Salman Awega, the 2 brothers, David Schumacher and Dennis Fetzer. But it's at a standstill, but a good sort of standstill. It looks like a regular pit stop, so that should be fine. So promote everyone else. And for the Aston Martin fans, I'm not looking at you, Snowy, but 5th position at the moment. Best of the Aston Martins, and it's Christian Cronjes for Walkenhorst Motorsport. We then have a 34 entry, which he shares with Matthias Drudy. That was the one that had a little tap up the rear early in the race. David Pittard and Nicky Thiem.
I'm going to continue the policy I adopted in Le Mans last weekend, that over-egging my favourite brand isn't good for the brand. So
well, they can't choose their supporters.
Well, they can't. No, they can give you a lifetime ban. On exactly that basis, I didn't say a great deal last week. And what did they do? Both of our crews finished really high. Good job done.
They finished. That was the achievement.
Not really high, but they finished well in their class. They did a good result. They finished with no troubles. Nice, reliable run. So there you go. So obviously, there's a correlation to it. The less I say, the better cars do. I can just hear the whole Twitter sphere or whatever lighting up now. Like, you said it, Snowy.
You did. I set you up. But fair is fair. Right, I had some Guven.
Upline and sinker as well.
Enjoying that wonderful point of a lap where there's not too much in front of you. He's now starting to catch someone else. But I think particularly when you're running in the night, you're using your sort of muscle memory because your vision isn't going to be as good despite the lights being so strong.
Got a massive bullet hole in right in the middle of the windscreen for him.
Yeah, there is the issue of a bug that has bugged. But the flow, this circuit, if you have an uninterrupted line, you work your way around it. You're laughing because I move around in my chair. I'm just trying to explain to you. I'm such a visual person.
It is. There's always a thing, Mike. Friends of mine have always said that the racing drivers have this imaginary steering wheel when describing corners and that. We all talk about the steering wheel and you sort of do it. And I've never seen Bruce Jones do this before, but it was more other man TT there because you actually leant into the corners in the correct way.
I do a lot of historic racing, you see.
Sidecar man, that's what it is.
Yeah, what you really need is someone nearly 2 metres tall to stick on a sidecar. That's really going to work, isn't it? Get out of the airstrip, I can't help it. You know.
Definitely into the night shift now, aren't we?
Yeah, just trying to see if there's any hint of hope for Raffaele Barcelo in his chase. Still with that 32-second penalty, which was not of his earning, apparently. It was Kelvin van der Linde who came around a corner, found a Porsche Cayman just where the dynamics were taking his car and put it off to the side of the circuit. So that's their punishment for that. In the pits at the moment, the number 11 Mercedes at the moment, sitting lights flashing away. That's the SR Motorsport Schnitzelam car, shared by Janis Fitcher, Jamo Hartling, Christopher Brook and Kenneth Heyer. Hoping that's just a standard pit stop. That's one of the cars running in the SP9 Pro-Am class. And again, in a standard pit stop, there's nothing untoward. There's still so many bits of inspection the crews have to do, and leading in with an airline just to blow lumps of rubber that have got in and around the radiator, get stuff off the headlights. These are the things you can do when you're not in a panic.
Exactly, and it is all those details that keep the car smooth running. You pick up a lot of debris into all the air intakes, therefore if the grill's blocked or a little bit, it's reduced, so it's not getting as much air to the engine. That can affect it on a temperature dependent race, as this is going to be certainly tomorrow again. So we talk about it getting cool at night. Well, tonight's temperature isn't going to be as cool as normal, so you've got to allow for that factor. In brake ducts and that kind of thing start to fill up, so it doesn't work as efficiently. So you've got the time, and just even things you notice it on each pit stop. They clean the windscreen and stuff, but they also clean the splitter because it gets bugs and all sorts on it, as you said, and that debris low down, it gets loads of stuff on the front of it, and it's a curved, rounded edge that's designed in a wind tunnel to work in a certain way. And if it's full of debris, it doesn't work as efficiently. So just there's a quick spray and a wipe across, and it gets rid of all the detritus, and that is then working again. And these things seem almost puerile to the untrained eye when you're watching, but it's all the things that need to go. If you watch a thoroughbred racehorse and how it's tended to at a race meeting, it's rugs on, they're groomed in a certain way, there's temperature, whatever. So the horse works in its operating window when it does its race, when it does what it has to do. It's exactly the same as these. They're just thoroughbred racing cars.
Yeah, and so just thinking back to the front splitter, it's supposed to be cutting through the air like a knife, not like just a mallet. Effectively, so that's what they're doing. Right, it took a very long time to get an answer from Rob Lomas on this one. Who else, I said, was in the 2009 Ferrari Formula 1 test for young drivers with Mirko Bortolotti. Bortolotti, who had been the Italian Formula 3 champion the year before, was naturally the quickest of that combination. The other drivers were Edoardo Piscopo, I used to see him racing A1 GP for the Italian team, and Salvatore Ticatelli. So I think it's safe to say the one who was fastest continued to have the greatest racing career of that trio of young Italians. But it was great. In those days, there were a lot more chances for up-and-coming drivers to be given a go in Formula 1 testing. Now Formula 1 testing is like hen's teeth, and fewer people get a chance to find out if they coulda, shoulda, woulda, possibly might be able to go well in a Formula 1 car.
It's a golden opportunity is to go and drive, at least drive one if you're Italian and get to go and test a Ferrari then. you're not going to turn it down, are you? I mean, it doesn't really matter what the times are. It does at the time because it's important. Just going back to something you were saying a few minutes ago about in terms of drivers getting paid or not, and how long can you continue doing this and not get anywhere. It's if you've got to spend your life raising money to go racing, to bring budget to a team, because these motor racing cars are inordinately expensive to run, and everybody has to do it to a certain extent, and you'd be amazed at what level of money people have to bring, at what level of championships to still pay, and very few people actually paid on the grid. All these individuals have still got to live. You've still got to get through the day. You've got to put a roof over your head and some food on the table. Whether you have responsibilities with family and children or whatever to go with that again, it's only becomes exponential. So that is exactly your point of there's only so long you can continue chasing a dream. And if the dream isn't chasing you, at some point you've got to call it quits and say, I need to do this, you know. And that's what you have to do, unfortunately.
Yeah, if you're a cold-hearted, self-centered, highly focused person you're supposed to be a racing driver, there is that word that comes in, family. That is often the tipping point. Right, Raffaele Marcello was giving chase but not catching, quite the reverse. He was losing ground to Ayhancan Guven, who's leading in the Manthey EMA number 911 Porsche, but the 98 Rover Racing BMW comes into the pit lane with a Swiss driver on board. But bear in mind, the pit length, the pit stop time should be longer for him because there's a 32-second penalty to suck up, to add on to their time. Of course, the crew will go through its standard pit stop procedure. Again, as we were describing, mechanics going out, checking that the front split is secure, it hasn't been loosened by a rattle over the curbs, of which there are many, because there are 170 odd corners around this circuit. Check the headlights clean, the windscreen's clean. And then, of course, in this very generous amount of time for a pit stop, they've got time to put some fuel in and some new black things for the corners. All looks pretty standard out there.
May I add just a little addition from the outside world? People that are obviously listening in. Tom Canning is one of the Valkyrie World test drivers and very involved in the Aston Martin programme. He's obviously listening in. No hello, no anything. He's just put a simple message to me. You can sleep in a race car, but you can't race a house. Good lad. Good lad.
That can be seen.
There's a young driver on the up, and there ended the lesson. We've waxed lyrical about it, and he's just summarised it perfectly. Thank you, Tom. Wait, you enjoying the race.
Wait till you get married, Tom.
Oh, these young boys are 20, 21, 22, that's it. Doesn't understand anything, does he? He's a good, quick peddler, though. I'll give him that.
Absolutely. Right, sad to say that the number 1 Audi from Sport PHX appears to be no work going on. This was the car that had just been taken over by Luca Ludwig. Reported base, hit the barriers at the bottom of the hill before going up towards a bated pace to the carousel. And you're shaking your finger at me for why?
No, I'm just going to make a suggestion. As that car hit with the front left and then clattered the left rear even harder, I wonder if it's done anything to the gearbox. Drive shaft down the line, bosh, done the gearbox. It doesn't look too bad from the outside with the gearbox, and that's a major change on one of those at this stage of the race. I'm saying it's impossible, but that's a lot of work.
How many mechanics are working on that car? None. So I think, unless they're just off having supper, but they're too professional for that, that is another car out of the race.
And the replay, but again, it's almost as if Luca Ludwig, and I'm almost hesitant to say this, Bruce, but it's almost as if Ludwig missed his braking point and it just understeered off into the right-hander there and just ran a little bit wide, clattered the barriers, and it's slightly unabated speed to the corner, the trajectory we normally be taking. He's clattered the front, the left rear even harder, and you think you've probably got away with it, but if it's only, as I say, if it's whacked the drive shaft and put a force down that and damaged the internals of the gearbox or the diff or something, then it's, at this point they're probably saying with, what have we got, 16 hours 36 to go. Yes, it's doable, but is there a lot of point to putting a night shift on the boys? It might be more. I'm second guessing. I'm not in the pits on this one to find out, but
well, whatever the damage is, they have 28 laps completed. They're down in 49th place, sitting in the pits. So they're already 4 laps down in a race of this calibre, with the top class of the calibre it is, SP9 for the GT3 class. You are not, with the best will in the world, going to be the one that finishes ahead of the first of the losers. You are not going to win this race 4 laps down. No chance whatsoever. So sad to lose another front-running car, and doubly sad because Sport PHX lost their sister car after Lawrence Vanthoor had a fairly major shunt in it yesterday, and the Porsche was withdrawn, and now the Audi, not officially out of the race, but with no one working on it, and losing laps every 8 or 9 minutes to the front-running cars. I think that's that.
It would certainly appear so. So our number 34 Aston that had Nicky Team aboard, just leaving the pits, and we'll see who was aboard that. Sorry, it had Christian Krongs ahead, was on board of that, and just change over now. This is our 8th place car, the first of our Astons. We have the top, still a good mix in the top at the moment, Bruce. It's still Porsche from a brace of Mercedes, the Lamborghini Huracan of Engelhardt. Dynamic Porsche doing a strong run in 5th place. The Rover Racing BMW M4 Marciello, that is Fitz Marciello, stayed aboard that car. The Realised Kondo Racing Ferrari 296. Axel Jeffries at the wheel of that, and the Mustang in 8th place. The Vantage I've just talked about, Aston in 9th, and the Black Falcon Porsche, which is a SP9 Pro-Am car, in 10th place. So a good mixture of brands and manufacturers in the top 10 still. It is, say, 16 and a half hours to go, but it's good to see it all mixed up there. Before we described earlier on in the show, did we not, that it's been the NLS races so far, which are the dress rehearsals, if you like, for this race. It's been Porsche all the way through. 4 rounds so far, all being won by Porsches. Different teams, 3 different teams in that. Falcon having a 1-2 at one point, Manthey with 1, and Shearer with that car that Vanthoor unfortunately had an incident in qualifying. And that, of course, they're new to running that car this year. Shearer Sport PHX, normally synonymous with Audi R8s. To the point it's still catching us out when they say the Shearer Sport Porsche.
I know. And it also puts that little seed of doubt in your mind. Do I really mean to say Porsche?
Kevin Estre McLaren, as we discussed.
Yes.
No, don't be ridiculous.
Yes.
It's true, though.
But he did. Yes, I know.
Never let facts get in the way of good journalism.
Exactly that. Right, cars in the pits at the moment include the number 63, which is the silvery grey and white liveried Hout Racing Team Ford Performance Mustang. That's the one shared by Patrick Assenheimer, Hubert Hout, the boss himself, Vincent Kolb, and long-time Ford works driver Dirk Muller. Again, it looks like a relatively standard pit stop. And that one is running, of the 3 HRT Performance Mustangs, 2 are in the Pro-Am class. The second one in the Pro-Am class is the 65 guard. Dennis Fetzer, Yusuf Awega, Salman Awega, and David Schumacher. But the pro lineup is Arjun Maini in 64, Dennis Olsen, Yusuf Awega, yeah, the same name as in the other car. Yeah, he's doubly 2-timing, and a certain Frank Stippler, 3-time winner of this event, 2012, 2019. And last year, in the short one, the foggy one, where only 50 laps were completed before the race was eventually stopped, about, what, an hour and a half before the due end time, if I remember vaguely. And then, ironically, the fog lifted after that. The fog that had been causing all the problems. So, Frank Stippler, what a drive to have in your car. At one point, he was down to drive a different car, but he was then down for 2 and then narrowed it down to what? Talk about hedging your bets. But, he's hedged them very well in the past to get the 3 wins in this famous 24-hour race around the Nürburgring Nordschleife.
Just say that again. 3 wins at the Nürburgring 24-hour.
Yeah.
It's not a bad record having your CV, is it?
It works. It works for him, And then he pops up.
You'd hope, wouldn't you?
Then he pops up in the historic racing scene and sort of wins quite a lot in that as well. So it's super, super flexible. Mirko Bortolotti out on the circuit, and any time you get onboard footage of the front-running cars, the GT3 cars that run in the top class, which here is the SP9 class, it's heart in mouth. In the dark, the cars there coming up to put another lap on, the cars in the junior classes just seem to come backwards toward them so quickly, or vice versa. Of course, they're closing on them super fast. But it's that moment of having to make a decision. And in fact, the shot of Bortolotti, the driver in front, was smack in the middle of the circuit, and nearly did get a smack in the middle of the circuit because he didn't really decide to be on one side or the other. And Bortolotti had to have a little think about it, not wanting to come off the throttle too much, not wanting to lose momentum, but had to decide one side or the other, but which one was looking better. He had a little moment to think about it. And where is that Lamborghini, number 27? Remember, it had that very long pit stop. I didn't actually see the amount of time it was at a standstill, but it came in from 5th place, and at the moment Bortolotti is back out there. Probably lost the best part of a lap. He's down in 13th position, but maybe, just maybe, they did a brake change. They don't want to do it later in the race. It still seems rather early, but certainly they were working on the left rear of the car. But our race leader has now come in. They were all laying us a pit stop, and in it comes. Ayhancan Guvin, I would suspect, is about to climb out. And the number 911 shared by Kevin Estre, Ayhancan Guvin, Patrick Pilet and Thomas Preining. Pilet was a driver down to drive 2 cars as well, a bit like Frank Stippler in the early days of the entry list. He was also going to be driving that number 6 Shearer Sport PHX Porsche, but that was the one I've just been mentioning. Had to shunt with Lawrence Van Toor, and they decided not to enter a spare chassis. They pulled it from the race, and now, unfortunately for Shearer Sport, it does seem as though the sister car, the Audi number 1, sitting in the pit garage, nobody working on it, and I'm fairly sure Snowy's analysis that the shock that went through the left rear corner would have either damaged the drive shafts and all the connecting elements there, or the gearbox, and that is why it's going nowhere fast. And all the more galling, Snow, is the fact some of that appeared to happen with the driver all on their own. You can never quite tell if you're looking at onboard footage, had they just overtaken someone when they were cutting to it, but certainly contact with barrier, nobody working on car. Draw your own conclusions.
Yeah, and you never get the full picture, and it's always slightly dangerous to speculate, but it did appear from the one angle we saw, which was on board the car, as if it's almost missed, and I'm using very careful language here, almost missed a braking point and just slightly ran out of the road, and it's a bit of a moment, no, rats, I've just clipped the barrier. But drivers always do that. When they do that, drivers always think, I've just clipped the barrier. And it's always that, it's this sort of the mechanics, it's the equivalent of the second-hand car salesman when they order, or the garage when you take the car and there's a little squeak or a noise, and how much it would cost, and they suck the teeth, the intake of air through the teeth, and it's the mechanics are just, I've just clipped the barrier, and they're like, we'll be the judge of that, matey boy.
Okay, but for the driver who's done that, the moment the car comes back after bouncing across the grass verge, and they get on the smooth track and the car is still bouncing and being a little up and down, you go,
yeah, I'd have thought that would have stopped by now.
Yes, please be smooth. Right, a lot of the front runners in. Just mentioned the 911 Manthey EMA Porsche. Also in was Fabian Schiller, having been promoted to second place recently in the number 14 Get Speed Mercedes. Lukas Auer, the Austrian racer, nephew of Gerhard Berger, is in the sister 17 Get Speed Mercedes. Christian Engelhardt, the AB Sportsline number 28 Lamborghini in the pits, and Bastian Boost, dynamic. You mentioned the dynamic Porsche was up to 5th place overall. I'm really pleased with Bastian Boost. His season exploded before the start, not in a good way. He lost his drive, but Porsche hunted around and found him something, because he's a really great talent, the Dane, and he was GT4 European Pro-Am champion last year. Allied Racing were going to step up to the GT3 class. He's put his eggs in the basket, and then they weren't. And that's not a very nice place to be. When spring is starting to spring, winter is receding, and you've lost your drive. He's picked up drives since then, but you've got to scramble when other people have already put their name in the ring. Does some of his racing out in GT World Challenge Asia with Origin Motorsport in their Porsche, but Porsche are hanging on to him, and quite rightly so. He is a big talent.
So Thomas Preining now aboard the number 911 Porsche. Gorello, Manthey car. Marcello, we know that it stayed aboard the Rover Racing BMW M4. Axel Jeffries takes over the Ferrari 296 of Realised Condo Racing in 3rd position. Fabian Schiller is aboard the first of a brace of Mercedes Get Speed cars. That's the number 14 running ahead of its sister car, number 17, Auer in that car. Engelhardt and Bruce in the Absport Lamborghini and Porsche Dynamic team entry are in the pit still. They'll be leaving any second now, and we'll see which drivers have taken over there, if there have indeed been any driver changes. That puts down the Valkenhorst Motorsport Aston Martin to 9th place, with Matteo Drudi at the wheel of that, and Winarba at the wheel of the Black Falcon GT11, which of course is in the pits as well, so that's all going to sort of shake out over the next lap as well, so a few changes there with it. It's still Porsche, BMW, Ferrari, a brace of Mercedes, Mustang, Aston, Lamborghini, and then a brace of Porsches to be in the top 10, so good mix still.
It is. Now the bulk of those runners have just made their 4th pit stop. One that's made a 5th pit stop is that number 65 Ford Mustang, Dennis Fetzer. We saw him in the pits a short while ago, so I don't know why they've done one pit stop more than their rivals, but we've sort of now done the pit stops for pretty much everyone, and we'll see the order settling down. But one thing does not change. It's Manthey EMA leading the way with their Grello nicknamed Porsche. That's car number 911. Thomas Preining, very talented young Austrian driver at the wheel. He's out there, but he's got a buffer of over half a minute. It's 33 seconds, so that is comfortable. Bear in mind, of course, the Rover Racing BMW that had been trying to hunt it down. 33 seconds back, so still waiting for that penalty to be served, though, because if it had added 32 to seconds,
it came in 34 seconds adrift.
Yeah,
anyway,
it's back out, so it seems they haven't served that penalty. Maybe they're protesting it. I'll try and see if I can get an answer to that.
To see that take it maybe in. Is it going to be added to the actual pit stop or into the driver area? I thought it was going to come in and peel right, serve the 32 seconds to have it added on, and then go down the pit lane. Just very quickly back to your number 65 HRT Ford Performance Mustang. This may resolve your thoughts on this, or help some clarity of thought on it. Schumacher did a 4-lap stint in that car to start with, so quite a short stint. This is obviously pre the red flag. Then a 5-lap stint, then a 2-lap stint, which I guess coincides with the stoppage.
Stoppage over the red flag for no power in the pits.
Schumacher then did a further 2-lap stint. Vega then did a 5, an 8, and Dennis Fetzer's just done an 8 as well.
Right, 8 is the magic number. That's really what you should be aiming for in the top class. Anything away from that is untoward. So definitely, when the red flag was flown after an hour and a half of this race,
yeah, 90 minutes. Yeah, you're right.
That's good. But we see the boards on the walls in the pit garage is saying effectively, here are your stints. You know, Mickey from Roger, from Michael and Andrew. 8 laps, 8 laps, 8 laps. That is the perfect target. You don't get all of those. It doesn't line up. You get a stoppage and suddenly many things have to be thrown out the window. You've got to constantly have a tactician on their toes trying to work out what to do. But when you get the curveball like that red flag, and it was fully 2.5 hours before we went green, the safety car peeled off again, and we went racing at full pace. But certainly when things settle down, for the team's sake through the night, you're going to hope that they can run in the top class these 8-lap stints, because that's what they want to do. They'll know where they are with that. Work your way through the night. If you're interested, what time is Light going to come back to the circuit? Double check. 5:20 is sunrise tomorrow morning.
I was going to be utterly facetious then and say dawn. Yes, the look says it all.
I have to deal with these people. I try and keep it simple, and well, I could name names. There's some people we work with, and pedantry is not just their middle name, it's their first name as well. Still, we'll carry on to the end of the stint.
Yes, so noting aside, yes.
There are others, though. You're not the only offender. Words could be magical, but you don't need to be held by them. So, Thomas Preining leading the way. Oh, it's come down. It's only 31 seconds now rather than 33. So, Marcello, again, at the start of a stint, he seems to have the pace, or the BMW seems to have the pace on its tyres. For a couple of laps at a time, of course, lap pace will go up and down according to yellow flag areas. There have been slow zones, but they're very quick at clearing them. And always through the course of an event, you get, on the Nordschleife, you get lots and lots of clear-up periods, and you do get the course vehicles out on the circuit. And the drivers have to react accordingly. It still makes you slightly flinch when you're looking through the darkness, and is that flashing light on the track up ahead of me over the next rise, round the next corner, or is it someone's camp? You know, with their tents. And so the drivers, they really have to be so attuned, Snowy, to just many different lights and just trying to work out what it is, particularly flashing lights. And I think, you know, the fans are very good. At certain points, they've got their own sort of funfares and all their strobes, but I think they're very good. I looked at it a few years ago, wandering out in the night. They do try not to have them shining down onto the track, because, you know, I think they're probably told not to, but I think these are race fans who've been coming for decades. They can have their party, they can have their fun, but imagine if you did something that blinded a driver momentarily in the dark when they're coming up on traffic. It just doesn't bear thinking about. So, you know, but again, the point, made in a very long-winded way, is the fact that at night it can be quite disconcerting at various points around the circuit, particularly, of course, if you then get fog coming down and that foreshortens your feeling. But we're keeping the fog away this year, hopefully.
It only gets tricky when it rains as well.
Rains, haven't really mentioned that during the course of this broadcast as yet. Right, bit of repair work going on, a front splitter on the number...
Anti-dive plane, actually.
Anti-dive plane, yeah, quite right. Oh, yeah, not the splitter, what am I talking about? So this is number 35. Organal Sport car, this is their Pro entry, Anders Buchart, Nico Hanke, Christian Kronjes, two-timer.
I absolutely love how much thought, exercise, deliberance has gone into designing any of these cars, certainly products of Aston Martin in this case, Mercedes, Porsche, all the others just the same. And a little bit comes off, it's a carbon wheel, which is vital on the front right-hand side of that. So what do? They have a spare one, they bring it out, and they bring out an electric drill and some self-tappers, and just literally, just physically screw it onto the bodywork. Available at your Aston Martin dealer near you.
Yeah, I know. But hey, we're going racing, you know.
Exactly. Waiting time in the pits.
So don't be doing that. So that number 35 Aston Martin back into the action. Still fireworks blasting into the night sky over the Nürburgring, but unfortunately we've got a slow-moving car coming back in. Toyota Gazoo Racing just again in trouble again. We've had the 170 in trouble, the 160, and now it's the Supra GT4 Evo 2 with Masahiro Sasaki. But now he suddenly picks up the pace.
He suddenly picks up pace as you went to look at your notes there, Bruce. That's motivation. Maybe this is Masahiro Sasaki at the wheel of this, in the 110, as you say. GT4 Evo 2. He's going slow down again to go past the intervention vehicles. Green flag off that, so he can pick up speed again. All perfectly correct.
Oh, well, maybe I picked him, just looked up from timing screen to monitor.
Right, I think it was way before that.
Yeah, because I
slowed, picked up speed, then slowed to the intervention vehicles. Correctly. Now there's waved yellows on the right-hand side, so he's slowing down again. So maybe it was a trick of the bit of footage there, but it did seem to suddenly slow. Now, where is this car on track at the moment to be giving us this?
Well, there's another course vehicle up ahead with orange flashing lights on the roof. It looks as though there's a car against the barriers on the left-hand side of the circuit on a drop, on a descent.
Is that out of now?
I think we're getting to that part of the circuit, yes, because there was a funfair, an enormous campsite on the top right of screen, which is the big slope.
It's Exmoor.
It's Exmoor, okay.
And then down to Bergwerk, yeah.
Yeah, so was it just a trick that he'd already started slowing? I did look at the screen and think, he's slow, but I can see no flashing lights up ahead, no waved yellow flags. But anyhow, it seems Sasaki is going, and I'm pleased to report that. He seems to be back at full racing pace in his Supra, because a couple of the sister cars have just had rotten luck. And when we were reporting about the number 170, which was driven by Heike Tongas, coming in for repairs, there's already a little Yaris as well from Toyota Gazoo Racing in the pit lane when it should have been out on the track. So hopefully, you know, their problems are behind them. And hopefully we jumped and got the wrong conclusion in terms of, was he having problems or was he simply slowing down for a slow zone? Can't give you a definitive answer, but I think it might well have been he was slowing for a slow zone, and that's a nicer answer to give people rather than you've got a mechanical problem.
Well, in fairness, I think we picked him up at Exmoor. He's way beyond all that. Exmoor on the way up to Bergwerk, but of course there is just preceding that, Bruce. There is a code 60.
What, a Versiphon?
A Versiphon.
Oh, okay.
So perhaps we just picked him up on the exit of that.
I think that's probably it.
Yeah.
Thank you, Clouseau. Right, going down through the classes, always keep an eye on Cup 2, but it seems to be quite a major advantage number 948 has in that. That's Lost Motorsport by Black Falcon. Black Falcon have been so strong and so supportive. And we had Carlos Rivas leading class comfortably. Dylan Pereira was going well. Now it's third of the drivers, Noah Nageldisk, one of the German drivers in that combination with those two Luxembourgeois drivers I mentioned, which are Dylan Pereira and Carlos Rivas. The fourth driver, Tobias Muller. So they're going very nicely. You're just waiting for that to tell us its margin over the next car in class, but they're between timing elements, but it looks like it's the best part of 5 minutes. In fact, the car that was giving chase is now in the pits. That's why it's not going through the next timing element, and that is car number 918, Tim Shearbart, Mulner Motorsport. I wonder if that was the Mulner Motorsport car that we saw being given a bit of a clatter early in the race. You remember by the 170 Toyota Supra.
Yeah,
it could well be. Right, the very bright sort of acid yellow number 786 Lamborghini running in the top class, but looks like they're having a problem for Renazzo Motorsport team to fit the bonnet back down. Hopefully got it down, because the last thing you want to do is be out on this circuit with the front lip of your bonnet just rising up and not only slowing your airstream, but potentially having it ripped off and thrown back behind you under cover of darkness?
There's manifold issues with that. Then, if it does come off, obviously it's a danger on the track, it's debris, other people can run over it, etc., etc. But they're also integral parts of the aerodynamics of these cars these days. So if you lose that, you don't get the airflow over the roof, etc., on the rear wing, so the car won't work the way it's supposed to, which sounds ridiculous. But that's the difference of a race car and a road car. When your body comes off on a road car, well, you can see everything, it looks a bit weird. You don't go to the pub and kind of thing, everybody's laughing at you. On the racetrack, the car doesn't work as well. And sometimes, most teams probably would have one. I remember being involved in a team at Spa 24 Hour where the bonnet came off with another driver on it, and we had to go back, mechanics to go out and get the bonnet. The problem was that it landed on the right in the Spectator area of Le Combe, second part of Le Combe. And the issue with it was that the people that had found it should be best described them as souvenir hunters, because they felt quite possessive of it. We needed the biggest, burliest truck driver we had at the time. Let me just say he had a 20-inch neck. I genuinely mean that in terms of collar size.
Tiny Tim.
Yeah, so we had to use him to go and persuade them that actually it was part of the race car, we needed it back.
Finders keepers, but there may be weepers. Right, yeah,
You couldn't make it up, but that genuinely happened as well.
It's remarkable to know where they'd really gone. Was it in daylight or after
daylight as well?
Okay, that's a little bit easier, but if you're in a car and something suddenly flashes over, you have darkness for a moment and it's gone.
And of course, it landed on the track and it had chipped certainly the rear corners off, being a carbon bonnet. Therefore, it didn't clip into its holders on the car, so it then had to be taped into position. You just say you then have to tape the sides of it because it obviously creates lift, so it's wanted to again remove itself from the car, which you don't want. And the whole thing became such a palaver. The amount of time it cost to find it, retrieve it, well, negotiate, shall we say, probably the best term I can use that was used. I don't believe any hands were thrown in the situation, but certain language of an Anglo-Saxon variety was used to persuade the people it wasn't theirs. Let's just say that. And it was returned to the pits on the back of a quad bike. Then that's right. On the way back, holding it, of course, it's a shield. So they got a bit of a speed on the two guys bringing it back. So it's moving around, and to try and part the way through the crowds, they didn't quite enough, and somebody's got the corner of it clipped on their ear, and it gashed their ear open. So we had to deal with all that as well. We're just sitting there thinking
that was taped up as well.
Exactly. We're just so apologies had to do that, and then I think part of the deal was that people that thought it was theirs were persuaded that if they came and had a tour of the pits that they wouldn't normally have, that might sort of alleviate the situation. Honestly, the diplomacy that went on just to get our bonnet back that had come off the car was quite extraordinary.
So the lesson that's learned: take a spare bonnet. But actually, that's the thing. When apart, we
were a small privateer team. We had spare wheels and we want a bonnet.
Yeah, but it's particularly galling when something comes off, you manage to get it back, and it's 95% okay, but the 5% isn't okay. Yeah. Potentially kiboshes. Right,
it fitted where it touched. Put it that way.
Well, very, very good indeed. Right, I mentioned we just talked briefly about Cup 2. Still, various Dottinger Her's now got a yellow flag on it as well, so there's still things happening. Cup 3, which is for the 718 Caymans, have to scroll quite a lot further down. Didn't actually get that far down to mention them earlier. Cup 3, I can find second in class. First in class is W&S Motorsport. They always go very well indeed. Car number 962. Obviously, we can focus on the front, and at the moment it's Lorenz Stegman sharing with Oberheim Moritz, Finn Zulauf, young star, and Josh Bednarski, but that's sitting on quite a tidy little lead. But again, we'll wait and see as that one unfolds. Just try to see if any of the top runners that have been stuck in the pits are going to go back on. Still no work seemingly on that number 1 Scherer Sport PHX Audi that poor Luca Ludwig dropped into the barriers and damaged. I think it was on his outlap, but
just a little bit of onboard footage now, Bruce, of the car 150, which is the BMW M4 GT4 team built signed by Black Falcon, with Misha Sharaudin at the wheel. If you're not familiar with Misha's work on social media, Russian guy that's now based at the Nürburgring and does an awful lot of podcasts and laps around there. But recently went out around there with the Stig from Top Gear over in Britain, took him out and scared the life out of him. Actually races around here quite a bit as well. If ever you're not really familiar with what the Nürburgring is like, from a very simple sample point of view, have a look at some of Misha Shroudin's work on various platforms. I'll just leave it at that.
You know, it's always good to get someone else's point of view at different angles. Everyone brings their own slight difference to it all. We've talked earlier with Jochen from Frozen Speed. He provides amazing photographs, so do many others. But you've got to understand that everybody sees it through a different perspective. So for Misha, yeah, he's in the race, he's gained all that experience, but it's also sharing the love of this race, and I think he will take it to new people, and that's great for all of us.
Exactly, it opens it to a new audience, and that's great. However they become involved, or if they don't, if they come and spectate and understand it. I think if you've said before now, Bruce, and only a couple of meetings ago, so we're talking about that, and we're talking about Misha just going past a TCR Hyundai with great aplomb in his M4 GT4. So the GT4 car should be going past a TCR car. And if ever there was a demonstration or graphic demonstration of how the Nürburgring works, and Misha just demonstrating it personally, nipping down the inside of a Hyundai, pulls out in front, and as he pulls out the left in front of him, not one but two SP9 cars shoot past him on the right-hand side to go, well, you're just in our way there, matey boy. Just get on with the speed differentials, phenomenal.
Enjoy your race, they would have thought. The cars going past at 8th and 9th overall. Christian Engelhardt, the AB Sportsline Lamborghini, and right under his sail, Dorian Boccalacci, who came and spoke so very well in the booth earlier. He's in car number 44, the remaining Falcon Motorsport Porsche, because obviously the sister car, number 33, had that head-on collision. Not at high speed at all. It was just going into the second corner of the Yokohama S. You turn sharp right, then you turn sharp left, but just behind the tyre wall there, where you drive around